book so that you could tangibly understand it from start to finish in one tangible, thing, and not just, well, you asked me about this, so let me explain this. But then that contradicts what people traditional Christians don't believe. You're crossing the lines of that, but I'm not a traditional anything. I'm just a unique, what I believe, person.
I agree. I agree. And I'm not going to bash you. I was about to go in on you actually, but I do have a question because I was confused about how you said that those beings came into existence. You said that they were
I didn't catch that.
spirits. That I was
What
confused
about
about how you
existence?
said. I was confused about how you said these beings came into existence. Can you explain the reproduction with? You said a spirit. Is
You
that what you
said
said?
I'm missing the word in between. You said these, it sounded like
Yeah,
you
your
said
phone
games.
was popping, bro. Your phone was
Sound like
popping.
Oh,
that these games came into existence.
these
Oh,
beings, the
being.
falcon head
Okay.
beings and stuff like that. How
Uh-huh.
did these beings explain how you think they came into existence here in the third dimension again? 'Cause, it sounded like you were
The
saying
fallen,
spirit was
the
having
Nephilim.
sex with.
Yeah, the Nephilim, right?
Break
I'm
it
going
down.
off what the Bible. Yeah, what the Bible says. The Bible says that there were watchers, and they refer to them as Nephilim, which is they say those are the fallen angels, the watchers. They were supposed to just only the monitor man, but then they came
Hmm.
down, they descended upon man, and it says that they copulated with man and started to give birth to abominations. And they really just focused on the fact that they were giants, but they didn't really give much description to these giants. They just said they were abominations. But now, if you have watchers, these spirits from other realms, I have to cross reference looking at the pantheon of gods from the Egyptian pantheon, and how they all had different qualities and traits and everything like that. So I'd imagine that it'd be the same thing for the Nephilim. So if this Nephilim, took a wife, and then that Nephilim took a wife, their seeds would be completely different. Neither would be human, and it wouldn't be like, oh, this one has a shark head and that one has a shark head, or reptile. This one has a dragon head and that one has a dragon head. Like, no, this one may have a dragon head and this one may have a ram head, because these different. It was 200 of them that they said descended upon things. And when we look at other religions, when they describe their deities, they all represent different aspects of the zodiac, or different subdivisions of the zodiac. So I'm just applying that same thing, the same logic, because I look at all the religions as being the same story told different. I apply that to these Nephilim, these fallen angels. They all have different qualities. So when they copulate with women, they're going to give birth to a whole bunch of different creatures and deities, and they wouldn't just be regular people, because it says in the Bible, it says when they gave birth to these things, they said the offspring of these Nephilim, they became the men of great renown, that great stories were told about. So then you would think, like, perhaps this is where you get Hercules and Achilles and all of
Mm.
the just different pantheons of God. You could go from the Greek to the this to the that to that, but whatever, all it is they had a human form, but crossed with some type of spiritual deity. So that's why when they depict them on hieroglyphs, they're depicting what they actually, this is what they actually were, but they existed with these things. They wrote about, oh, David had to slay a giant. He had to slay Goliath, and he was a giant. And when we read these things, we're like, oh, they were just primitive men, and they didn't know what they're. But if you look at it like, no, they was just describing exactly what it was. It you could follow the same line of logic that other religions say, oh yeah, no, these are the gods that came down. Zeus had a gang of babies with human mortals, and they gave birth to a gang of demigods that had all types of abilities and stuff. And you had the what was it, the Manitor, the Manitar, half horse, half man, because
That's a
the king
centaur, I believe. I was going to ask you if you believe in
Centaur,
centaurs.
whatever,
Yeah,
Centaur.
I was
Yeah,
going to about
Centaur.
to
You're
ask you that
correct.
next.
Centaur, but
Um,
so you see how the Greek mythology and the Christian mythology ain't the same. But the
mhm.
Greek mythology, the reason it was a centaur was because it had sex with a god. That the bull had sex with a god. It was cursed and all that type of stuff. But it's just it was half man, half something else. And all of these different religions had half man, half something else. And I feel like it was both what I'm saying as far as they just had sex and these things happen, and also genetic manipulation, which is going to take this already born human baby, and we have the technology to take off its head and put this head. Because isn't there a story? I may be wrong, but because I have vague. Isn't there a story where
No,
like
no, you're not
didn't
wrong.
somebody from Egyptian mythology get their head cut off and then it had to get replaced with something else? Didn't
Don't
didn't
get me the
him,
line
didn't
about that one.
Haru cut off? Didn't Haru cut off Isis's head or something like that because she was defending Set, and then they
Nah,
had to
you got the
replace
story all
Isis's head with
misconstrued.
something?
Yeah, I
It
don't know.
was
I
it was
do,
Horus who
I
was
do.
dismembered, and then he got remembered by, I believe it was it Isis who remembered him and put him back together.
Yeah, ISIS put him back together.
ISIS. Mhm.
Oh, that was Osiris. I'm sorry. Shout out my
That was Osiris.
coworker.
Yeah,
He's
that was
very well
Osiris.
read on this
Yeah,
stuff.
that was
Yeah,
Osiris.
I'm
I'm gonna
coming
give you
from the
your own
same
night
author.
because I think your perspective is interesting. I'm not gonna beat you up on it, even though I don't necessarily agree. But you're actually the
I
first
got my
person
mouth
who
guarded.
I've come in contact with who doesn't think that those deities were personification. So I'm
Uh,
gonna give you a yeah. You definitely about to get your own night next week. Shoot for next Thursday.
then now I gotta
Um,
actually
I think
read
they were.
study.
I think they were actual people at one time. They were just angelic at that time, deified.
he explained it really well. Like I couldn't really take anything from him. You know what I'm saying? It's written about. So and he kept it as this is what I believe. He didn't say it was facts. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
he didn't
yeah.
say.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you can't argue that man belief. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can. You
I don't want to
absolutely
argue his
can.
belief.
You absolutely can argue my beliefs, and I'm open to it because
I
No.
it's
only
just
argue your belief when you try to
it's
make it a fact in my reality. Then I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you, you can't prove that, and then that's when we'll get to arguing. But as long as you say
okay.
it's a belief, I say, hey, if it works for you and helps you get by, continue doing what you're doing. I'm gonna mute out for a little bit and let y'all gentlemen get at it.
All right. You know, that was a very interesting line of questioning. But when it comes to stuff like that in particular, I would have to restudy up on it to make sure I'm on point. So I'm gonna have to go back and do that if that's how you're gonna set me up to defend that. Because
Yeah, you
I
think
believe it and I stand on it. But it, like I said, I'm not. None of this stuff is my expertise. But I'm real good at studying something real quick and knowing what I'm talking about when I gotta defend it. So
well, you think that's interesting. Wait, OT, I mean Cosmo, you ready? With the screenshot, I started it over and everything. Get
Oh, yeah.
my
Hold on.
daily dose of OWSP. You might be talking with some.
Hold on 1 second. Uh,
Yeah, it's probably some perspectives and things out there, Mex, that you haven't even grabbed a hold of. This is one of the more interesting ones that I've came across since I've came to the community. Put together real good, and then the creator gang, boy, they I'm talking about. They make sure they represent it like they're supposed to.
well, that's a group. That's the name of a group that come together and they got their own philosophy. The Creator
No,
Gang.
no, that's Big
nah,
Con. He could tell you about that.
you dig what I'm talking about. We're the sons and daughters of the Creator. You know what I mean? The ones
Uh,
who standing by Him and standing by it in this day and time. You know what I mean? Without worship of any God, Lord, Savior, or anybody born of woman. You dig what I'm talking about? So you're without the sacrifice of anyone or any living thing or bloodshed of anybody. Dig what
right.
I'm talking about? So
Mhm.
in a sense, we trying to live up to be God's people for real.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
look. Since you a ones that you know you're gonna put me on the chopping block to see if I can hack it or not. See if I can hang. I'm. Can I go into some more of just my philosophy on things, just for more context going into it?
You probably would want to save that for the
I
argument
don't.
Man,
later.
you took the words out
I
of my
don't.
mouth.
I
Save
want
it.
to
Save it,
look.
brother.
I don't
All right, go
because I
ahead,
believe
Lodi. Let
so
him do his thing.
strongly. I
Oh
believe
dang, I
so
wanted to get in on
strongly.
Waspy.
I believe so strongly in what I believe. I want to give people the ammunition they need to go and research what I'm talking about and prove me wrong. All of it. I don't need. I don't want any. I bet you wasn't thinking I was coming with this. No, I'll give you what I actually believe, and then all of it, and then now approach me. I want everybody to come with their ammunition because like I said, I feel like my ideas are so abstract that you just write it off as like, this is just this nigga just talking.
And
But
that's why you need to put it together in a viable form. Because I'm telling you, it don't
yeah, I
matter
know.
what you
That's what I
say
said. I
right
gotta
now.
do. I gotta pull that Oli.
When you get in that alley, it's like it seems to be no way out of there. It's just minds in front of you with questions. I'm talking about, and they
I don't
hit
mind it.
hard. So if I was you, I would just start getting my ideas together right now, getting it all together, and then put it in a viable form. I understand you probably feel like you got it in your mind. That's how I felt first, but it's always
Uh-huh.
things that you're gonna miss. So if I was you, I'd
I
go
write it
step by
down.
step
Yeah,
and get it together.
I don't disagree. That's why I said if you're gonna do that to me now, I gotta go and do my research and make sure I got all my P's and Q's in order and stuff like that. But
Right.
yeah, I just I really do. I like I said, I like how you done what you do, and you got PowerPoints and everything. And if I did that, then I feel like it would be easier to accept when I say things because already have a foundation of why I believe what I believe and the full it'll encompass all of my beliefs rather than me saying something and then you questioning me and then me saying something that's where it's like wait I thought you believe this
I
and then
thought
I
you said,
happen to be
and
like
that's
well no
exactly.
that's what typical people who believe that believe but I'm not a typical anything. So
Yep.
yeah, I do need to put it all into one place so that I could just lead with that, and then people could judge me by a full body of work rather than just a fragment of my ideas.
And
That
believe
every
me,
explanation leads to more questions.
And believe me, being a participant in my own argument alley, I'm telling you, it's just best for you to have it like that. They're gonna tell you you're
I
gonna
know.
leave. You know what I'm saying? And I like A1 said, like you got an interesting view on how you put it together, and those are the ideas that we like to get out and test. So if I was you, I'd just put it in viable form
Yeah, I'm
before
gonna
I
have
even
to. I'm
talk
gonna have
anything
to.
else
He said
about it.
he's gonna put me in the cage and just open the door to anybody that want to come in. So I know I have to.
Man,
like in those situations, I know what
Mm.
it is, so I know I have to.
just go back
So
if you when you get a chance of like after you fishing to go to sleep. If I was you, I'd go and find the argument alley on here. They titled argument alleys on the
mhm,
page, and just go look at one and see the sheer
yeah,
brilliance of the of the of the ordeal. It's just like a
yeah,
mental exercise. But if you really got an idea you want to get out, you're gonna be under scrutiny and what seems like attack. But it's all
yeah.
really
I,
just
I
making
I
sure
actually
that
love
you,
that, man.
yeah, yeah. So,
I actually
but
love the idea of that. I actually do, and that's why I say like I want to give people. Look, let me at least say that I believe that we exist in the biblical hell and all the description of it because there's no description of hell that we don't have that exists here. Every way that you could describe it, that's hell is described in the Bible and stuff, we have that here. We exist. And so I believe that it's our spirit, which is supposed to be free from bondage, free from matter, that is in hell because now it's subject to time and nature, right? But outside of time and nature is not subject to that, so it could freely the same way that you dream, and if it's the instant you think about something in your dream, if you think about an apple pie, boom, apple pie, apple. It's not restricted to the laws of nature, but our spirit in this realm is restricted to the laws of nature. So our spirit is in hell, and the reason it's in hell is because that's where Adam descended to.
Hmm.
Well,
And
Or
not that I'm religious, but I agree with that because
uh-huh.
in the book it says God cast Satan down to rule hell, and but didn't he send him here?
Then what?
Didn't he get sent here?
Satan.
Isn't
You're right,
isn't he
right,
supposed to be the ruler of this? Yeah. So
right.
in that
Yes,
sense, if you're talking biblical, you would actually be on point with the scripture. So,
yes, and
but
that's
or
one of
I
the
don't even
what
things.
if
So
subscribe to those. But I don't subscribe to those concepts of those
yeah,
two
but so
places. Like,
what sticking to me being on point with what the scripture says, that's why when people say, why would God allow all these things to happen? My thing is that's the product of free will. Is that you have free will to do what you want to do, but so does everybody else around you. And that's what hell is. Nobody has an actual mandate. There is no universal mandate that everybody is like, this is how we're all going to make this a paradise. Everybody has their own individual free will, and God allows free will.
Boy,
So all the atrocities
I'm
that
taking
happens
notes.
is a product of us wanting it to happen, us
I'm taking
choosing for it to
notes.
happen, and God allows it because it's what we are telling the universe. This is what we want collectively. This is what we want. So it gives it to us, and God allows that. He allows us to have what we want based on our own free will. But
I'm
if
taking
we
notes.
ascend beyond this reality, we ascend beyond hell, and we experience something different. But
I'm
sorry,
gonna be
go
in that
go ahead.
alley. I'm gonna be in that alley,
hold up.
Max.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you just made me think about
I'm loading
what
you up with
Descartes
ammo.
said.
I'm loading you
Descartes
up
said,
because
"I
I'm
think,
I'm
therefore I
ready for
am," which
everything.
Hold on, let A1 talk. What you say? One?
Yeah,
everything you
yeah.
just said kind of applies to that Descartes um, quote. I think, therefore I am. I think that was him that said that. But
man, listen, y'all just don't
because,
know
like you say, he gives you the ability to have whatever you want. And I remember telling people like, why do y'all want this to be true so bad? Like y'all want hell to be true so bad. like,
yeah, but what
but go
if
ahead.
And it is because that's
but
where we are. And when you die, just like the Buddha said, you reincarnate, which means
uh,
you die and go back to hell because
Let
of your
Cosmo
sin.
getting let Cosmo getting there real quick.
Go
Max,
ahead.
what would you
Go
like to say,
ahead. Go ahead.
Cosmo?
or what if it's more simpler than that? What if
Okay.
the reasons why the ancestors have been telling us, and like the brother is saying, and uh, most people think hell is a place under the earth or right here on the earth, is because the lowest part of the breathable part of the atmosphere down to the earth has always been called Hades, Hada, or hell. What if you're not lying? What if that's literal? That you're in hell already? It's just the breathable part of the atmosphere.
That's what I believe. I believe hell goes. It's entire all of what we see and down below the ocean and everything like that. We exist in the breathable part of hell to us, but at the end of the day, our spirit isn't supposed to be in bondage to a body. It's in bondage to our body.
Mm,
Our body feels pain. Our body feels suffering. Our body feels
mm,
sadness. Our body feels these electrical currents that interact with our brain. And because our spirits can't escape our body, our spirits are in hell. And our physical body is in the belly of the beast, the is in Hades. And then so they people say, oh, if you sin, you're going to go to hell, which is true because as the Buddhist and other religions say, you just die and you reincarnate back here, which means you die and go to hell again.
So that's
The only
energy.
escape
You sure
is
you
if
ain't
you
read
could
the OWL?
consciously.
You sure you
hey,
ain't read the OWL, bro?
nah, that
I
you
don't even know
don't.
what that is.
Yeah, but hey, dig
I
this
can't
though.
wait till he finish. I can't wait till he finish. I was waiting for him to finish so Cosmo
Watch
can
this.
start.
A1. You just brought up Descartes, right? Watch this.
Yes, I
Watch.
did just bring up Descartes. Okay.
Watch this, bro. The science of this is O.W.L, the science of consciousness and mind. Right? Watch this. I am conscious, therefore I am. Watch this. This is my twist on the famous quote spoken by the French mathematician and philosopher René Descartes, which states, I think, therefore I am. Because in order to be a thinking being, we must first be a conscious being. And without consciousness, there is no awareness. And without awareness, there is no perception, which requires the cognitive function called thinking or thought. Thus, I am conscious, therefore I am. Boy, y'all boys don't know how close y'all hitting to the truth. You ain't got to believe that I'm saying it's the truth, but I'm showing you why I'm saying.
I would subscribe to that right there. Like the religion as a whole, I wouldn't subscribe to the whole
it ain't no religion.
That's how you say it.
The good part about it is it don't matter if you prescribe to it or not. It's not a religion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the O.W.L, the entirety of the O.W.L, I wouldn't subscribe to, but that part right there is something that
I said. You won't subscribe to it?
How do you know you wouldn't?
And you never read it.
True. That's true. Okay, true. Fair point.
Right.
I'm just saying at this point I don't. Right? Is that fair to say? At this point I don't.
Who cares?
Is it fair to say that because I'm not aware of it, it's not something that I can?
Yeah, I mean, it could be
subscribe to.
Yeah, I mean,
look at this. I don't mean to interrupt, but look,
you only read that. Like what you read to me, I can subscribe to that. Maybe you read the next one. I'll say I subscribe to that. And then if you read the entire thing, I'll be like, yeah, I can subscribe to the whole. Well, all I'm saying is at this point, I don't subscribe to the whole thing because I'm not aware of the whole thing.
To the part that you don't know it. That's only due to the
part and that's it's okay, everybody. That
we're just talking about.
It's not even like the universe subscribes to it, whether he subscribes to it or not.
Right? Yeah.
But it's some stuff is a tool for you to better understand this reality and manifest what you want.
Yeah. Like,
you can reject it.
You get that I'm not rejecting it, right? Does it sound like I'm rejecting it?
Yeah, that's why.
If you say you don't subscribe to it, that's a rejection.
Yeah, that's why
I can't subscribe to something that I'm not aware of. Like I can't subscribe.
He just made you aware.
Of one, is that the entirety of it? Wait. Was that the entirety of the O.W.L?
Does it sound like
all of it?
2 sentences? You think that's the entirety of a religious text?
That's what I'm saying. You said you made me aware. You said you made me aware of it. You said you made me, but I'm like I'm only aware of just exactly what you showed me. That's all I'm aware of. I'm not aware of the whole rest of it.
So without awareness, right? So you agree, without awareness, you actually have no perception, correct?
Correct.
Right. So
you subscribe to it.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
And you agree, right? Hold on 1 second. 1 second, brother.
Yeah.
You agree that for a person to be able to have perception, right, that requires thinking. Okay, so what are you disagreeing with again?
There's nothing that I'm disagreeing with. That's the thing. Like you guys are saying that I'm like, that's what I'm acting like. Do you think that I'm saying that I'm rejecting it? But I'm not rejecting it. It'd be like if I read, it'd be like if I read from the book of Proverbs or something, and it's like,
bro,
it's that something like a man who works hard.
Yet. I haven't read any O.W.L yet.
Yeah, I know. That's what's crazy.
So that's what I'm saying. It'd be like,
okay, but what don't you subscribe to with what he said? What part of what he said don't you subscribe to?
I said I subscribe to what he read.
But you said
you're saying that after he came back and checked
I said I could subscribe to what he read. I said I can't subscribe to the whole thing because I don't know the whole thing.
And that's
Yeah,
But the
the
part
whole
that he
thing.
read,
Yeah, he
is
didn't
what
get
I
into
said
a
can't
while.
subscribe
We were
to.
going over a Descartes quote, and then he gave one that he remixed. He said I remixed
Yeah.
Descartes and came up with my own thing. He didn't get
That's
into
why I was
a
supposed to
at
say,
all.
Max.
Look, you're
You
not.
started making
You
your
guys are.
you
You guys
started
are
making
like
your assumption
jumping.
too quick. Hold on, no, Max. It ain't nobody jumping. It's you that jumped when you said
No.
you didn't even have to say that you don't subscribe to nothing until he finished. You could have kept that in your mind. It's just when you said that, it led to this conversation. Whether you agree
I know.
with this thought or anything, it's just that when you said, "Well, I subscribe to that, but I don't subscribe to anything else." Well, that ain't even a fair point to put out into
It
the air.
is. You're not trying to hear how. You're not trying to let me explain how it is a fair point to make.
Yeah, because we trying
Well,
to hear
hold on.
O.W.L, but when you put that in
You
there,
agreed with it all, and then
yeah,
said you don't subscribe to it. If you
for no
And
reason,
you're
that's
not trying to let me
oxymoronic.
explain how that makes sense.
It's
because
oxymoronic.
you ain't
You
let
don't
him even
No,
subscribe to
finish
shit
you're
you don't
saying
explaining.
that
agree
because
with.
you won't let me
Because you ain't
explain my
letting,
stance.
because you ain't let, but you only saying that you don't subscribe
Let's let him
because you ain't
explain
letting
it.
Cosmine explain his stance.
Let's hear him out though. Let's give him a shot. I don't want to be. Maybe I'm missing. Maybe we are missing something.
I'm trying
Let's
to hurry
let
up and
him
get to a
explain it.
WASP.
Okay.
It's
I mean,
it's like
fair
if
point.
it's like if I picked up the Bible and I read from the Bible from Proverbs, and it says, "He who ignores discipline comes to poverty and shame, but whoever heeds correction is honored." And I say that's from the Bible. You could say, "Well, yeah, I subscribe to that." I don't know if I subscribe to the whole Bible because I don't know all the rest of what's in it, but that what you
Yeah.
just said, yeah, I could subscribe to
Okay.
that.
So now I see where the confusion is. You thought he was reading from Owaski, so you wanted to say you don't subscribe to that. He wasn't
Right.
reading Owaski. He was reading a remix of the Descartes quote. So there isn't anything to not subscribe to. It's either you agree with
Yeah.
the
Right.
quote
Oh,
or
And
you
a
don't.
okay.
statement
Because
was
the
made.
quote didn't come out of any religious text.
Yeah.
It's just a
Yeah. Look,
philosophical quote.
there
So
is
that's where the
something to
confusion
not
is.
subscribe.
What is there to not subscribe to? Because it didn't come out of a religious text. And you just made the comparison of a Proverbs quote in the Bible. You said you can agree with the quote and not subscribe to the Bible. But that quote didn't come from Owaski, so I'm confused.
Mm.
You got to pick a struggle, brother.
Yeah. I think you might have jumped the
Perception is
gun a
a
little bit.
motherfucker. Perception is a motherfucker.
Look, I'll just start over
It's
real quick
okay. I mean, shit happens.
because
People,
in
it's easy to get confused when there's multiple people talking. I can hear you,
because in,
OTK. Can anybody hear me?
yeah, go ahead, brother.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yeah, I
you,
hear
bro.
you.
Yeah, I can hear you. My
Okay.
bad, I was on mute. Yeah, we
It
can
just
hear you,
got
AB.
quiet. Like,
My
nobody
bad.
said anything
I,
for a minute.
I dropped out
Can
on
y'all see
accident.
the
My bad.
screen?
Oh, okay. Well, when
Yeah,
you
the
dropped out,
screen
I
is
was
sharing.
saying
Okay.
that there isn't anything to not subscribe to. Either you agree with the quote or you don't. The quote never came from any religious text. It came from the mind of Cosmon.
And so you're
He made
correct to
that
say
up.
that that was the misunderstanding because I thought that it came from the ayahuasca because that I heard that and I thought that that quote was from that. And so my
Stop.
statement was to say, now I like that statement.
Calling
I
it
can subscribe to
ayahuasca.
that statement, but if that's from the ayahuasca, I can't subscribe to the whole thing because I don't know the whole thing. But
Yeah.
if it's
But,
more like that, then I
but he
will
wasn't
likely
asking you
be
to, though, either.
subscribed to that to the whole thing. If that
Yeah.
came from that, then I'll likely
And
be, and it's more of that in that, I'll likely be subscribed to it. But me not knowing what it is, I can't subscribe to something
Well,
that
if
I
you,
don't even
brother,
know. But
if
I'm
you
not
would have,
exactly.
rejecting
But
it.
let's
It's
stop
not a
saying you don't
rejecting
what you
of it.
don't subscribe to because he wasn't
right.
giving you anything to subscribe to. He was just giving you I came up with I dropped a Descartes quote. He said, "I'm glad you did that because I actually remixed it." He didn't bring up a
I
Washington.
subscribe to the
So
quote though. I do. The quote
okay.
is what I'll subscribe to the quote alone. I will subscribe to that. He did give me something
Well,
to
thank
subscribe
you,
to. I
sir,
like the
because I
quote.
remixed that, as I said
Right.
right here. Can I get back
So
to
and
what I?
that's why Oli said the only person jumping is you. You made the jump from that quote to Owaski, and it
Yeah,
shouldn't have
and
been made
and
because
I
he
told you
wasn't
you were
referencing
right to
Owaski.
say that was the mistake. I did think that, but now that
Yeah.
you're letting me know that that's not, it's good for me to know that he's not. I would have been this whole time thinking that's what he was reading from because I'm
That's
not
Yeah,
why.
he
familiar
hadn't
with it.
started reading from his book yet. He's about I think he's about to go over Owaski. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So my
I'm
apologies,
trying.
but we did need to clear that up because that I would have been thinking this whole time that that's what he was reading from, and I would have been wrong this whole time.
Oh well, all you
So
gotta
Yeah,
do is
and
pay
that's what I
If you
was
attention,
trying
just
to
brother.
clarify.
if you just hush
We
up
weren't
for a
trying to
little
jump in.
bit, Max, and let him talk, he'll get all the way to
We
it.
all heard the
but if I
mistake,
didn't hush
you
up,
know.
that is what I'm saying. I would have been thinking you were reading from that. I wouldn't have
Now
made the
you wouldn't,
comment.
because
Oh,
you would have
okay.
seen him.
Well, then
You
I
would have
guess it's
seen
good
him
that you
go
did
to
say
the
that,
next book. You would have seen him
because
go
if
to.
not, we
He would
wouldn't
have
have brought
said, "Now
clarity
this
to
is Owaski
what you
right
thought we
here."
were doing. So I guess
Yeah.
it's a
Is it
win-win.
if you
It's
would
a
Now,
have
win-win.
to
caught
clear it up,
A1, you caught A1, you
just to
caught the
clear it up
fact that
real
I
quick.
thought that he was reading from something that he wasn't reading
No,
from.
it's
If you
cool,
would have
brother.
caught
Just
that
to,
immediately, we wouldn't have had this whole
hey,
segue. You
bro,
would have been like, oh no, bro, that's not even.
Just to
Big facts.
clear it up
All right,
for
Cosmo,
anybody
you got
who's
it. It's on you.
confused, right? Because we done went on this whole diatribe,
Yes, sir.
right?
Did
This,
Cosmo drop off?
this is.
Holy, you still
Can I
there?
be heard?
Let me see who in the back. Nobody.
Yeah, I'm
I
still
hear you,
here.
Cosmo
Yeah,
still
I'm
on
Cosmo.
the
here.
stage.
You can't hear
Oh, I
Cosmo?
can't
I hear
hear
you.
him. Let me leave and come back. I gotta leave and come
Yeah,
back.
I hear
Yeah.
Cosmo. I'm listening. I hear you, Cos.
Okay, check out the screen. This is my
Yes.
twist. This is my twist on the famous quote spoken by the French mathematician and philosopher Rene Descartes, which states, "I think, therefore I am." Because, and I say, I am conscious, therefore I am. Because why I say that is because in order to be a thinking being, we must first be a conscious being. And without consciousness, there is no awareness. And without awareness, there is no perception, which requires the cognitive function called thinking or thought. Thus, I am conscious, therefore I am. This is O.W.L, Book of Inspiration, 1:11-12. It says, in the way that I made you corporally or physically, so I made you spiritually, intellectually. Note that this verse can be interpreted in two ways, depending on the context. However, both interpretations apply. Interpretation one says the Great Spirit created man or humankind with the capacity for knowledge. Interpretation two says that to create man or humankind requires the use of intellect, which would be the Great Spirit's superior understanding. What is intellect? Intellect is discernment, perception, understanding, right? It says, see intelligence. Intelligence is the highest faculty or ability of the mind. Not the brain, y'all. The mind. Capacity for comprehending general truths, superior understanding, sagacity, quality of being intelligent. So to comprehend anything, i.e., like general truths, requires conscious, right? Or consciousness, consciousness is the state of being aware of what passes in one's own mind. So when we're talking about consciousness, consciousness is the state of being aware of what passes in one's own mind. What is mind? Mind is that which feels, which wills, which thinks. It's the intellect, which goes against what the brother was saying a little earlier when he says it's the body that feels, that wills, that thinks. It's actually the mind, right? Key points. Consciousness in regards to our inner world, right? And ourselves is a phenomenon of the mind. That is a state of being aware of our intellectual abilities, and enables us to apply these abilities practically. See, examples of intellectual abilities are learning, reasoning, critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, comprehension, benevolent behavior, and making healthy choices, etc. Thus, the Great Spirit is a conscious mind that is aware of its intellectual abilities. And in regard to the creation of man, with this intellectual abilities created mankind corporally, spiritually, and with intellect, which requires consciousness, without conscious phenomenon of the mind, without the conscious phenomenon of the mind, none of these abilities could be comprehended nor be put to use. So, as a product of the presence of the superior conscious mind, which is the Great Spirit, thus I am, all we have to do is go one more verse down for further context, right? This is the book of inspiration where we was just at. In the way that I made you corporeally, so I made you spiritually, intellectually. Verse 12 says, as I made your corporeal body out of corporeal or physical material, so out of my light, my radiant energy, my spiritual illumination, which is my very self, I built you up in spirit with consciousness that you are. Light is brightness or radiant energy, that which makes things visible. Light, daylight, or spiritual illumination. So out of my light means that we emerge from within the conscious mind of the Great Spirit. To emerge means to become manifest or to become known, right? So light makes things visible, and to be visible means to be capable of being seen. If we can be seen, then we can be perceived. And if we can be perceived, we can become known, right? So the same way an apple tree emerges from an apple seed, and the way apples emerge or grow out of the tree, containing the seed to grow other apple trees, so did we grow out of the conscious mind of the Great Spirit as members of its person, with conscious minds also, with the seed to create other members with conscious minds. However, that which we emerge from comes to us from that which is outside of us, right? Book of Inspiration 2:11-12. It says, I am the all external. From me, smaller lights are focalized, says the Creator. Thus, we are those smaller focalized lights. We are those smaller focalized units or members of consciousness. If the Great Spirit is a conscious mind, does this mean that the Great Spirit has a brain? First, we'll need to investigate if the conscious mind is dependent on the brain, right? This is from Integrative Health. How are the mind and brain different, right? A neuroscientist explains, this is from Carolyn Leaf, 21. For many people, the mind and brain are interchangeable. They use one word or the other to talk about the same thing, right? But the organ in our skull that we use to think, right? The organ in our skull that we use to think. However, the mind and brain are actually two very different but interconnected entities. As a neuroscientist, this reality is the foundation of my life's research and work. The mind works through the brain, but is separate from the brain. Key point number one, mind and brain are two different entities, but are interconnected entities. Mind and consciousness is the unseen entity existing in spirit. Hold on. Let that sink in a second. I'm going to go back and read that again. Mind, right? Or consciousness, right? Is the unseen entity. The thing existing in spirit or its expression. Brain is the seen entity existing in corporeality, right? The mind exists in spirit. The brain exists in physicality and corporeal, right? Oaspi, Book of Jehovah, Book of the Creator, 1 and 5. It says, I am two apparent entities. Nevertheless, I am only one. These entities are the unseen, which is potent, and the seen, the things you can see, which is of itself impotent and called corpore or physicality. Key point number 2, the mind works through the brain, meaning the mind transcends the brain. Owaspi, Book of Jehovah, Book of the Creator, 4 and 3. In all the universe, I have made the unseen. The thing that makes you you, that power, right? People don't know that the spirit is still physical, right? It's corporeal still. You dig what I'm talking about? It's just it's a middle way, right? It's a middle ground, like water is between ice and vapor. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, I mean, I heard all of what you said and everything like that, and boils down to what I believe is that the consciousness is it comes from the realm of invisible, the
Mm,
unperceivable, and it manifests into the realm of the perceivable.
mm. In all the world, and look
Only
what he say. In all the universe, I have made the unseen to rule over the seen. Soon as that thing that you can't see that's inside of you passes away, your body dies. It stopped
yeah,
moving.
that's what I believe. That's what I'm saying. That's why I subscribe to that, and that's what I'm saying. It looks like it says the Ohaspi Book of Jehovah, whatever, 4-3
Jehovah,
and everything.
Yahweh,
Yeah,
Jehovah.
Jehovah,
Name
and then it
matters
has
little. Yeah.
it looked like it has a quote from that, and then
Mm-hmm.
so like earlier when you were speaking, it looked like the same thing. It looked like it said that
It's okay, bro,
OSP,
man. Let's
and then
just
it
keep
had a
moving, bro.
thing.
We ain't gotta. Let's not tread them old
So I'm
paths, man.
saying,
Let's
but
just
what
keep
I'm saying
going.
is, to me, like that's something that I would say the same thing. I subscribe to that. In all of the universe, I have made the unseen to rule over the seen, and I would say that that's something that quote I would subscribe to that because that's what
It's
I believe.
subjective.
Yeah,
Even though you
subjective.
can't see the spirit or the power or the energy that runs a TV, right? You
Yeah,
can't see it, but it's
right.
the unseen ruling the scene.
Yeah, yeah,
You can't
like
run a TV without
hydrogen and
electricity.
oxygen and everything. So to
Correct.
me, my thing is to say I would say that is it looks like it's a quote from this Ohaspi.
It
And
is.
so I would say I subscribe to that quote, but I don't know all the books of the Ohaspi, but I subscribe to that. And then
Well,
if you
that's
show
why
me
we put
more
it in the
quotes,
doc,
I
brother.
would
That's
it
why we
looked like
put it
it
in the
said
doc. I'm
that's what
surgical
I'm
with
saying. It
this,
looked like
Jake.
it said early. It looked like it had the same exact thing earlier, but a different quote.
Yeah, it
And
did.
then
It was a
it
different. It
sounded
was
like
a
you
different book.
read the quote, and I looked at the quote, and I said this. I was like, now I don't know what that is. I don't know if I subscribe to I said I don't subscribe to the whole thing, but maybe perhaps I should have said I don't know if I do subscribe. But that quote itself, I subscribe to. And then
Okay,
that wasn't you read like four, maybe like 3-4 quotes from that, and all of them I agree with. All of them is my understanding of how the universe works. But without
Let
that
me tell
little
you
thing
this.
that
Let
we
me tell
had,
you this, bro.
I wouldn't have known that the rest of it was you putting what like how you said this is my remix on this and this is my understanding. I wouldn't have known that without you explicitly like saying that to me. So
I thought
like
I did.
I
I did
agree with
explicitly say that. I really
and
did. I explicitly said.
I missed it. I'll say I missed it then. And so
Yeah, I said it
at the
twice
point where
too.
I said that, perhaps I was like distracted by something else that my mind was
Yeah, but
trivializing
let's
over.
keep pushing, bro. Well, let's keep pushing because see, this is the book of the Creator, the book of
Yeah,
Yahweh,
Yeah,
right?
because it's
yeah.
4 and
actually
3.
written on the slide that he provided.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, because I was kind of multitasking but listening though, but I
Yeah,
wasn't
check.
trying to I wasn't trying to disregard anything. Is all
No,
I'm
it's
trying. I
okay,
wasn't trying to
bro. Listen,
disregard, because
bro,
I
you don't
agree. I
gotta.
agree with what you were saying. I agree with you were saying, but now I know the distinction that you were just building
Hey,
off
let me
of
ask you a
this
question.
and that.
Do you think truth needs a crutch?
No,
Well, then, why we talking? I'm still
well,
telling truth.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening to you dropping knowledge. I was just letting you know that, like, I now understand the distinction between you're reading. There's just particular quotes from this book, but not all of what you're reading is from that book.
Right. I
You
got a
stated
bunch
it
of
before you started
definitions
talking, but
and
I missed it. But I agree with both. I really subscribe to the quotes, and I subscribe with your breakdown of it. I agree with all of it. I agree with all of it.
that's dope.
It's
That's
my
dope. Man.
understanding.
Praise the creator, man. Look, dig this. Book of the Creator. Listen to the name of it. This is O.W.L. Book of the Creator, Book of Yahweh, Book of Jehovah. Right?
Hmm.
4 and 3, it says, in all the universe, I have made the unseen to rule over the seen. Does not the mind transcend the brain? Remember, what does rule mean? To lead or to rule. Lead means to
Right.
guide or to cause to go with oneself. Thus,
Yes.
the unseen conscious mind works through the corporeal and causes it to move.
Yes. I believe that.
This is what
Like,
the article means, right? That we just shared. This is what the article means when they say the mind transcends the brain. Transcendence means to lie beyond the scope of, right? Owaspi, Book of the Creator 4 and 6. It says, things that man
mm,
sees, the things that man sees, the things he can see, I created with a beginning and an end, Oli, Mr. Time. But the unseen,
do you think
I
that
made
negates
of
anything OE
endless
talking?
duration. Huh? Does the
That still
mind rule?
aligns what Oli was talking about. You
What?
said it as if it negates any of
No.
Oli's philosophy. It doesn't.
Brother, you just don't. Can you just be quiet for a minute?
I'm sorry. I try so hard. Let me, maybe if I
Right.
press
Because
mute,
you
it'll
you
be
just
easy.
off. You just off, brother. You came in hot. You've been off all night. Oli know I wasn't dissing him. Oli knows this doesn't go against what he's saying. This
I
proves what he's saying
apologize.
in a
I'm gonna mute
sense.
myself and I won't interrupt you again. My apologies.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Does the mind rule over the brain? Huh? The mind uses the brain, hmm? And the brain responds to the mind. The mind also changes the brain. People choose their actions. Hmm? Their brains do not force them to do anything. So, yes, there would be no conscious experience without the brain. But experience cannot be reduced to the brain's actions. Also, this is your spirit cannot be or energy cannot be destroyed or created. Huh? The mind is energy. Hmm? Right? We just breaking it down. We going into some text, right? The mind is energy. And it generates enough through thinking, feeling, and choosing. Hmm? It generates energy, right? The mind is energy, and it generates the energy through thinking, feeling, choosing. Still motion. It's a fact of an act. Something has to happen. You're still, in the end of the day, choosing. It is our aliveness, without which the physical brain and body would be useless. That means we are our mind. And mind in action is how we generate energy in the brain. This is from Mind, Body, Green, right? Uh, the key points to take away from that is that the mind and the brain are two different entities. Although the mind is separate from the brain, they are interconnected. And we are our mind. Let that sink in for a second. Y'all hear that knocking at the door? It's a whole sink outside.
You
Let that
funny,
sink in.
Cosmo.
Consciousness is a phenomenon of the mind. Huh? And remember, mind is energy, right? What is energy? Energy is the force of expression. A mind in action is a mind in motion. Huh? I wish I had some spiritual thinking men in here. A mind in action is a mind in motion. Motion is expression. And come on, y'all. You know, Cosmo got to bring it on back. Y'all say I'm spooky, but I got to bring it on back. And the expression of an entity is, y'all, what is the expression of an entity? Huh? What is it called? It's called spirit. Huh? Just like the expression of the power in the TV is light. Right? The power in the man is light. I know y'all don't believe me, but y'all can look this up. The body produces visible light just at a very low spectrum, right? While it's alive. Soon as you die, the light stops. The expression of any entity is called spirit. This is from O.W.L's glossary, right? Definition for spirit. It says also, spirit means what? The expression of an entity. For example, how one expresses and what is expressed are the result of the state of the spirit. I'm going to read that again. This is the definition of spirit from O.W.L. Spirit means, right? Not some spooky gooey goblin somewhere. The expression of any entity. To be entity, you got to be alive. To be alive, you got to be conscious. The spirit, which people conflate with angel a lot, they get that mixed up, right? Spirit means the expression of any entity. For example, how one expresses, how it's expressed, are the result of the state of your spirit. So what you saying, how you saying it is a result of you. It's all on you. Ain't no God you got to blame it on. And if you got to blame it on the God, well, you the God. O.W.L revealed that too. So blame it on yourself. Like O.W.L say, save yourself. Huh? So we've covered earlier on the presentation that we are products of radiant energy, of the conscious mind of the Great Spirit. Energy is an emission. The emission of energy is expression. Thus, we are all expressions of the Great Spirit. Remember, the Great Spirit said that its light, i.e., spiritual illumination, energy, spirit, mind, is its very self. Does that mean our conscious mind is our very self also? Logical question to ask. This is from O.W.L, Book of Ben, 1 and 25. S or spirit said, I am within your corpora. I am within your body. This is how you dig what I'm talking about. We was talking about that expression on the inside. Well, how, or the body is, or the spirit is trapped. It's not. It's made that way. Right? Like a Russian doll. It's a thing inside of a thing. Spirit said, or S, which is the word for spirit. S said, I am within your corpore or your physicality. I'm within your body. When your corpore molders into dust, behold, I am the S man and the spirit man, your real self. So when your body die and molder, what's left is the real you, the spirit man. I am your spirit, your expression. And like a planted seed, I dwell within your corporeal body. What is the connection between life, right, spirit, and consciousness? Owaspi give out way more answers. You're going to leave out with way more answers, right? Then you even came in with questions. What is the connection between life, spirit, and consciousness? Life, from Etymology Online, is the animated corporeal existence. Spirit, from Etymology Online, life, the animating or vital principle in man and animals. So conscious is the sense of active and awake, endowed with active mental faculties. That's what it means to be conscious. Watch this. Book of Jehovah 5:3. Tell me, oh my creator, right? Where did life come from? These answers come quick, and questions that we've always had. They come quick and fast in Owaspi. Right? Tell me, oh my creator, where did life come from? Everybody want to know this. This unseen thing within me that is conscious of being. Where'd that come from? Watch this. Key points. Consciousness is mind, is energy, is motion, is action, is expression, is spirit, is life. And are not dependent on corpore or physicality to exist. In fact, we've covered that it's corpore, your physical body, that depends on these qualities to give it value, not the other way around. Remember, the article above made a claim that there would be no conscious experience without the brain. How could there be no conscious experience without the brain if jellyfish are conscious animals and have no brain? If what they were saying was true, and see, we put it in the source, but we even attack the source. This is what real scholarship look like, whether you believe it or not, spiritually, right? And it looks like science because it's doing the same thing. It's trying to explain the unseen cause behind the thing we can see. So how could there be no conscious experience without the brain if jellyfish are conscious, right? They are conscious animals, but they have no brain. This is from September 22, 2023. Jellyfish are smarter than you think. The jellyfish are more advanced than once thought. A new study from the University of Copenhagen has demonstrated that the Caribbean box jellyfish can learn at much more complex level than ever imagined, despite having only 1,000 nerve cells and no centralized brain. Huh? The brain jellyfish are more advanced than once thought. A new study from Copenhagen demonstrated that Caribbean jellyfish can learn at a much more complex level than ever imagined, despite only having 1,000 nerve cells and no centralized brains. The finding changes our fundamental understanding of the brain. And could enlighten us about our own mysterious brains. So this is why it makes sense that you how many of us didn't got a homeboy who got shot in the head, right? Knock a patch out of his whole scalp, but he's still living. He's still rocking and rolling. He's straight for the most part. You dig what I'm saying? Still got a patch missing out of his skull. Right? So obviously, whatever was damaged, you dig what I'm talking about, didn't stop life, and it didn't stop him from thinking. So the mind wasn't where that brain part that got destroyed was. So where is memory then? Where is wisdom? Where is love? Where are morals? Are morals kept in your toes? Are they in your elbow? Are they only in your heart? We know for a fact the mind exists and experience exists without the brain, just doesn't exist without the mind. This is from Science UK. To learn means to gain knowledge or understanding of or skill in by study or instruction or experience. That's what it means to learn. Intellect is the power of knowing as distinguished from the power to feel and to will. So the power of knowing is distinguished from the power to feel and the power to will. Intellect is the capacity for knowledge, or B, the capacity for rational or intelligent thought, especially when highly developed. Key point. To learn is to acquire knowledge, and to have knowledge means to have intellect. To have intellect means to have a mind. To have a mind is to have consciousness, thus proving that the mind isn't the physical organ called the brain, and that the brain isn't required for consciousness. Let that sink in a second. But let's take it a step further. From the book of the Creator, 5 and 4. The Creator heard the words of man. Remember, he said, ask, where did life come from? The Creator heard the words of man, and he answered him, saying, let a sign be given to man so that he may comprehend Simu. This is the building blocks of DNA. This is the precursor to life and form. And so the Creator caused, listen, jellyfish and the green scum of the water. We was just talking about those. And the green scum of the water to be permanently coming forth in all ages, so that man could understand the age of Simu, or the age of creation, the time of creation. Think like a spring on our planet, right? Just like our we go through 4 seasons in a year, our planet goes through seasons galactically. Our planet goes through seasons solarly and galactically. But there is a time, right, where they're going to explain it, right? So that man could understand the age of creation, or the age of bringing forth of life on the planet, or Simu. Notice Simu kind of looks like semen, right? Remember, this would be the building blocks of life, right? Before a DNA change. This would just be the A, the C, the T, the G. When the earth, so that man could understand the age of creation, or Simu, right? When the earth, which is kind of like galactic semen, because there, you'll see. Watch this. So that man could understand the age of Simu, when the earth and the shores by the water, and the waters also, were covered over with commingled atmosphere, and corporeal substance. This substance was called Simu, because by his presence, the creator quickened it, right? He quickened Simu. There's no life on the planet, right? This is why everything seems to be connected also, right? It comes from one substance. Watch this. The creator quickened it, right? The building blocks of life into life, or into DNA, into life. And in that way, he made all the living, both the vegetable and the animal worlds. Not that Simu is jellyfish or green scum of water, for in this day the earth does not produce Simu abundantly. Nevertheless, the jellyfish and the green scum of the water are signs of which was in that day of the earth, or in that age, right? So what is an age? Age is a length of existence extending from the beginning to any given time. Key points. The Great Spirit created the jellyfish to be coming forth in all ages, meaning the jellyfish has been here since the very beginning of creation of the animal world, right? This is coming out. O.W.L bringing this stuff out in 1882, y'all. We ain't know none of this. This jellyfish is Earth's oldest animal, huh? Scientists from UC Berkeley believe that the planet's first animal may have been a jellyfish-like predator, huh? Scientists have made a groundbreaking discovery that points to the identification, the identification of the first animal, a type of jellyfish, to have lived on Earth approximately 700 million years ago, according to a recent study published in the Scientific Journal of Nature, right? That's from Wire. Ctenophore, or jellyfish-like organism. This is a modern day discovery, right? So how did O.W.L know this about jellyfish? Jellyfish is the oldest living animal in 1881. Notice the article is calling the jellyfish an animal. So if jellyfish is an animal, right, even though it has no brain but a neural network, would that make the jellyfish a conscious being if animals are conscious? Insects and other animals have consciousness, experts declare. A group of prominent biologists, it says the new declaration signed by biologists and philosophers formally embraced that view. It reads, in part, the empirical evidence indicates at least a realistic possibility of conscious experience in all vertebrates, including all reptiles, amphibians, and fishes, and many invertebrates, including at minimum cephalopods, mollusks, decapods, crustaceans, and insects. inspired by recent research findings that describe complex cognitive behaviors in these and other animals. The document represents a new a new consensus, and suggests that researchers may have overestimated the degree of neural complexity required for consciousness. Hmm.
I
Keep
agree
it.
with that. And
You go ahead,
I
man.
said,
You know what? I'm done. You did what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, I'll probably
you don't
bring
got to
this.
be done though. I didn't want you to stop for real. I did want to chime in on that point though,
Go ahead, brother.
because I was telling somebody the other day, like we were talking about religion, honestly, and I was somehow consciousness came up, and I was like, "What, you don't think a dog or a squirrel is conscious?" I'm like, animals have feelings. Animals miss you when you're gone. Like, what is that? And I'm like, thank God they can't read because they're safe from these dogmas that have trapped our people. I'm
Mm,
like, or they'd be out here lost in the sauce, suffering from identity crisis, like a lot of the black people that come up here on this stage. And no shots at anybody. Like, that's just how I feel about the situation. I'm not definitely not singling nobody out. But the more that you bring this text out, I'm loving it though. I hope you do more of this. Um, Wasti is in line with a lot of stuff that I already think and believe that
mm-hmm.
other texts aren't bringing out, and that they actually kind of go against a lot. Um, and I'll land my plane with that.
You're gonna find out, A1, and I think you already know this. You the book. Um, you are writing these experiences in your life through the experiences. You the book. You writing them on the soul, right? And that understanding becomes your knowledge. This is why when you hit on this is why truth don't need no comforter, it don't need no help. And this is why if you got holding on to any amount of truth, and once you hear it, it will always sit well with you. Most of the time we say, dang, I knew that, or yeah, I heard that before. And whatchamacallit told me that. It's something we had already kind of knew, but Owaspi is just giving that confirmation because it's truth, right? A truth will always be uh, able to be objectified and proven, right? Now watch this. The key point that we got to take away from this is that they underestimated the neural complexity required for consciousness. Hmm? This thing conscious and don't got a brain. Like that's thinking. Now, how many of y'all really needed these so-called scientists to tell you that animals and insects are conscious? A1 didn't need it. He's had a dog before. Anybody who's had an animal, you can't tell us or convince us that this animal, first of all, don't got his own personality.
Right.
You can have two, three, four dogs. They're gonna
They're
all be different. Even if they
they
come
have
out
the
the same,
ability to show love. Like even a cow shows love. Like,
shows
I'm
love,
saying.
bro. Huh? A1 didn't need that. Why? A1 used common sense. He used what he could see. He used what was provable. He knows his dog go crazy every time he come home. Happy to see this nigga like he ain't never, like he just left for 20 years. That's love, man. That's
You got me
also,
feeling like DMX, man. I miss my dogs, man.
you know, man, I gotta have some dogs, man. Them the only ones, man, really treat you right, don't lie to you, man. Lay down their life for you, man. It's crazy. You know? Truly man's best friend. But how many of us really did need a scientist to tell you that animals and insects are conscious? Huh? O.W.L, Book of the Creator's Kingdom on Earth. 21:5-8. But I am sufficient to all my creations. The ant hears me, as does the bee, the bird and the spider, and all kinds of living things which I created. How do you think they hear me? Learning to do my will. I've heard somebody was telling you other day, well, who teaches the bird how to build a nest? Question. How do you think they hear me? Do I go to them with lips and tongue? Or with a trumpet? No. I am spirit. I am the soul of all things. By way of the soul, my voice comes to every living creature that I created. You saying, oh, this cat cause mom did. What is your conscience? It's never in an audible voice, but it resonates deep in your gut so much that you call them feelings gut feelings. Resonates through you, not audible by the ear. You gotta learn to tune in. O.W.L's whole point, it tells you that the only reason the book is here is for you to learn how to hear the voice of the Creator, see his heavens, literally, live, without no dead, no spooky, no drugs, no sleep, no prayer, no meditation. It's a way to do that, y'all. My soul, he said, by the way of the soul, my voice comes to every living creature that I created. You call it a conscience. In times of darkness, men call the voice of the Creator their conscience. But man locks up his soul and will not hear me. These so-called scientists didn't have enough common sense in their soul to know that living things possess some degree of consciousness, be it simple or complex. Book of Fragopity, Book of Fragopity 16-18. And you created the spider and bade him to speak to me. He said, behold me, O man, I am one with your Creator. I move by the spirit of things. I build my house by the geometrical figures of the unseen worlds. Do not think that I reason or take lessons from other spiders. I take no lessons. I move by the spirit within me, what y'all like to call y'all like to call it instinct. No, they're perfect in their order and they move by the spirit within them. That's why they do exactly what they're supposed to do and nothing else. I take no lessons. Right? This is who taught the spider to build a web. Jaja. It's in them. It's built in. That's why y'all so quick to call it instinct. What do you gain from throwing the Creator to the side? What do you gain from not saying things only happen because he is real, reality is real? What do you gain?
When you just said instinct, you made me think of all the words that apply to what's within. Instinct, insight, intuition, intellect. What other? What
Come
else?
from
What else is there?
inside.
Come from inside.
Hmm.
It's in you. You
Hmm.
was born with it,
So it's in you,
or
it ain't
without
on
it.
you, huh?
It's in me. It ain't on me, baby.
That's right. He says, do not think I reason or take lessons from other spiders. I take no lessons. I move by the spirit, by the expression within me. And it moves in concert with the spirit of things outside, which my brother O.W.L calls nature. Huh? The physical world, right? And how it reacts, its processes are nature. Not necessarily the physical world, but the processes in the world. So this is why I don't shoot everything he say down. If y'all notice, when he talk, I don't say too much. Right? Because I'm able to comprehend even higher than he is, what he's thinking. Because now y'all see why I'm thinking it. I don't have to bash him. I can make his, listen, anything that he got truth in it, I can make it fit mine. That's when you powerful. The spirit within me, right? The expression within me, right? It moves in concert with the spirit of things outside. Huh? So remember, the supreme consciousness of the great spirit is the all external. They're trying to say he's in some type of bubble. He can't be outside. He can't be in. He's all of that. All is all. Right? So if he all external, guess what he got to be also? Uh-oh. He got to be all internal too. Huh? Didn't they tell you about intelligence? Didn't they want to just tell you about intellect? The supreme consciousness of the great spirit is, or the universe is the all external. There's no outside of the universe. Huh? It is from this all external that exists everywhere that we all emerge from. Meaning that our life, spirit, consciousness, mind came from the outside and focalized inward. That's why the spirit's there. Huh? The jellyfish, which has a neural network but no brain, proves that the conscious mind is not dependent on a brain. Huh? If the all external conscious mind we grew out of exists everywhere, does that mean the universe is a neural network? Why is O.W.L saying this? We just asking the questions that the book is stating. Huh? 142, 143, 153 years later, science doubles down on what O.W.L says. This is why I say this is the most amazing book to ever be written in the English language. I ain't saying it's the end all be all, but it's a heck of a read. And I haven't read anything. And listen, if y'all think y'all readers, I am voracious and have been since I was a child. This is amazing. How?
I ain't gonna lie, man. If I had to pick something to follow or believe in, absent of proof, it would be this, man.
The
You
dope
got
part
me.
is,
You got me, bro.
Owaspi tell you, you bet not believe none of it. You better try it, test it, put the scientific method on it, put it in the fire, put the pressure on it in real life. Because if it don't bear fruit in real life, if it is fake, it won't be beneficial. But if it's real, it's gonna be beneficial. Apply that part. Owaspi say it ain't immaculate. It's not. It has flaws. It's a book. It can't be the end all be all. It say it's the first fruit. If the all external conscious mind we grew out of, think about this, exists everywhere, does that mean the universe is a neural network? The case for why our universe may be a giant neural network. It's from 2023. Neuroscientist and author Bobby Azarian explores the idea that the universe is a self-organizing system that evolves and learns. So if all is one, right, that would make, right, you part of the creation and creator, a fraction of it, experiencing creation. Wouldn't that be the point of living experience? Right? The concept of a brain-like universe, right, seeded by pre-Socratic philosopher Anaxagoras, is gaining currency. The cosmos looks remarkably similar to the complete wiring diagram of the brain, and non-local connections could enable computation. Stephen Hawking saw a path to a new philosophy of physics based on a view of the universe as a self-organizing entity. A new scientific paradigm is emerging, presents us with a radically different cosmic narrative. The big idea is that the universe is not just an arbitrary physical system, but something more like an evolving, computational or biological system with properties strikingly similar to a complex adaptive system like an organism or a brain. Listen to this, y'all. Owaspi is explaining this in 1882, and giving the pictures. Look, if the characterization turns out to be accurate, I do not think it is an overstatement, to say that it is the most profound paradigm shift in the history of science and philosophy. If true, Owaspi said it in 1882. Remember, Owaspi is a primary for the information it brings out. Science and spirituality just finds it out later that what Owaspi is saying is true. If true, it raises new existential questions that will force us to completely rethink the nature of reality and ideas about whether the universe has a function or a purpose. This is from Big Think, right? Now, to know that the universe has a function or a purpose is what it means to be a faithist. You a realist. That's why I always like to say we the realists. Because to know that the universe has a function, that is not random. It's not by chance. To know that the universe has a function or purpose is what it means to be a faith. This means is what it means to be in the creator game. That's what it means. To know, right, that the universe has purpose. Faith is one who has faith in the creator being over all and within all to a wise and definite purpose. This is out of the O.W.L glossary. This is what it means to be what I am. One who does not have faith in anything. But the creator, we see the creator as the universe. But to understand that all that has a law being governed by one and within all. And that this whole thing, why it works like a clock, why it's mathematic, is that it comes with not only consciousness and intelligence and awareness, but a wise and definite purpose for why it's here. That's why everything works together. Book of Oranothan, or the book of the book of the light of the throne of heaven. That's what Oranothan are like walking orders. It's what the God has to do, right? Oranothan. It's like a job description. It's what you have to do. Okay. Book of Oranothan 1 and 8. It says, first, then his living presence, talking about the creator, I declare to you that he, the creator, is now, always was, and ever shall be present in all places, worlds without end. The Great Spirit has a living presence, y'all, meaning it has a conscious presence. And if the Great Spirit's conscious presence pervades the universe, doing by virtue of his presence, this is O.W.L, doing by virtue of his presence, quickening into life and moving all things onward to a wise and definite purpose. Remember, the article above said, if true, it raises new existential questions that will force us to completely rethink the nature of reality and ideas about whether the universe has function or purpose. Then I think it's time we go right on ahead and rethink the nature of reality, right? O.W.L, Book of Divinity, 22:23. God said, right? This is not the creator. It's the creator's son, God. This also is the Ormazdian, or the master law light, a light law. Ormazdian means master light. Ormaz means master light. So this is the master light law, right? Perpetual growth. God, so in a sense, God said, this is the higher law. They'll tell you the higher law is survival of the strongest, survival of the fittest. They'll tell you that's the highest law. No, perpetual growth is the highest law. As a man being brought forth out of what was not an entity. Huh? In regards to man being non-existent or void, therefore becoming an entity, this then is brought about by the higher law. So what you saying? What are you saying, Cosmon? Yes, I'm saying you were brought forth from things that were dead. Carbon is dead. Doesn't it? It's not alive. You're made from hydrogen. It's not alive. You got a little bit of cadmium in you, huh? A little bit of silver, just a balanced amount of gold. None of it's alive, huh? You were brought forth out of what was not an entity, huh? Thereby becoming an entity. This then, huh, is brought about by the higher master light, huh? Law. This with capacity in man for everlasting. With capacity in man for life everlasting, with capacity to acquire knowledge and power forever. This is why you ain't gonna never get next to Creator. This is why you can't see him. It always has to be somebody greater than you, because you gonna even reach the pinnacle of your own mind one day. You gonna think you the shit one day. And you better have this understanding to be able to tamp that demon down in you. Or you could be the false Christ, or you could be Buddha, or you could be Brahma, or you could be Osiris, or you could be Set, or you could be Isis, dead, useless, with your moldering temples as eyesores to the falsity that at one time you tried to convince man that you were the creator. Now those temples stand there as proof of your falsity. I know they're like an eyesore to your soul. And never, right, with capacity in man for life everlasting, with capacity to acquire knowledge and power forever, and never attain to the Almighty. Like a road on which a man may run in full liberty forever and never come to its end, rejoicing on his journey. This is the higher law, as the actions of corporeal substances produce light. As light is the expression and speech of certain corporeal changes. So is Ormaz, the master light, the creator, that which illuminates the soul of man. This is why I'm telling y'all, if there is a spirit in man, right, and I was trying to prove it, right, it's saying that the spirit illuminates the soul of man. I would say that the body giving off literal physical light while it is alive and then stopping at death is proof that man not only has spirit in its expression, right? Spirit is the expression is light. That's how I would prove it to anybody who was a materialist and couldn't wrap their mind around it. The master light, the creator, that which illuminates the soul of man, making man conscious. Remember, this is O.W.L's science of consciousness and mind. It is that light in the soul of man, which they mistake as spirit, that makes man conscious that he is, making man express his impressions. This is the higher law that is the ever presence, This is the ever presence that never terminates. Though worlds come into being and go out of being, yet Ormaz, the master light, remains. He is the forever. And within him, all creations are created. Right? This is why we call the creator the universe. That's the part you can see. Key points. We are all within the mind of the Great Spirit, which is the universe, which is the neural network. Moving things onward to a wise and definite purpose. The Great Spirit is within all of us. You ain't got to believe it. All you got to do is that. The Great Spirit is within all of us. As individual members of its person and being. Think like atoms. The Creator created us and all things with intellect, which requires thought, which requires consciousness. This means our Creator is a conscious mind. Book of Judgment 34, 1 and 12. As I made your corporeal body out of corpore, right? Or I made your physical body out of physical things. So out of my light, which is my very self, I built you up in spirit with consciousness that you are. So in likeness of itself, from out of its light, we were built up in its spirit with consciousness. The Great Spirit's light is its very self, which is spirit, which is consciousness. Here's the precept. Book of Thor 4 and 14. The Creator said, do not think, O man, that there is only one member in my person, and that different conditions and states of that one compromise my universe. The foolish man has said the blood is the flesh and bones, and the flesh and bones are simply a state of the blood. But he does not see that I do not make flesh out of blood, but out of that which the blood carries. And in the same way, I carry the corpore, right, or the physical part of my person in the ether of my being, or what they like to call dark matter, or simply, y'all, space. This is why it's see-through. You can see it. It's not, in a sense, purely tangible, right? It's in things and out things all at the same time. But as above, so below, just like ether on Earth tears things or physical things to their atomic weights, so does ether in the heavens. And remember, ether is a solution. So when they're talking about splitting the waters above the waters by the firmament, what water is above the firmament? Y'all didn't know. It was ether. How do we know it's water-like? A solution? What's the number one material in all creation? Hydrogen. But ether is the ROR. This is why they're trying to take it off the atomic. Oh wow! Come on, man. Where they got the breakdown of the chemical bases, periodic table. They're trying to take ether off the periodic table, right? But they can't. They know dark matter exists. They just don't know it see-through. It's transparent. This is why the sky looks black or dark, dark, dark blue. Why? Because there's mostly hydrogen out there. All right. What does it mean to or being? Being is conscious existence, huh? Or life. This is from Merriam-Webster. Quantum physics or mechanics is the microbiology of cosmogony, not cosmology, cosmogony. Hmm? Let me say it again, because how O.W.L is breaking down the atomic structure, fractals, and the quantum mechanics and physics in 1882, before 12 years. Oh, actually, they found it in 94, proven in 97. So actually, 15 years before they ever even found the atom or the electron, at least. O.W.L is already breaking down the quantum structure of the universe and even calls humans atoms. Mind you, there were no atoms. In 1882, the theorized thing that they thought was, or the medium field was called corpuscles. So how is O.W.L breaking down quantum physics and mechanics in 1882? Remember, at the same time, they're trying to debunk James Clerk Maxwell because he proved that that all sound and energy moves through a medium. That medium is ether. Look, man, I gotta use the bathroom.
I'm still here. I'm listening to everything you're saying, man. I like when you give these late night lessons like this. You're the only person on the channel who be up on a late night. You've done this a few times. So every time, I love it. I think you're a great orator too. So you got the gift of gab for this.
All right, my bad, Joe. I didn't hear what I heard you saying. You were saying something, A1, but I didn't hear what you said when I was going to the bathroom.
I was saying several times you've been the only one up on the late night, and you give these lessons on Owaski, and I think they're all dope. And I said I think you're a great orator. You got the gift of gab for this. You make it easy to listen to and understand.
Oh
Shout out
man,
you.
all praises to the creator, man. You did what I'm talking about. I try to do this, A1, because I understand the law of reciprocality. You did what I'm talking about. The more I give, the more I get.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm
And
saying.
I'm
You got
really
the
seeking, bro. I'm really seeking. You know what I mean? Y'all gotta read this
saying.
Owaski, man. Don't let nobody pigeonhole you, dumb you down, or
It's
make
on
you
my reading
believe.
list for sure.
Y'all gotta read this stuff, man. If you got melanin, you gotta read this. Huh? This your brother talking to you, man. I ain't no sucker, I ain't no buster. Been there, done that, got a t-shirt. Huh? Got a B
Yeah,
prefix. Stop playing. Hmm?
yeah, man. You almost got me wanting to sign up for Creator Gang right now, man.
Man, listen, man, you gonna come into it on your own. You can't be gang till you be you. Hmm? You just become gang. You wake up, oh, I was already created gang. I didn't know.
That's deep right there. I like that.
You did what I'm talking about. You come into it on your own. What it's gonna be is you gonna get tired and sick of people who always trying to stab you in the back. Somebody always trying to get down on you. Somebody always trying to, they ain't for the right thing. It's gonna get a time where you get tired of that. Jaja say it's gonna come a time where good people just gotta get away from bad people.
Mm-hmm.
I gave y'all niggas all this experience, all this knowledge. Go out and make this land bloom. Go and inherit them places they don't want. You think you gotta buy this shit? Don't work like that. It's never worked like that. That's why they had to create a whole system to take your land from you. It's not theirs. It's not none of ours. It's for all of us to share. It's a whole new way of the world coming, y'all. Y'all gotta get hip. Because I'm not saying that, like, and we can't just sit here and blame this on government or blame this on white people. You created the government and it works perfectly. You just have terrible people at the top of it running it. Huh? They say all good things in the world come from faith. Are you good? That's what make you my people. Got nothing to do with skin color. Got nothing to do with money. Don't got nothing to do with what you know. Are you good? That make you Cosmon, brother. We all got one father. Quantum physics or mechanics is the microbiology of cosmogony. Microbiology is the study of all living organisms that are too small to be visible with the naked eye. This includes bacteria, archaea, viruses, fungi, prions, protozoa, algae, collectively known as microbes, short for microorganisms. These microbes play key roles in nutrient cycling, biodegradation, biodeterioration, climate change, food spoilage, the cause and control of disease, and biotechnology. A quintessential area of science, quantum physics is a term that's recognized by most, but understood by few. Also known as quantum mechanics or quantum theory, the name describes a fundamental branch of physics that explains the nature and behavior. So again, the nature is the behavior. The nature and behavior of matter and energy. Now, if my brother put matter and energy in with his time and nature, boy, I'm just trying to teach you how to win. We ain't got to take Osmond advice. But
I don't see what people, well, I do see what people have against it. I just still don't understand why they're doing special pleading, and it's a few other malicious things that they're doing and attacking with your stuff. Honestly, your
because they're
stuff reads
dummies
better.
and they
Yeah,
won't read.
your stuff
They
reads
refuse
better
to read.
than all of the other religious texts that I've encountered. That's one. Two,
Owaspi calls them.
the only thing that they really have against it is the person who created it. But
And
the
he
same
said he
claims,
didn't. So how do we
look,
deal with the
this,
fact that he said he didn't create it? He said,
well,
look, I'm just the
go ahead.
bridge for this, man. I didn't know none of this.
And that's why it's a case of special pleading, which is fallacious. The same evidence that they accept to believe in their stuff, they deny when it comes to your book. they deny that this guy spoke to God, and what's the correct terminology I'm looking for how he transmitted this divine, divine. What do they call it? I don't know.
A bunch of
Not
different
divine
books.
intervention, but
Every so-called
when God
spiritual.
talks to you, like they're
Mhm.
denying that God came and talked to somebody, but they want us to believe them when they tell us God came and talked to somebody.
Made a
It's
donkey
like
talk
on top of making a donkey talk, but
Because
they say God came and talked to Moses and had him write these books, and
face to face.
but it's over with now. How do y'all know it's over? How do y'all know that the guy who created Owaski didn't have some divine revelation? That's the word I'm looking for, divine revelation.
Well,
Didn't have
Owaski
a
say
divine
if you can
revelation.
see your God, it's false. So that talking to Moses face to face, talking to Abraham face to face, sat down, ate lamb with the nigga Abraham.
Mm.
That wasn't the creator. That wasn't God. That wasn't the Lord,
J-
even though it said it
Jacob
was.
wrestling with God.
Jacob wrestling with it. Shit, Isaiah seen the nigga with a long train in the temple.
I think their biggest problem be what he said the second. They don't read. They don't even try to read it and
They
grasp
don't
the
even
whole
try to read it.
understanding of what it's saying.
Because
I'm gonna
they're
finish
already
and
convinced, and I
read.
know why. Because they in their book it says anything else is bullshit, BS, and don't trust it. So they going off of that, man.
Oh yeah, because they
But
built that in. That was one of the fail sets they tried to build in. Don't listen to nobody else.
man, that's a
The other
perfect
man
word.
is a lie. All
That's a
that old
fail
stuff.
safe, yes. And it's what keeps the cults thriving. It's what keeps them alive, which I think Christianity is. Um, and nobody can really deny it. In its inception, it was a cult. It was a small cult and a small group of people who believed in something, and then it continued to grow. They murdered and slaughtered everybody who didn't believe, and so all that was left was believers. And then it didn't even stop there. Then they started attacking other Christians for not believing right. Oh, y'all ain't Christian right. Y'all ain't doing communion, off with your head. Eat this
Facts.
bread and drink this wine, or we about to kill you right now. So after they then whacked off all the pagans and non-believers, then they start attacking each other. Like
Yep.
all in the name of the Lord, though.
Yep.
Oh,
That part.
man.
Come on,
All in the
man.
name of the
So we
Lord
gotta.
God.
Ain't this the same guy that told us, "Thou shalt not kill"? A1.
Yep. And then right after that, Moses went down that mountain and did what?
Come on. Come
Slaughtered
on, man.
everybody for worshiping a golden calf. And they'll be like, well, it doesn't matter. He just gave a commandment. And did he
Yeah,
give it?
and
He never
remember, we
gave
still
rules for
got
when you're
free
supposed to break
will.
it. I didn't see that part. I didn't see the part where he says you're allowed to break these commandments because of this or that. That's not in
Yeah,
the
it
book.
don't
It
say
says,
you're not allowed to.
well,
They're
but they'll
just
definitely make excuses for him.
suggestions.
Whew. I'm glad you going over this stuff, bro. Because like it's at least it just gives me hope. You know what I'm saying? This gives me hope
Oh
right
man.
now because everything I've read is so disgusting to me.
Oh man. You
These
you.
homicidal deities and war gods,
Mm.
and I can't. I'll never rock with it. And I'm definitely about to read this book. And even if I don't subscribe to it in full, I may start debating it just to have something to put up against the other religious texts.
Yeah, and then the crazy. Listen, you ain't gotta believe this. I know it sound crazy, but even though Owaski is saying some far out stuff, right? It's so far ahead of modern science and the historical narrative. Also, it clears up the historical narrative, right? That
In what sense?
primarily anything Owaski says is already backed by science, but Owaski said it 40 to 50 to 100 years before anybody said it. Who was talking about fractals or the atomic structure of of the universe in 1881? Nobody. There were no fractals. There were no atoms, period, to have an atomic structure or substructure or quantum level. They was just theorizing. on the medium still. They hadn't. Heinzel Hertz hasn't even proved the medium yet. That comes 12 years after O.W.L in 1894. O.W.L is talking about pandemics and inoculations and vaccinations before they existed as we know them. You know, they had
Hear
the
you over there
early
on that
types where
good
you had
good.
to rub the disease in a little bit, but I'm talking about the real inoculation, vaccination. Like O.W.L warned us about Rona
Hmm.
in April of
You gotta
2019.
you gotta show me that.
Yeah, bro.
And I'm sitting over here thinking like, if Omar was up here right now, he would be going in on you. But for what? He
Shalaki,
can't even
Shalaki.
go into the text to like say Shalaki. He's calm. But he couldn't even like go into the text to show you like this is wrong or this is false or like that's what I want him to do. He's literally bad. If I'm wrong, you know, Omar, you know, you can correct me respectfully because I'm respectfully addressing what I see, what I think I see. But I think I see you just beating it up because it isn't what you've already been taught to believe. Like I've never seen you actually come with a valid point of why you don't rock with this, other than a dentist made it up. But it's the same claim that you have about your book. Divine. These people got divine revelation from some cosmic zombie in another dimension.
Hmm.
So
Hi,
how can you
and
take
they
that
get
away
here
from? You
somewhere.
can't take that away from Cosmos if you want us to believe you when you say it.
Yeah, where your book come
So
from? At least I know where mine came from and who wrote it.
I'm
We
about to
can't
do a
say
whole
that about
episode
we
on
can't
this,
say that about
Cosmos.
Bible.
I'm
We
gonna do a
can't say that
presentation
about
on
the
this.
Quran. We
I'm gonna
can't
do a
say that about the
presentation on this.
Mahabharata. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
He got a bunch of presentations on it too.
Now, I'm going to do a presentation on how the other
Of you go.
religions are denying other religions for the same, but they all are presenting the same evidence. So it's like, I don't know. I almost want to say redundant, but that's not the right word. I'm trying to think of a word for this. It's just not coming to my head right now.
I think they're purposely told lies. They're spun just a little bit over man's knowledge, so man would stop asking questions. It wasn't meant for the people in the time where it was written. It was meant to dupe the people 100 years later, 200, 2,000, 3,000 years later. It's written that way. That's why it contradicts itself in most parts. Thou shalt not kill, slay the women, children, and infants. No man has seen God. Isaiah seen the nigga. Abraham talked to him face to face. God is all omnipotent, but he couldn't kick some Canaanites out the hill because they had chariot wheels of iron. There goes omnipotence. He didn't even know where Adam was. There goes omnipresence. He was lost in the garden. So, for the most part, they contradict themselves because different men over different times have been stronger than the God and forced their narrative in the stories. Huh? God couldn't even protect his own book. That's why so many different types and denominations. Everyone has its own version of a false Christ. Let that sink in. There's 1,300 denominations. Also
That's a
known as
point that I've been making all day, right? When you go over the 1,300 denominations, it's like there's no way that the creator of all thought this was an intelligent way to disseminate his message to the masses. Because look
exactly.
what happened. Like if he wanted us
Exactly.
to know who
And
he
you're
was.
right. You're right, A1. He only does one thing.
Mhm.
This is why people came over here when Europeans came over here to America and they heard the Algonquins. They knew they didn't speak Hebrew. They tried to
Don't
speak to them.
nobody say that Algonquin like you say that Algonquin.
Don't know nobody come. You dig what I'm talking about? But when they came over here, uh, damn, where was I going with that?
My bad, I threw you off. That was that Mike Epps movie where he was the
Yeah, I
pimp.
know. But I was going somewhere with that. Oh man.
My bad.
No, but either way, man, it don't even matter, right?
Oh, well, let me remind you what we were talking about.
Go
We were
ahead.
talking about the 1,300 denominations, how this would not be the most intelligent way to disseminate your message. And this is supposed to be the person who comes up with intelligent design. This was the worst design to disseminate your message.
Right.
Um, and it's like,
And that's where I
unless,
was going
and,
with it.
and I'm supposed to be going to hell for not believing, but he created all this confusion and let it run rampant. Come
Right.
on, man. It would be
Right.
different if there was only one. Everybody said this is what it was, and if I don't believe, then I can burn. We got 4,600 active religions being practiced today, and he about to burn me in hell for not listening to Omar?
Right.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not buying
And that's
it. You
where I
feel me?
was going with it. When Europeans came over here, even though we spoke Algonquin languages, not Hebrew or nothing like that, when we got to praising, they noticed that many of the words sounded just like they were Yod, He, Wa, I, O, Wa. We were saying the same things because what you got to understand is the creator doesn't do one thing in one corner, one thing in another corner, another thing over here, another thing over here. He does one thing. So when they sing the praisers of the great spirit from Africa, right, against the praisers of the great spirit in America, even though they different people, different tongues, it wasn't till they start praising that they said, oh, they look like this, their sound like this. Oh, they saying things like Moses said. Oh, they gotta be some lost tribes of Israelites. That's because the creator doesn't do a whole bunch of different things. He do one thing and do it well, right? So to keep that oneness, and then once you get in a WASP, you'll see that many times people, they went on migrations and all type of stuff, running from cataclysms and all type of stuff. To understand who people were, they had hand signs, certain ways of walking. You know what I mean? Certain ways of talking. You dig what I'm talking about? Mudras and basically gang signs. Right? Because you could tell me you were blood all day, but you go over here talking about coat red, all blue on. You dig what I'm talking about? Talking about keyway this, keyway that. You could tell me you were blood all you want to, but your actions, right? And this is what many of the secret communities behind the scenes knew. They didn't know each other, but they knew the signs. So even the great prophet Capilla of China, you dig what I'm talking about? He basically the Moses of China, of India. When he went on his little journey to get his stuff started, man, the people was like, nigga, we don't know you like that, cousin. Plus, ain't you the whoop-de wop son? But he was like, well, the spirit told me, you know what I mean? You gonna know if I'm who I am by what I'm doing, by not what I'm saying. Right? He was like, well, then come on here, break it down for me. Dog went in there, he threw up that, you know what I mean? He started gang banging. He was like, yeah, you one of them. Come on in here, you dig what I'm saying? So they knew who he was by different hidden signs and symbols, right? That's because the creator does one thing everywhere. So you see the 6-point star over in the Middle East, you see it in America. Huh? You see the swastika in India, you see it in America. Hmm? I'm just saying, just that's that oneness, man, that they be talking about, that they be missing, A1, because they always try to pigeonhole and take the creator out of it. They try to take the reality out of it and then wonder why they can't never get it. The realest part in there is the universe. It is the creator. And when you try to take the realest part out of it and still look at it objectively, nigga, you crazy. Look at a subjective thing objectively, nigga, you crazy. And you wondering why it don't work. Huh? It says, also known as quantum mechanics or quantum theory, the name describes a fundamental branch of physics that explains the nature and behavior of matter and energy at an atomic and subatomic level. Microbes or microorganisms are fundamental living organisms the same way atoms and electrons are fundamental building blocks of the material world. Let that sink in. Huh? Let that sink in. Microbes or microorganisms are fundamental living organisms. Fundamental. The same way atoms and electrons are fundamental building blocks of the material world. Hmm? Hmm? Make a lot of sense, don't it? Fundamental. What does fundamental mean? Serving as an original or generating source, primary source. Huh? The same way the blood carries microscopic living organisms in the blood that build and sustain the body is the same way ether, dark matter, what we know as space. And this is how we know right here that whether you believe in the flat earth or whatever, it don't matter. NASA lied, right? Whether they went to the moon or not, it don't matter. They lied. Because either way, the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. So wouldn't it matter if you went there or not? You ain't in space yet. And I'm telling you, they knew that. And Owaspy is the primary source, the first source in the world ever. In 1882, it told you that the moon was in Earth's atmosphere. It's called a Geo Corona. Look it up. You dig what I'm talking about? But just like the blood carry microscopic living organisms in the blood that build and sustain the body, it's the same way that space, ether, carries atomic or subatomic particles that build and sustain matter in the universe. This is how a planet is created. Not by Big Bang, Big Spin. Huh? We'll revisit that section in a later presentation. But look, I'm going to go ahead, man. I think I done blew the last of the shizzle bubble. Well, oh no, I got a whole bunch of shizzle bubble, but I think we good for the night, y'all. You dig what I'm saying? I
Well,
think we good for
no,
the night. Cosmine ain't gonna beat y'all over the head.
no,
Y'all
cuz
No,
know.
no,
I'm just
don't
ready
let
to
up, Brett.
do the corporeal part. Just do the introduction to corporeal, so people can know exactly what corporeal is.
Got me over here rocking with O.W.L, man. I'm about to read it so that way I can debate O.W.L against the other religions because I don't like what they doing.
Yeah,
But
I
I don't.
mean,
I gotta see all the claims in there though, because you just said the
yeah,
demons in the
because
atmosphere. I know it's
debating
not
it
like
as a
they talk.
religion, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
You
Yeah, the
kind of
demons in the Earth's
pigeonholing
atmosphere.
yourself because it's not a religion. If you say an ideology, I rock with that.
Okay, that's what. Thank you for correcting me on how
You know what I
to
mean?
verbalize what it is.
Because you can totally read O.W.L and not rock with none of it. It's not no sin. You ain't going to hell. Nobody's gonna punish you. You dig what I'm talking about? You can totally not rock with it. And for all you atheist niggas, y'all better read O.W.L. Because remember, you said you just lack belief. I'm saying you got one tad more not your spirit than an infidel. But you got it. O.W.L calls you also a great man. Whew. It's different, ain't it? It's different. You don't know why I call you a great man. I ain't gonna tell you. Read it, punk ass nigga.
Y'all
Y'all
must
tell me anyway.
y'all must didn't hear me. Why you didn't? You should have at least introduced them to the corporeal part right there. You was right there on.
Hold on, did I? It didn't share?
Yeah, you was sharing it.
It was sharing.
It was sharing.
Oh,
I'm
It
talking
was
about when you
sharing.
decided to end. I was talking. I was on my phone. I thought y'all could hear me talking. Y'all niggas ain't heard me say nothing probably for I don't know how long. You can
hold
share
on.
it.
Let me. I thought I shared it.
I heard you the first time you told him you should have went over corporeal, and then you went
Hold
out.
on. Let me get up off
It was
here.
sharing, but I don't think you went into it. 'Cause I was thinking you was about to go into that part too.
It's sharing on my side. It's in the
Hold
back.
on, we got to put it back on the screen now.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Add to the stage. There you go. It's
Yeah,
back up
there you
there.
go.
Okay.
Go ahead and give us the introduction to that, please. Well, give
Right.
them. I done already uh started my readings, but I know what corporeal is. But
It
that's a
says
real. That was a concept.
all corporeal substance or all physical substance. Huh? Anything that is physical. Now, mind you, atoms are physical. Electrons are physical. Sometimes protons are physical. Photons are physical. Sometimes. You dig what I'm saying? Seen and unseen. Huh? All corporeal substance is the great spirit's person, bodily appearance. A quasar, a planet, a star, A1. Love the pussy. Now do that. But you know, carbon, huh? Phosphorus, potassium, huh? The things you can see, huh? Even the things you can't see, but are physical. All corporeal substance is the great spirit's person or bodily appearance. So this is why we call him the universe or call it the universe. It is the universe. It's just the stuff in it you can see and the stuff in it you can't see, but that's not even the creative. That's just part, right? Because he's in fact the thing behind the motion, the thing behind the energy, the thing behind the sound. He is cause. Hmm? I think that cause is consciousness. Hmm? All corporeal substance is the great spirit's person, bodily appearance, much like how our corporeal bodies are a physical representation of our person. I'll go back and I'll read that again. All corporeal substance, all physical substance is the great spirits or the creator's person, much like how our physical bodies are a physical representation of our person. Hope that makes sense. What is a person? Right? Archaic, right? Bodily appearance. Huh? Corporeal. What does corporeal mean? Having or consisting of or relating to a physical material body, such as not spiritual, not immaterial or intangible. What is substantial? What is being? Being is conscious existence or life. What is spirit? Spirit, an animating or vital principle held to give life to physical organisms. Watch this. Owaspi, book of knowledge, huh? We got a book of knowledge, huh? This, then, is the genesis of the cycles, i.e., the first creator and his times, and all the created things from without a beginning. And the creator was the unseen, which is the spirit, and the seen, which is his person and body. Huh? So what have we learned thus far? The great spirit created us out of intellect with intellect. Huh? The great spirit created us out of intellect with intelligence. Intellect is the power of knowing. Mind is an intellectual ability. Consciousness is associated with mind. To use intellect requires knowing, which requires thought. Huh? All of which requires consciousness. Consciousness is a phenomenon of the mind. Huh? The great spirit is a thinking, knowing, intellectual, or intelligent conscious mind. Mind and brain are two different entities, but are interconnected entities, meaning they are one. Mind and consciousness is the unseen entity, which is potent, and the brain is the seen entity, which is impotent. Consciousness is not dependent on the brain, proof being in the existence of conscious jellyfish that has no brain organ, but does have a neural network. As a result, scientists who have studied the behavior of animals and insects admitted they underestimate the neural complexity required for consciousness. The article above says the scientists, like Stephen Hawking, saw a path to a new philosophy of physics based on the view of the universe as a self-organizing entity, thus meaning that it is conscious and aware of itself. The article further says that if true, it raises new existential questions that will force us to completely rethink the nature of reality and ideas about whether the universe has a function or purpose. But over 120 years ago, the Great Spirit, through Owaspi, already made it clear in the book of Oranothan, 31:8. First, then, that his living presence, I declare to you that he is now, always was, and ever shall be present in all places, worlds without end. Don't that sound like a creator to you? Not some nigga who got to come down to a mountain and show his backside to Moses. Not a nigga who don't know where his creation is in the garden he created. not a creator, who sets his people against their own brothers.
And this is why I had to read that. This is why I took interest in the A1, because when he was telling me all this, we was talking about it. And I told him, I said, the only difference is I came to that same conclusion with the tools that I had. I didn't have the inspiration that the presenter of a waspy had. It's amazing to me how, you know what I'm saying, when he talk about corporeal and the creator, I understand that he talking about the place where he put the creator is the place where I put existence. The things within existence are the corporeal. That's everything that exists physically that we can see. The thing that we call the unified field, or I call it the Fatimana field, that's where existence is. That to me, that's the boundary. That's where nothing goes outside, because from what we found, the priority of the word existence would be the place where things come into existence. And that's what it seems to be in the unified field. And like he said, when he told me like, oh, watch me touch on stuff like that, I had to go, because I'm just like, it's
Yeah, Owaspy solved the unified field theory. And it gives us the other half of Einstein's theory of relativity.
so
I
yeah,
know, I
when
know,
people be
I know.
when they be
Listen, you ain't got to believe it to go. You ain't got to believe it. 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago. He did it again probably about 2 years ago. Daryl Cosmon already debunked the theory of relativity. I know. I know. It sounds crazy. It sounds ill. But not only
but
did
that's
he
why I say
debunk it, he reworked it and then gave the other half.
unless
Because,
people
see,
read it and know exactly what you talking about when you saying things, they're gonna always get the wrong idea and do just like the pseudo killers do most of the time, just characterize it without even actually knowing what you are actually saying, even with the
yeah,
words that you say and how you put it. That's not when you give a fair assessment to anything that you're talking about and discussing if you're trying to find answers. So that's why I had to give OWASP a spin and start doing my research and reading.
man, it's powerful, man. Listen, y'all gonna be reaching in there, grabbing stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? Just so Owaspy also say, don't try to uh cherry pick it. Start at the beginning, read it to the end. Because if you it's some parts in there I even had to get my own little racism and bias out the way. Right? Because like when people was saying that, oh, the drugs is black and brown. It do say the drugs is black and brown, but then they don't never read the verse below that.
Which says,
That first of all, the white and yellow people and the black and brown people couldn't be told they couldn't tell them apart physically. So what white and yellow is and brown and black is not in a sense just a skin tonal. It's a mold. And then it tells you that even the white and yellow people that they're talking about are not what we call white today, but more like a copper color, like a yellow bone, a red bone. That's white. It say that. But I had to keep reading, right? If I'd have stopped right there, bro, you know what I mean? I'd have been stuck in some racist bias mess.
I don't want to
Still
read no more.
tied up with the gods. You dig what I'm talking about? But I had to read. It's right there when they talk about that white and yellow, right there next to it. I know it's 624 in the first book of the Lords. I know right where it's at. They never read that. Right? Druk mean I don't get it. Iron mean I can get it. That's all it means. I got the spiritual acumen to get it, or I don't. There were brown and black ions, brown and black drugs, white and yellow ions, white and yellow drugs. Ion is a behavior. Drug is a behavior. Right? Woman cried out to the creator and said, well, you know, you telling me to bring forth heirs of light to you. Dig what I'm talking about? Breathe with the people that get it. Right? Well, how am I supposed to know? I can't tell them apart. So that means, guess what? The ions is black, just like if the drugs is black, the ions is black too, because the females can't tell them apart. So guess what happened had to happen 73,000 years ago? Circumcision. That was the only way you could tell them apart. Other than their actions, that's the only way you could tell them apart. That's why circumcision was even created, so you could tell who was who. So the woman could tell who was who. So when they be talking that black, white shit, it's not that. That's just low vibratory race stuff. Right? I'm better than that. So I ain't gonna let you pull me where you at. You know?
Yeah, that would be
So
incoherent.
first then, his living presence I declare to you that he is now, always was, and ever shall be present in all places, worlds without end, doing by virtue of his presence. That means this is how you would go to prove a creator that is everything or all things, right? You would show objectively the fact that there is no such thing as nothing, right? There is no such thing as no thing. Because even in this, doing by virtue of my presence, right? So even when there's no motion, he is there. What is energy unused or called? It's called potential. Even when we can't see it, there's potential energy there. We call them photons, electrons, quarks. They're there though. Right? And you know, Jaja said he put all things in motion. Who knew that? Who knew that in 1882 that everything was in motion? Who knew that? Nobody. And definitely not no white dentist from New York. He was a dentist. Nigga ain't know none of this. Doing by virtue of his presence. This is why things happen. Right? Because he always there. The potential for anything to happen is always there. Huh? Motion, many times through sound creating motion, cymatics, right? The motion creating force creates substance or shape. Huh? When you can see it, it's called corpore. When you can't, it's still corpore, but they call it quantum. But when it's doing its due, left, right, up, down, whatever, that's nature. Huh? When a vortex spins, it's natural. It's only because he there, the potential is there that anything happens. Quickening into life, all moving, huh? And moving all things onward towards a definite and definite purpose. Because we are already in the mind or being or universal neural network of the Great Spirit, right? O.W.L, Book of Divinity 1 and 23. Though worlds come into being and go out of being as such, yet the master light, the creator, remains. He is the forever, and within him all creations are created. You know what I mean? I'm going ahead, man. I'm going ahead. I ain't going to keep on whopping y'all boys in the head like that. I don't want to make it seem like I'm being preachy.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? I do not want to seem like I'm being preachy.
Can you hear me, Cosmo?
But y'all boys, man, hey. I'm telling you.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I definitely appreciate it. I didn't want to yet because I didn't want to bring this book out right until my first book got out there. But might as well, man. It's gonna have to get out there anyway. This divine mechanics. So I got to tell everybody what this is before. The prologue said, before Aristotle asked what it means to be, motion and matter were strangers. For 2 millennia, philosophers and theologians built bridges between them, calling one spirit and the other substance, and the bridge God itself. Each bridge cracked beneath its own contradictions because it tried to rest on something outside existence itself. The circular question, who made existence, has haunted reason for centuries, not because the question is deep, but because it's misdirected. This book's end the cycle by closing it correctly. The closure is not a theology or atheism, but in recognition. I call this recognition the logical realization that nothing exists outside of existence, which means existence has to be the only thing that's going on when it comes to priority. The logical realization that nothing exists outside of existence, and that all apparent opposites, time and matter, energy and form, cause and effect, are not separate principles, but two functions of one self-sustaining union. That's the same thing that you said about O.W.L in different words a while ago. This is why I had to get into O.W.L, because once you started telling me that, this is what I understand. That union is Fati Mona. Fati is father time, is motion, sequence, and awareness, the field of transformation, that thing that you say space is. Now, Mona, Mother Nature, is the form, the law, the recognition, the field of manifestation. That's the corporeal part of existence that you're talking about. Their entanglement is not mystical. It is a mechanical logic of existence itself, measurable, rational, and self-evident. Time and nature are not tools of creation. They are the mechanics of formation. Humanity has long mistaken the language of symbols for the language of function. Earlier, you was talking about one of the I don't want to verses because it was verses. It was in 30, but it said that it was saying the Creator had said that. Let me see where I was. When he said something about it's either gonna be function or oh man, I forgot that quick. But do you remember what I'm talking about? It's two things that the Creator said that you gonna see if you look deep and you look for it. You're gonna either see function of what he talking about
And purpose.
or the purpose. Yeah. You're gonna see the function of the purpose if you look deep for yourself. This is why I had to get into a wasp, because it just seems to me that
Might be a little truth in that mug.
the manifestation of how he came about the information, I just start saying, okay, let's just put that out the way for a minute. Let's look at the information. This is what he gave. This is what came to be. And I look at the information. I see lots of similarities when I look at what my research and everything came to. The universe was never created, it formed. What we call creation is simply recognition made visible. Superstition begins when observation is replaced by imagination. Science begins when imagination is tested by observation. Divine mechanics is where both meet, the reunion of logic and wonder. This is what you was talking about when you said that Newborough, well, I ain't gonna say Newborough. The information that he gave said that you can connect these things and people shouldn't be trying to take them out, right? Like you're gonna find correlation in the corporeal, in the temporal. But I don't think he said it like that. But that's what I got out of the thing. Logic and wonder.
Yeah. Basically, you just saying as above, so below. Yeah.
Right. Religion sought purpose before proof. Science sought proof without purpose. Both unknowingly were servants of the only. Where religion called it God and science called it law, both were describing the same thing, the union of time and nature. This book is not a rejection of faith or faithism. Faithist, ain't that what he said?
The realist. we're called faithists because we are objective spiritualists compared to subjective spiritualists praying to things you know what I mean, some weird shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't do anything that subjective stuff because spirituality don't work like that. Not how they taught us. How they taught us spirituality works is the lie. It's just the opposite.
And this just tells how I came across it. It says, this book is not a rejection of faith. It is a refinement. It is not a death of science. It is a completion. For both depend upon recognition. And recognition is the only truth that needs no belief. When I entered the stillness, what I call simple divinity, and when I call it this, I'm talking about sitting there and just critically thinking. This was the simplest divinity I had because I used time to observe the nature of myself and what's around me. I recognized that nothing supernatural was required. What we once called spirit was structure unseen. Is this what Owaspy said? Says, I ain't gonna say said, it says. It's amazing. What we once called miracle was simply function misunderstood. Divinity is not a being, but a balance. It is the perfect union of motion and matter, energy and form, the ultimate state of being. And that union has always been. Existence has always had to be. That place that Newborough, or the place that the text that they have called the creator, I call that existence. That's the priority that I put on the word existence, because that's the priority that has always been put on the word existence, to be. And the ultimate state of being is that union. When you can sit there and observe that you have nature and you have time to recognize anything else that isn't you. Also recognize what you are within and without, which should be the same thing. Go. If you can see within, you should be able to see everything that's out from the mechanisms of the thing within. This is only logical.
That's what O.W.L teaches. How to look through that.
It's like this just it seems like a logical explanation for existence if we're really looking for answers. To me, divine mechanics is not a belief system. It is a framework of recognition. It is purpose. Its purpose is to replace the superstition of external design with the logic of internal formation. It does not demand faith. It demands observation. It shows that what seems random is merely distributed order, that what we call death is only transition of form, and that consciousness itself is the universe recognizing its own mechanics. Am I saying that it's a brain? No, I'm saying that if we are the universe and we recognizing the universe, then it's the universe recognizing itself, especially at this scale that we relate it to. And this is the scale where we need the answers at. Every theorem, every verse, every diagram in this text serves one end: to reveal that the only way of existence to exist is in the way that it already does. This work invites readers, scientists, philosophers, seekers to walk beyond dogma into the living geometry of the universe, to replace believing with recognize, to exchange creation for formation, to see time and nature as subjects of divinity, as to see time and nature not as subjects of divinity, but as divinity itself. For when the mind quiets and the observation deepens, one truth remains undeniable. Nothing is divine but the union of nature and time. And in that union, everything, even the act of recognition, points back to the only, which is to me existence. And then I go into that was just my prologue. I go into the introduction, which gets a little bit deeper into it. And then we got the chapters, my only axiom and things. That's book 2. Yeah, we do have equations and things to answer for. My things I propose. If I propose that time and nature, I should be able to give viable form on what's actually going on. And so I really encourage everybody to look into new things. Don't just look into what I'm saying, look into what Cosmo's saying too, look into what I'm saying, and gain your own understanding of existence first, or what's going on. I ain't gonna even say existence, because when I say existence, that's the priority state in what I'm saying. And I ain't trying to push my views on nobody. These are my views, and this is what I see. But that's why I had to look at it, because remember I told you when we was talking that one time, I said I came up with that same thing without having to say that it was some supernatural thing. But that's not saying that what New World came up with was supernatural, and it's not. It was, you know what I'm saying? I didn't mean to say it like that, but I think you understand what I'm saying. The way he came about the information is not really priority.
It's not germane to the conversation. It don't really matter.
Yeah, man.
Because every spiritual book, if it came from the spiritual world, there had to be a bridge. That bridge is a man, right? So that means it can be flawed. You gotta check everything. Don't just accept anything uncritically. You know?
Right. Because I feel like if we all looking for the answer to the same question, then we just got to go through all of the viable answers, or all of the intelligible answers, to see if they remain coherent after we test them.
Well, And that's if you just pigeonhole to that. You know what I mean? That's just one view.
Right. And
Because
that's what
that doesn't work for the Buddhist or the Brahmin.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Doesn't work for the Confucian. So, you know what I mean? My thing is, I don't think it's negative ideal to want to be like your God or your Savior, or you know what I mean. My thing is, it's okay to reverence angels and whatnot, but if you gonna praise that and make that your God, live up to the highest ideals of
Mm.
what that system or the God is trying to put forth.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Message.
Yeah, what I know is that the highest ideal, uh, regardless of religion, they're virtually the same. You dig what I'm talking about? Regardless of religion or ideology, and that even goes for O.W.L. What it say? Love the Creator. You dig what I'm talking about? Love your brother, man, and treat him like you want to be treated.
Message.
That's the whole everything. O.W.L. say, really, this is what O.W.L. say. It make it even a little more simpler. Work on your diet and do some good for somebody else. That's pretty much it.
That's
Do some
simple.
good, do it for somebody else, work on your diet. That's it, y'all. Do good. That's it. It's nothing else. Do good. Do some good. Do that good for somebody else. In the meantime, between time, work on your diet. Because guess what? There's a benefit to it. Religion ain't teach y'all that.
Couldn't teach you that. Told you not to ask no questions. This is
Told you
what
the
this
fear
say.
of the Lord was the beginning of all wisdom. It didn't tell you that you become the Lord. Uh-oh. You're looking for a God to praise, you become it. God is just the density of man. The more rarefied you get, the more experience, the more power, the more you're able to have dominion or dominate over the things below you, like people, like planets, like heavens. So all a God is a one-time living, breathing man who has got the knowledge to run a earth and its atmospheric heavens. Because see, everywhere there is a man, there comes a three-tiered heaven. Each one has 7 tiers in each 3 tiers, if you dig what I'm talking about, like school. It's system and order to everything, y'all. Whether you believe it or not, universe don't care, right? But it
Mm-hmm.
but it matters because your life prepares you for your afterlife. Hmm? What you learn here, you ain't got to learn there. There's a spirit rate, a rating system that you can judge yourself by before you die, right? So you can know exactly which heavens you'll go to. That's the whole point of O.W.L. Remember, I told y'all that. The point of O.W.L. is to hear the voice of the Creator, see his heavens in full conscious, no spooky, and to know of a certainty where you're going to go after you die, before you die. It's about the tap in. Y'all always talking about downloads, vibes. Huh? When you gonna vibe high?
When you gonna
When you gonna get
upload?
out of the X-ray? When you gonna go into the gamma? Hmm?
The update, man. The update and sequence.
Consciousness proves existence. You conscious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you exist.
Consciousness proves that it's updating going on
Come on, man. Constantly.
constantly. Existence is an ongoing thing, like you said when we was talking that one time. That's what made me say another reason when I said existence is an ongoing event. You said creation is too. It ain't stopped.
Yeah, it didn't stop. Only to think about this. If if you the creator, right, and your job is to create, if you rest on the sixth day, if you stop, if you cease, huh, even for a second, guess what you aren't for that second? You're not the creator. Well, then something else was sustaining creation while you stopped, proving your falsity. Hmm? Creative, he better be still creative. And guess what? You bet to be using the same thing you used then now to create.
You have to.
You better. Cosmon on your head. Hmm? Let this shit slip up.
Another thing, I real quick, Cosmo, can you explain the difference between cosmology and cosmogony for those who don't know?
Yeah. Cosmogony deals with the creation of our galaxy, right? But it specifically talks about the creation of our sun, our solar system, and our planet, right? That's a cosmogony, which is different from a cosmology, because a cosmology is like it's like it's like astronomy, right? Like modern astronomy is dominated by the Big Bang theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it brings together astronomy and particle physics, right? But they're like these cosmologies are like theories or accounts of how the beginning created.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's also kind of like it's like the story or the study of like history, the future, the entire universe, its development, but they use the stars to do it. And it's tracking,
Right.
right? They use that. Cosmogony is more the who, what, when, where, how of this planet, this solar system. You know what I mean? So they not the same thing,
Right.
even though a lot of people try to say that they are. Right? It's the true study of the universe. Right? So right now, everybody else in the world, unless you a faithist, your cosmogony in cosmology, both are Big Bang. You don't have another one. There isn't one. Or is there? Because I'm here to tell y'all there's only two cosmogonies in the world. Every other is a cosmology. There's two cosmogonies in the world about the study and the origin of our solar system specifically. You dig what I'm talking about? And that's Big Bang, and that's O.W.L with what we can just call big spin, a big vortex.
Right.
Right.
Yep. Dratio in the chat, what up? Yeah, you can come up if you got a question on existence. We'll see if we can't answer it with our understanding. And you can take it how it is. I seen earlier you said what proves existence. To me, what would prove existence for you is yourself. Ask yourself, do you exist? Bang your head on that table. See if something happened that you don't like. If something happens that you don't like, you exist. There you go.
No, y'all niggas in the Matrix. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't none of this real. This is what I want y'all to do. I want y'all to go to y'all kitchen, right? I want y'all to get the biggest butcher. Right? I want you to come down. I want you to sit right back in front of the TV. You dig what I'm talking about? Right in front of your laptop. You dig what I'm talking about? I want you to take that knife.
No. This is we gonna start. We got to stop right there, Cosmo.
Now, hey, listen. This is the Matrix, brother. None of this is real. Nothing is real. It's the Matrix.
If you question in existence, that's definitely what you think, and that's an experiment you can run. Cosmo said. What up, JD?
Tell me how that work out for y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? I would just be wanting feedback. You know what I mean?
Because I would like to know. What up, JD?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What up, though?
Oh, that's good. Nah, just was pondering about this existence thing. Like, right now, how can I prove my existence? Like, what will be required? Like, if tomorrow, if you say you spoke to someone named Drakeo, like, how will you prove that I exist?
I wouldn't have to prove that per se. That's a possibility that either you exist or don't exist. It's up to me to make the possibility a percentage, which I would probably put it at 100% that you exist from the way that you forming your questions and stuff. Now, I would ask myself also, what would I take to prove that I exist? I'd say hitting my head on the table and feeling pain would let me know that I exist. For you to prove your existence, to ask anything about existence, first you have to prove your own existence. So what do you think it would take to prove your existence?
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was in the world we live in, we deal with paperwork. Like everything exists because of paperwork, right? So if your existence on the paperwork, the language.
Wait. Time out. Can you please rewind what you just said so I can make sure that I'm tracking?
Yes. In the world that we live in today, everything exists on paper.
On paper?
What do you mean everything? So I exist on paper, or there's papers that have me exist? Because I don't exist on paper. So
right. But they put your existence on paper or whatever your
a form of proof that I exist when they
yes.
need to reference me. If I ain't in physical form, okay, I'll agree with that. I don't know if Cosmo.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is because I don't know. It's just sounding like he about to hit me with some old Morris science or some old, some paperwork, some 1 and 3. I don't know, man.
Let's give him a fair chance. I'm
gonna hear him out.
Let's give him a fair chance.
Yeah, because he was saying he's about to hit me with the paperwork. So
because
real unless I got some paperwork.
Because I know it ain't really good to like answer a question with a question. That's why I tried to give you my perspective. But wouldn't you say if you wanted to prove existence, you would have to prove it to yourself first that you exist?
Oh yeah, yes, definitely.
Well, wouldn't a good proof of existence be that you are conscious.
I only can prove it to myself. I can't prove it to no one else.
Right. You would
That's something
prove
that
it to yourself that you are aware of your thoughts.
That's right.
Are you aware of your thoughts?
We all are.
Oh, well,
that's what proves your
then
existence.
you just experience existence
Right.
in real time.
And see, and it's that easy. When you looking for questions like that, you don't have to ask somebody else what proves existence. You got to ask yourself what proves existence to you first, and
Mm-hmm.
then see if anybody else proves existence in the same way.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what they done with this paperwork just prove physical existence. Will you agree with that?
I mean, it could be a proof. It don't necessarily mean that you exist in the form that it claims that you exist in. There can be papers that saying that you're alive when you ain't. It can be paperwork that say that you dead when you're not. So that while you can use that as a form of proof of your existence, it's only in the systems that you use that form of. Now you ain't using that form of proof when you're trying to claim or when you're trying to find out the question of what proves existence, because you
Right.
asking that question to yourself, right? So then you just prove it to yourself. Then once you discuss with other people, you ask them what makes them understand that they do exist, because you know that you do exist at that point. And for me anyway. So my next question would be to ask you: are you sure that you exist? And then,
Yeah.
of course, you think that I'm asking a rhetorical question or
No,
something,
no, no.
but
Yes,
I'd
I
be
do.
asking you to say that because I agree that I exist. So how do you know that you exist? I can pinch myself, hurt, grab something, cut myself, hurt. Is that the same way that you prove your existence? If you say yeah, then that's how
Yes,
you
I
prove it.
exist in the spirit, but I don't exist physically. Like
Huh?
as is right now, you don't have no image of me. I mean, the image I have, of course, it's a false image. But
Oh
you
well, you were right now for me and Cosmine and anybody who then what you're saying is that right now actually in this form exist in a wave particle function. We understand that you're a full person, but we don't know how you look. Is that what you're saying? Like we don't know exactly how you
yes,
know
yes,
that you.
yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So that's just proven. Just like the Schrodinger's thing, they use it kind of funny. I use it too because you can always take things to reference, and that's what I reference it. It means that while I don't see you and I know you exist because I'm interacting with you, you don't exist in a certain form to me at this moment. However, you do exist.
but say if you speak it to an AI computer, speaking just like me.
Now that AI computer exists in an AI form, it does still exist. However, it's not the existence that we was looking for, right?
Right. So will my spirit and the AI computer exist in the same function or the same matter
No,
or
No, y'all in both
doesn't
in
even
wave
work
form.
like
You
that.
be in wave particle form. Well, because I don't know what you is. It's just like that cat. I don't know if it's dead or alive. So I can picture it alive and I can picture it dead. I can picture you in plenty forms. I can picture that AI in plenty different forms. It's when I actually see you, because I know you exist, so you within existence. So there should be a way that I can interact with you physically, which means seeing you. You're gonna come. It's like when they say the wave particle. Um, actualizes into or from wave into an actual particle. That's what you're doing. You're not actualizing from what you could have been to what you actually are. Same with the computer. Same with the AI. It's an AI somewhere that I'm talking to. Of course, it's a program or something. But let's just say we could deadlock it to a number and say it's at this place. I go and I look. It's this computer right here, or this the computer that I was interacting with. That's the form that AI exists in, because it's doing work in real time. I'm interacting with it, so I know it's within the physical or the corporeal. What Cosmos say corporeal, the physical realm. It's here. It's within existence in that form because I'm interacting with it.
Yeah, it's what we call corpor, physical world.
right? The reason why I brought this up because it was a court case. I think about probably like 5 to 10 years, but I'm not sure. Anyway, the guy he was missing for 10 years, I think, and the courts deemed him dead. So when he arrived, he went back to the courts to get some type of paperwork to prove that he's still living, but the courts refused to do it. But on paper, he's dead, but he still living.
Mm.
So that's why I just brought that up because he's living, he's alive, but he's dead in the system just because he's been out the system.
And that's why I say that system really doesn't matter because can he get
Right.
money still? Yes. Can he go spend money? Yes. Can he still take care of himself? Yes. So it don't matter if the paper or a paper trail says that you did it. That's what I was talking about earlier. We know for a
And
fact that
Yeah. The paper is alive.
yeah.
no, and it can just say the other way.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? It can prove the other way. Uh, you for instance, the man could be dead, and somebody else could have his ID.
Identity.
You dig what I'm talking about? It can go both ways, and just like they found all them people scamming the system. You know what I mean?
Man,
People from the 1800s
still getting text.
still getting tax money. You dig what I'm talking about? Checks and stuff. You dig what I'm talking about from the 1800s. So it just like it could hide you, it could bring you back alive too, or make somebody else you.
Mhm.
So I would say the paper is never you. Just like they say the clothes is never the man. It's always the man.
Mhm.
I believe that. I believe that to be also true with everything. It's always the man.
It's always. Even when you look at old texts and stuff, you're talking about God, but don't nothing happen unless a man is the one doing it. It's man that's bringing God's wrath. It's you know what I'm saying? You know, it's man. We great. I'm talking about we great. And they try to take it away and take away our accountability in some systems. That's what I don't like about it. Those certain systems, anyway.
Right.
Yeah, man. Hey, man. Look, I'm gonna go and get up out of here. I gotta get up early
Man, I thank you.
all the time, man.
You
Love,
big
life,
cuz.
balance out there to everybody, man. Peace to the creator gang, man. Those who standing by the creator, man. Uh, y'all, just keep your head low, man. Keep firing. You dig what I'm talking about? Keep searching for that light, and you know, the more you look for it, you dig what I'm talking about. The more it approach you. You dig what I'm talking about? But don't be scared of it. Look at it, touch it,
Hmm.
make it, and then most importantly, make it prove itself true and useful to you. What's the use of having the information if it's not beneficial? So this is what your spirituality has to look like today. Balanced, high physicality and high spirituality at the same time. That's called Cosmon. Hmm? Yeah, but with that being said, hey, Ola, you could do something for me, bro?
Absolutely.
Hey, man, all I need you to do is breathe in and let that light in, man. My name is Cosmon, y'all, man. Y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, KOSMON CAL TV. Sub, like, share, man. Let's get that thing up 2,000, man. Let's get it cracking, man. They've been blackballing me for a long time. You dig what I'm talking about? Uh, you dig what I'm saying? But I'm gonna keep pushing, man. You
Keep
dig what
on
I'm saying?
pushing, Cosmon, man. I appreciate you. And I'm definitely going to take some deep breaths and let that light in. I'm going to open my eyes and let the light in that way also so I can see existence, man. And
That's right. That's right,
we
man.
gonna make a way, man.
That's
We
right.
definitely going to
Hey,
make
man,
it.
I'm gone though, man. Y'all thumb up the videos before y'all get up out of here, though. All right.
Yeah,
Love,
yeah.
light, balance, y'all. Peace.
Thank you, Cosmon, man. Y'all get over there, like, share, subscribe. Cosmon, part of the Titans Network, man. You know, just information. Shout out to the Titans that's fighting to become enlightened. and those who are also in that same walk, whether you're a Titan or not. I love giving the information, learning new information, outlooks, see how it correlates with my own views. And I feel everybody should. There's nothing about disagreeing with somebody. We can disagree honestly and respectfully. Move on to the next subject, especially after we state our justifications. Always good to discourse and try to find a way to become accountable. And I feel make your surroundings, your environment, your communities, our comfort within existence better in a way that's attainable, that we all want, that we all need. Um, that's my push. Dre Theo, I know you probably been in the chat for a little bit. You got anything you want to touch on? I ain't fixing to end the live just yet. I'm probably gonna play some music if you drop down or something. But you know, it was the hours, early morning discussions. Cosmo usually come through like A1 stated earlier and drop some of that good OWASP information to us. What you thinking about? What you feeling like?
Well, I'm just I study language a lot. The orthography of the language, how it's written.
Oh yeah, you said that. You said told me that before.
Yes, I study that very extensively, and it's pretty disturbing to say the least. But
Tell us
uh,
some of them findings that's been disturbing. Can you expand on that a little bit? What's some of
yes,
the findings that probably like the regular person who ain't into that but can get a grip of that basic thing when you say it? Because you know, like you said, it's if it's that I ain't gonna say terrifying with what you said, but if it's like that to you, then we know it got to be some type of complex system. Can you give us a little bit of that?
yeah. This is a brief one. If we look at the language that we use today, people they identify it as English, but according to the law systems, identify as American Sign Language. Now, the difference in the language is the format. If you study the format, how it's supposed to be written, then people will comprehend it more. So if they write one word, they say it's English, but it's not. It's actually not. English is not formatted with one word, but that one word they call it it's a sign of the spoken language. Like English format, if you look at the written aspect of English, is subject, verb, object, and punctuation. Syntax is subject and verb, punctuation. It's also case sensitive. So it follow a word order, a strict word order. If it's not formatted in that perspective, that is no longer English. You just throw it out. It's not because it's not formatted. The alphabet script have over 100 different languages that use the alphabet script. The only way to distinguish the language is by format. Meaning you can't write down anything that you want to write and call it the language. Like if I write something down in all capital letters, I call it English. That's just straight up just blasphemy because it's not because it follows. It have rules, so it follows the word order. So you got to stay within the rules and the boundaries of the English language. So you have the alphabet script, then you have this Arabic. This is what bothers me the most. 0 to 9 is Arabic. So when people speaking it, they speaking it in English, but what they're actually doing is when they look at the clock and when they read the time, they're actually translating it because it actually doesn't say that. 0 through 9 are digits. And the fact is the way the language is presented, you cannot speak it. The digits represents fingers.
I got you. Now, did you grow up in the American school system?
Yes.
So you took grammar classes, right?
I did this on my own because I kept asking the same question. So I'm looking at okay, let's just say you're going to a high school and you see Washington outside. Okay, what language is that? But when you get inside the school system, they tell you if you write in Washington, you put it in the sentence. If I say John met George Washington, you see what I'm saying? It's a proper sentence. But if you look at the school building, you're saying that's Washington, but it's not the same format. But if
Well,
I
yeah, but then that comes to, like I was saying, like when you learn in school, we learn about titles and what titles represent. So we understand that when you see a building and it's named Washington, that is the title of that school, which is named after somebody whose name is Washington. So it's not that the language is wrong. It's just when you're in relation to how you're using whatever print or whatever script that you're using. Because you can then turn around and get a piece of paper and write a sentence, right? It says, I was at a parade on Washington Street, period. Now, you can look at a sign and go find actual Washington Street. You don't have to have those words before it, but when you see the word Washington Street, you understand that this is just identifying this path up and down this thing. Now, as you stated, if you don't know that, if you, of course, it'll throw you. But here, in the education system that we got, they have language, literature classes, grammar classes, writing. So, um, while I understand what you're saying, it's just that if somebody from somewhere else or another system hasn't been learned in that, they could get confused. But um, they do teach it in school, and even though other people still use it in a way, like you say, like if I just to write you a letter and I use all capital letters, it would be no reason for the formatting to be like that, especially when we capitalize certain letters for certain words, um, nouns, beginning of sentences, um, not nouns, but I can say like names of people. They're always capitalized unless the person personally doesn't want it that way. And then you can change it personally, but you'll still know that if I want you to put O first in my name, that's just my preference. However, there's other ways to do it. Not that they're wrong. It's just when you use them in certain structure, you have to be right when you use them. And I think that's what you're pointing to. But I think the thing that I feel like you're leaving out is that it's where you grow in education to learn, but especially the American language and American Sign Language. Um, they strictly make distinction on different forms of grammar, literature, writing, signing. So yeah,
Yeah, because like say if I say, all right, say you're a teacher, you say, give me a sentence um with America. Now, if you look at the dollar bill, it says on the front of it, the United States of America. Now, if I turn in that same format to you on a paper, you're gonna say it's incorrect because it's not formatted in the English sentence. So what that does is you don't want me to accept it in the classroom, but when you're out here in the world using the sign language, you want me to perceive it as and translate it as in English, but it's just absolutely not. Because if you're not going to accept it in that classroom, why are you going to accept it out here in the world when people teaching their kids about the stop sign and stuff? Well, actually, you can't speak it. And according to international law, the way that is formatted, you cannot speak it. So when you look at like the NBA game, when you look at the language, I'm looking at the language, not what they're saying, because they're speaking the oralism. Like if you're reading the United States of America, as I'm speaking it off how it's formatted on a dollar bill, that's called oralism. It's the language of the deaf. It's not English because I can look at the format. It have a distinct different sound from English. English, your tongue move. The way it's formatted, your tongue don't move. That's why it's called deaf. It's all blocked.
But I'm saying like they teach that in school though. They teach that in the school so you'll know the difference and why they do it like that. Like they don't leave no stone unturned. It shouldn't be confusing in my eyes. Of course, I know it's confusing if you don't know the concept, but once you step in that class, that's what you're doing in that class is you learn it. And so they're giving you like the rules of the language. And so whether you stay confused once they give you the concept and the actual mechanism of what's going on, that's on the person. Like I understand what you're saying, like you can get confused about it, but they blatantly, like you said, you go in class and they tell you, and then they tell you like this is wrong, and you ask them why it's wrong, and they tell you why it's wrong. Do you now go say, well, they told me that was wrong because of this, or do you say, oh, I know why I was wrong, it's because of this, because they have it in books on the way that we structure different
Right,
things
right.
that you
It's
see,
destruction. Right,
and right, and it's
right.
so
And
like
if
I
it's not
understand.
struggle, technically it's called babble. It's babble. Like you can't make nothing out of it. Technically,
I mean, well, if you're trying to put it in a viable form when you writing it, no. If we talking and I'm babbling, you might can get some type of information of what I'm trying to say. Um, I ain't gonna say babble right here, but earlier, oh, it was yesterday. OTK was talking, but he was having technical difficulties, so his mic sounded. A1 calls it borging out. You probably didn't heard people do it. Well, yeah, yeah, but they saying things. But I could understand what he was saying from the things that was coming in, even though it wasn't in viable form for me to understand. I could piece it together. Now, when it comes to like you said, in physical person to person with somebody and they talking and they babbling, yeah, I probably can't understand it. But if they saying something like they're in distress and they need some water and they choking and they babbling, you know what I'm saying? You need some water, you can get that. Now, if I'm walking in and I'm going to try to get a job and I'm babbling, probably ain't gonna work too good about getting jobs if I'm not communicating in a coherent manner. And I think that's what you're talking about. It makes it hard to communicate in a different, in a coherent manner, but it doesn't. It's when you write, you should communicate in language form that they teach you with proper sentence structure, subject, uh,
verb.
predicate,
Yeah, there you go. Predicate.
verb, nouns, verbs, adverb. You know what I'm saying? You should put
Yes.
everything in prepositional phrases when the right place. You should have your commas. All of your grammar should be in place, and they teach us that in school, in and out of school years. And so to take it out of the class and say I got it wrong without them giving me an answer, yeah, I would have a problem. But they, since they give us answers to it, I don't think we should. I don't think, to me, that's a priority problem to push, if I'm saying that right, to put out into the world where, yeah, they got this and they say this about the language, but it ain't right. Like, we understand that you could get confused, but that's only if you're not trying to learn the language or use it in a viable form. And that's just my opinion on that. I
And
understand what you're saying, but
and this is why I believe is very sinister in uh, my perspective, because even with the punctuation, the commas, like if you don't know the function of the punctuation, you actually can't read it. Now, punctuation mimics the lungs in written text. So, meaning, if you look at something that has the stop sign, there's no punctuation, there's no breath in it. So, how can you speak it? The
I don't
way,
have to. But that ain't what that sign is for. That stop sign is to alert me to stop. So I
right,
see the
right,
word. So I see the word stop. Now the sign isn't going to be speaking or have a breath or
and it's
anything.
not
What
English
that
though.
sign, what that sign is doing, it's in a form that it can communicate for me to stop.
Right,
And
right.
they
Okay, I
teach
agree
and
with
they
that.
teach
Right,
and they teach it like we teach it. That's a sign. So that's the way that they put it, place it on that sign. And they have classes that have different signs. They teach us the different shapes of the signs. They teach us the placards. They show us that stop is going to be in all caps, which actually is showing to alert you. It's going to give you a red sign so you can make sure that it's glaring in what I say, how can I say it?
Can't believe we having this discussion
Difference.
again. I'm listening.
I know I see who it
You
is.
remember the
It's
first
Drake.
time you
Yeah,
talked to him,
yeah,
and you
yeah. I
was
didn't
like,
know
"Where
that
are
was
you
Drake
from?" You
the
ain't
other.
from America.
I didn't know that
You
was
pinned
Drake
it
the
right
other.
away.
I didn't know that was
Man,
Drake
just
the
because
other.
something is in all caps don't mean it can't be spoken. Because we speak it every day. You hear it, you
Because
see it, and you know what we talking about when we say it. So I don't understand. I'm just confused what the dysfunction is about. I mean,
No, everything cool. No, we just was talking there. I just expounded upon them. That's it.
no,
And I'm
I
gonna
mean,
leave it
I'm,
like
I'm
that.
hip to you,
Thanks,
Drake.
thanks, though. Thanks. Just thank you. I mean, just thank you.
I'm hip
yeah,
to you,
yeah.
Drake.
We
Bring it out.
always
It's
that's,
but
I understand.
we
Like I
trying to
said,
apply the American Sign Language to the English language.
No, he asked me. Then I was just going into great detail and
yeah, he was
just
just telling me
explaining
what
everything. That's all.
why people would have problems with it, and it was confusing me because, like I said, if when we grew up in school, they teach it to us. So if you from somewhere else and you probably grow up in another language and then they teaching it, and then you might have those dysfunctions. That's the same dysfunctions we had when we was kids, but they teach it to us thoroughly so we could understand what it is. And so now when we driving, I'm not worrying about if that sign is speaking or if it's in. I know that sign means stop. Contrast. That's what I was. They show the red in contrast to everything else around it, which, you know what I'm saying, and it means stop. So if my head is down and somebody see that I'm supposed to be stopping, they say stop. And then you look and you see the stop sign. It's all the same thing. It don't have to be written. Now, if somebody was writing me a letter and they was telling me, walk down the block when you get to the left, go left, walk to the alley and stop. I'll meet you there. Of course, they ain't gonna make it like a stop sign. They're gonna write it like they writing it in a sentence, in sentence form, like they speak it to me. Like you said, with commas and all that. It's a different type of language now. It ain't the sign language. It's the written or spoken language. And you have to have distinction in those, or you would. And you can't try to correlate them and act like they're the same thing, or it's gonna actually cause a confusion, which is kind of the confusion that I don't think that you're having now. It's the confusion, like you said, that you saw as you was gathering your information about the subject. And like I said, I agree with you that could be a problem. However, they pin the problem down by teaching this the difference. They
Yeah,
teach.
yeah. I mean, I apologize, A1, and thank you,
I
thank
mean,
you.
you don't gotta necessarily apologize. I'm just understanding how I don't understand how what you're confused about.
A the guy that I was speaking to, he understand. But thank you.
Yeah, yeah, man.
And when
Anytime,
something is in
man.
all caps, like even the stop sign, it's they put things in all caps to indicate like authority or like even when you type in all when I type in all caps, Oli will say, "Stop yelling at me." This is another reason things are in all caps. Also, so they're recognizable from a far distance. I don't. It's,
Make it as big and visible as possible, because those signs and the language on those signs is important, very important. Yield, stop, 50 miles per hour. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to see those, and you need to be able to see them from far back. Um,
I
the
actually just
brilliance.
looked it up. Right, I don't know why I typed it in on Google. I didn't think I was gonna get a response. It says, while many highway signs have transitioned to lowercase letters since mixed case words create a unique pattern oh, no, that the brain recognizes faster, stop signs remain strictly capitalized for the following reasons. Urgency. The all caps letter serves as a visual shout, which is exactly what I was saying. Oli would be like, stop yelling at me, signaling the highest level of caution required in an intersection. Standardization. Official regulations mandate specific font weights, shapes, and capitalizations to ensure uniformity across all roads and for visibility. Again, we want people to be able to see this from a distance. Um, you might occasionally see a lowercase stop sign on private property, like a parking lot or a hospital zone. These are usually used because private entities are sometimes not legally permitted to mimic official municipal all caps traffic signs. But
And they teach us
you
that.
were heavily confused about why it's in all caps, and you were telling us it's wrong and we can't read it. Like that to me is the pseudoest
Okay, so
misinformation I've ever heard. I just
oh, okay, so that is the English language then.
I don't okay.
It's not the written or spoken English language,
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I mean, but
I
we
appreciate that.
understand the
but we
differentiations.
understand
I
that.
don't understand why things were
You don't
created.
understand that?
Like, how did they get conflated in your head, and where did you get confused at?
It's either I'm correct or wrong about the language. You know,
What do you mean
this is
correct or wrong about the language?
either I'm correct or I'm wrong, right? If I'm not even going to get into you to this about writing because
We went over it before though.
But that's what
I
we.
remember every conversation we've had with you on this page about language, because every time you come up, it's always about sign
language.
language. It's always about what you know about sign language and how American English doesn't match sign language, so American English must be wrong. Correct? Am I misappropriating what's going on, or am I correct?
Honestly, me and the other guy, we was having a good conversation before you intervened. No,
I'll let y'all
honestly,
go ahead and get it in.
no,
Then. Let me mute
no.
out.
Honestly, I was going to bring up some
I'm gonna
things,
mute
and
out.
we
That
was
means I
talking.
got you. That means
We
I
was
got you.
communicating well. It was
And
no
I'll
problems.
take that as a little
And there
small
was some
victory for the
things that I
morning.
wanted him to bring to his attention, but it's now just Hall. But I wanted just
I'm gonna
to
fall back,
get his
bro. I
opinion, and
apologize.
that it was a great conversation.
My bad. I
It's
got you
still
in
a
the
great
corner,
conversation.
and I
No,
got
It's
you in
still
the
a great
corner, and
conversation.
he took a knee. Everybody seen it. I'm gonna fall back. I
but
don't want to. I don't got to press you no more. I'm not a bully.
but
I'm not no bully.
we had a good conversation, and it was nothing.
And
Everything
I
was
listened
fine,
to the
cool.
conversation. I listened to
And
the. You saw how long it took me
it's
to interject. I've been here the whole time, and I'm like, bro, I wanted to say something a long time ago. I'm
I
like, you
did.
know what?
That's what.
Let me
And see
see where
that,
this goes, and but it like it's
and
bro,
that's
it's
what I.
very what
That's
you're
how I
doing
was
to
that
me
first time.
is very silly, and I don't understand what you're confused about or how you even came into confusion.
Like they teach it. Like they teach. Like he just read that paper
That's what I
right
was trying
there.
to say.
That
Like,
thing.
did you
They
never go to
teach us
school?
that.
Like what? And did you only learn sign language? You grew up in the woods and only learned sign language, and now you've come into the English language and are confused. That's the only way that you can be going through what you're going through right now. But and I waited a long time. I listened to Oli entertained it, but I wanted to say something a
I,
long time ago. I was gonna shut it down, not shut it
I
down,
was.
but jump in. I'm like, let me just
Well,
see where
because
it
last
goes and
time
how long he's gonna do this. The English language is wrong thing.
I was just trying to
It's
get
not
him to
wrong.
understand it. I didn't know if he, like I said, I didn't know if he had
yo,
And
actually.
we didn't even
I understand the English language in various different ways from
okay, but me and Oli didn't even get started yet. I didn't even have the chance to bring nothing out until you interrupted. You should let the conversation just continue, and he would have just halted, and that would have been it.
I mean
I
I
don't
never
think I
stopped
would
you. I
have.
never told you you couldn't talk about it. I actually came in and asked questions that made you quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, he just coming
That's
in and
all
What
I
saying he
did.
question?
disagree with you, just
I
like I
can't.
was.
All I'm
Which
doing
is
is pushing back like another person on the panel would. I'm not telling you you can't speak about anything. I came in and I asked you where's the confusion and what are you confused about?
I'm not confused about nothing. You're the one confused.
I'm confused. Okay,
Definitely,
I'll take
most
that.
definitely.
You got it, bro. I'll mute out.
but yeah, JTO, it's just like that for me. Like they teach it to us, so a lot of us wouldn't be. It makes sense to us because we grew up in the system and we understand what they're doing with those. Namely, the signs that you're saying are wrong and they're not English. They're not made to be English in that form. They're made to be a signal to perform various actions. Stop, yield, um, certain speed you can go. And while those things don't need sentences to be exclaimed, um, that's kind of what what I believe. So there's no confusion for me. I hope that clear up your confusion, kinda, and the reason why we don't see it as wrong, and that the English language is correct because while that's English sign language, um, there are two different aspects. They have one mission, which is to transport and transfer information. Um, that's all I can tell you, man. They teach it in schools, so we'll know that it ain't wrong. The confusion that people have, yeah, you'll have that when you're young and understanding what's going on. But I don't even think, like I said, I grew up. My mom, everybody was stopping at stop signs and teaching you about stop signs before you even get to school to learn it. So that could be the reason why it's not confusing to us. Also, I can be running and like not even read the word stop, but I see the stop sign. I see the sign. I see the red. I know it's a stop sign. I, of course, probably unconsciously see that the word says stop, but I just know that's a stop sign now. Like, and I'm like A1, like the place that you get the confusion, especially with how you speaking. I don't I don't see how you still confused about it.
Wait,
No,
me?
no, no.
I thought you said NA1.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
said
said
I'm
no.
confused.
No, no. I said me and the reason that's why me and A1 don't see why he's confused
Yeah.
about it.
And even like sometimes I put the show titles in all caps. I know it's grammatically incorrect, but I'm not doing it to be grammatically correct. I'm doing it to grab attention, which is the same reason they put the stop sign in all caps. Then I can even go to law. Like when I started studying law, I found out why our name is in all caps, etc., indicating a corporation. And that gets into a whole nother thing. But I never learned that, and then came back and said the English language is wrong, or it's wrong when they're using it that way. They're using it that way for a certain reason. It's still read the same. It's not like we can't read it, which is what Drathio said.
Yeah, it's not read the same.
Okay.
Hmm.
Right. So if the
That's what
R
I
is
was going to get
capitalized,
into. It's
it doesn't
not
make.
read the same.
So my
That's
question would be, if I capitalize the letter R, it doesn't make the same sound as a lowercase r. So
of course not. Do you know phone names? You have
Huh?
morphemes, graphemes, and
did
phone.
you? I don't think you
I'm
heard my
not. I'm
I
not.
don't
question.
I'm
think
not.
he.
I'm not
Yeah, I
going
don't
to get
think you
into
heard
it.
what he said. I
No,
don't think
you're
you
I
heard
heard
what
already
he said.
exactly
into
what
it.
he's
You
saying.
don't do that, bro. You're already into it.
Yo,
What do
you're
you
not
mean?
comprehended. You should have just let us finish, and
I
that
should have let
would
you
have been it.
finish.
He said he. No, he understand.
I
He
definitely
No,
just feel.
understand.
he's
I
not
understand this
comprehending.
on several different levels, and
Nah,
you're
no, you don't. Because
right. I'm gonna mute up, man. It's one thing to not engage me. It's another thing to not engage me and tell me I'm wrong, and just tell me be
no,
quiet.
yeah, I'm
Let me
telling
talk to
you,
O W.
you're
But go
just dead
ahead. I'm gonna
wrong.
let you do that, and it's your show today.
You're misidentifying the language. That's it. It's simple as that. I can't go no further because
Well,
you got
you
to
still
listen.
didn't answer my question, though. You did all of that when I asked you. I'm asking you very simple questions, and it's very making you very uneasy. And if you're right, I don't understand what your uneasiness is about. I don't understand why you don't want to entertain the conversation with me if you're right. I don't get that part. You're shutting me down. And if I'm wrong, then you should just easily be able to clarify where and point it out and then correct me. But you don't want to attempt to do that. I'm not being rude to you. I haven't cut you off. I'm not being aggressive. So, okay.
And I just want to say, Drethio, I see your concern. However, I disagree with you about that. It's wrong. It isn't wrong. You just have to learn the rules of grammar, I guess,
Uh,
before you understand it.
okay, one question. One question. There's a super chat on the screen. It say, by the way, there are estimated to be roughly 49,000 Christian denominations globally, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We see the Arabic script, right? We see
The
the alphabet.
Arabic.
Yes, yes, we see the alphabet script and we see Arabic.
I don't know Arabic, so all I see is American all I see is the American alphabet.
Okay, the Arabic numerals. Is the 49 written in Arabic numerals?
Um, are those the numerals that Arabics use?
My question was, is the 49 written in Arabic numerals?
I don't know. I always know that we use those that 49 in English.
I'm speaking about
I don't know
the,
where they started it. I don't know if the Arabics were the first ones to write the 4 and the 9 like that. I I've never researched that, so I'd have to get back to you.
okay, as we see
How
this, as we see the super chat, is there any way that we can find out that 49,000 in the super chat is that written in Arabic numerals? Is there any way that we can find out?
And that's the thing. I know the answer to these questions, but you don't want to talk to me for some weird reason.
I'll talk to anyone. It's just come
You,
back to language and structure. That's it.
I was just trying to talk to you, and you told me to let you have this conversation with O.W.L, but he doesn't have the answers. It's Hindu.
Oh,
It's Hindu Arabic in origin, but
okay, thank
the numbers have become universal symbols for how we identify numbers.
thank you.
and what does that mean now? So what's your point, Drake? Now I need to know what's your point in that because
Yeah, he said
like
thank you. He didn't make a point. I don't get it.
because I once said it's from Arabic. Yeah, he agreed, but then he also said that we understand it universally now.
Yeah, this is these are the universal symbols for how we identify numbers now, universally across the globe, everywhere. They don't have nowhere are they using different characters for numbers. So it's become universal. It's Hindu Arabic in origin. They were the first people to come up with it, but I don't. But you never made a point. You asked the question and then said thank you,
All right,
as if to
listen,
say
listen.
like I was
Okay,
right.
listen.
I don't. I bet we
Okay,
don't get it.
okay. So
Where's the punchline?
according to the super chat, so how many scripts that is? What we have? We have the alphabet script, right? And in the same sentence, we have Arabic and Hindu digits.
Which are universally recognized, by the way.
Right, signs. Right. That's my point. But it's not English. That's my whole point. It's not English.
Which means what though? That's where I keep getting stuck. I don't understand what that means.
I think you'll figure out on your own. Because once you acknowledge that it's not English, and someone telling you that it is, and it should be perceived as English, spoken as English.
Answer me this. If I write
Because I think we just all just agreed that it's Arabic and Hindu.
yeah, I once said that's where it had its origins at. I'm gonna
Oh,
agree
okay. And
because
what you saying? In your perspective, what is it?
I'm
Give us an
saying
answer.
okay. I'm saying okay. It's Arabic and Hindu in origin. However, it is now universally recognized for numbers that anybody can use in their script. Everybody who writes numbers uses this universally now, even though it originated there. Now so it's kind of like, but what I'm saying is, I know that 49,000 when I say it means 49,000 when Arabic say it. Would you say?
Anybody can read it any way that they want. It's depending on who you're communicating with.
Well, not those certain numbers right there. Those numbers are always they're universally recognized as a number system and pattern to use. So even when I'm American who can only speak American, I can write numbers down.
I think
Okay.
the differentiation he's trying to make is that even though we see the symbols, we all identify them and know them to represent a certain number. That once we go to verbalize them, different cultures verbalize them in different ways. 49 is 49 in Spanish, and we would say 49. Anybody in Mexico is 49. I, but what's the point though?
What's, yeah,
He still hasn't made a point.
I can't get to it. Like,
Nobody's stopping you, bro.
you
We
stop
asked,
me. You
bro.
stop me.
No, hold on.
I,
We're
Can't
not.
even
Hold on,
get
bro.
to it.
We're not going to do that, bro.
No.
Nobody stopped you. I answered your first
You
question.
stop
Hold
me.
on. Now I'm going to stop you though, so that way I can finish my sentence. To tell you that nobody stopped you. I answered your first question about how they were universal symbols, and instead of explaining your point, we got a thank you. So where did we stop you?
because I'm
Exactly.
actually
Now
wondering
you
what
can
your point
continue
is.
though, and I'll mute out and let you. Nobody's trying to stop you. I think that's what you're used to, and maybe that's what you. Nobody's trying to stop you. We're actually trying to genuinely understand what you're coming from, where you're coming from, and for the last 5 minutes, you have yet to make a point. But I'm gonna give you another chance. It's on you, brother. I'm. I was muted out. I'm gonna mute out again. It's on you. I'm very fair. I don't have to cut people off up here.
Wait, did he leave? Oh, he left.
I hope so. Well, that's cool because
Because I
he
didn't.
never made a point. Then he accused us of stopping him, and we didn't.
I asked him
Instead of
like
saying
five
thank
times, like,
you,
"What's your
he should
point,
have
though?
made the point.
What's the point?" Like he had a chance to make it but I still don't see what point he could make.
Bro, was I stopping
I'm
him from
trying to
doing
think.
anything? Was I interrupting him?
Nah. That's on tape. Ain't nobody stopping him. I asked him
It's
three
on. It
different
is
times.
on
What's
tape.
your point?
I know I've got
What's
the best decorum on my channel, so nobody's about to come up here and gaslight me like I'm doing that. That was very strange. Very strange behavior.
when he started that conversation? He changed his name. I'm like, oh, this somebody else who believed that. I didn't
No, it's
really
the same
recognize the
guy that
voice.
you was like, you from Africa somewhere. Remember that day?
And I was right.
Yeah,
And
like
at that time, I was in my.
I still don't get the point. What is the point? That we're
Me
reading a
neither.
sentence with various different culture, that has um symbols from various different cultures over various different times. Or was the point to say if we've got numbers in our sentence, we're reading English and symbols that derived from Arabic? Okay, nobody's in disagreement with
I
any
sure
of
don't
that.
disagree with that.
But when we gave him the floor, we got a thank you instead of what he was explaining, what he was trying to ask the question for. He asked the question, then I answered it, and he said thank you as if a
Thank
point
you.
had been made. But obviously, we were all missing it. I don't know. I can't find a. I was really patient with him. I don't understand.
Me too. I still want to know what his point is.
Yeah, me too. And then he
I
left
still
because he couldn't
actually
make one.
genuinely want to know what he confused about, or what I'm confused about, and I don't see I'm confused about.
I really hope he watches this back. I really hope he watches this back so he can see.
What time is it? 6, man. It's almost time for morning coffee. I'm just have to
That
take
shit was
people to work.
crazy, man.
I'm still confused, like a.
I didn't learn law and all of that stuff and come back and say the English language was wrong because I learned when we use all caps as indicating a corporation. I just understood. I just understood how we use it.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
didn't. I didn't start trying to say English is a dumb language. It's wrong. Wrong compared to what? What's right then? If English is wrong, what's right? English
Like,
is a bastard language though, and it is kind of messed up compared to the other languages. It's a lot going on in the English language, which is why it's one of the hardest languages to learn for people.
When it comes to writing, but they sure speak it fast in the motherfucker.
Man,
He's speaking it like that, but he don't even understand why.
he ain't want to
It's
talk
not
to me at
wrong.
all. He wanted somebody that I don't. What did he want? What was he looking for
I don't
from
know,
me?
because I was giving him the same thing. I guess my voice ain't as deep as yours, because I was giving him the same pushback, and I was trying to be reluctant on.
You weren't pushing back though. You were actually explaining why we think the way we think, but
Yeah, because I thought he was confused about why we
yeah,
think that. That's what I was thinking. I'm like,
he is.
but you knew that you ain't confused, like not like that, not in the way that I
No,
was
he
thinking.
ain't
He was
confused, man. I
Yeah,
don't know
he
what
know
point he
it.
up here trying to push,
That's what I want. It
but he
ain't no
not
point.
confused because he can explain. He can explain it all. So how can't you understand it? If you can explain, well, it's like this, and when you read it like this, and in the other language it's like this, you get all of that, but you don't. But you don't
You
get
can't
English.
explain it.
Like, bro, I'm not about to argue with the people who created this system. We created the system and we using it. Like,
Because I don't care how somebody write. If they put them letters on there, even if they put them all together, I can probably be able to go through and mark lines where the words end and another one starts and shit. Like it's a system that when it comes to structure, they learn um, how to structure it in a form that we can tell when somebody's speaking. So when
okay, hold on. We got rebuke and reprove over here. Um, I almost don't even want to address the point about how many different denominations there are. The point is that, you know what? I'm going to start with that. I want to address rebuke and reprove too, as well. So what we're going to do is pull up the denomination list, and regardless of what number it is, you still need to get your house in order before you come trying to convert people who aren't even in your house. A house divided against itself will always fall. What PhD scholar said you can't even call it Christianity. We have to call it Christianities with the IES,
hmm,
because every denomination is its own version of the religion. They don't believe the same thing about Jesus. They don't all believe the same thing about what gets you into heaven. These are different religions. Just because they may have the same prophet, you guys don't share the same ideologies. And you're trying to come convert me to a house that's divided against itself. You guys are beefing amongst each other and
I
can't
wouldn't
even
even.
figure it out. But you want to come tell me that your version is the right one. Don't listen to none of the other ones, I'm sure, and come on over. You probably don't even care which denomination I pick as long as I pick one. Pick a Christianity, any Christianity. What, you want to be a Baptist? You want to be a Seventh-day Adventist? Latter-day Saints? Like, come on, brother. What are we doing? You guys haven't even come to a solid conclusion amongst yourselves. Hold on, let me go get this book to figure out which PhD scholar broke this whole Christianities down. Um, oh man. First, let me pull up this list actually of the denominations. Regardless of what the number is, there's way more than I can take a liking to. Two, I mean, we went over this earlier too, how there's Christianity is the top religion because they killed off all the pagans and non-believers.
Hmm.
Then after they killed off the pagans and non-believers, they turned on each other. And the different denominations started warring with each other because they were swearing that the other Christians ain't Christian and right. Oh, you don't do communion? Off with his head. He won't eat the cracker and drink the wine? Kill him right now.
Off
Like,
with his head.
let's go into the Jesus wars. Let's go into the Christian wars against where you guys are beefing with each other. And the only reason we have the version of Christianity that we have today is because you guys killed off the other people who didn't agree with you. Let's talk about it. Who's protecting God's word? Why are there so many different versions of Christianity? Why can't you guys come to an agreement on it? And why would I want to join an organization that is that dysfunctional? When you guys figure it out and get it together, then come try to say, hey, you should be over here. I don't get it. I don't get it. And again, I'm not picking on nobody. I felt like I'm being picked on. He came into the chat and said, why aren't you Christians? And no, what? Huh? Why aren't you a Muslim? Why aren't you Jewish? Everybody can say the same thing you're saying. Every religion. Why aren't you Buddhist? Everybody believes and thinks we should be over there, yet nobody can prove that their God is the one and only and all of that stuff. Like, come on, man. Like, we way past this childish stuff. We all are adults here. And I just think it's disrespect to my intellect. When I've studied like, it would be different if I only knew about two. If I was a 5-year-old, that would have worked. But the fact that I've studied all the versions of Christianity, on top of all the various religions who make the same claims that you make as proof that their God is the real God, I'm at a standstill and I'm just going to stay an agnostic. And if God wants to kill me because I didn't pick a religion, the right religion, out of all of these different versions of Christianity, versions of Islam, he's the one who created this confusion. Obviously, he's the author of confusion. Who disseminates their message through word of mouth when you're the creator? All knowing, but you didn't see that there would be this much confusion, and I'm going to be deemed to hell because I didn't follow what another man said, who we know man can't be trusted. So I'm supposed to follow man. I'm not following God because God ain't told me nothing. Every time somebody comes to me, every time I hear what God wants from me is from a man with two legs. God ain't told me nothing. God ain't told me he want me to worship him. It's always a man with two legs telling me God wants me to worship him. God ain't told me he wants me to join Christianity. It's always a man with two legs telling me what God wants me to do. This has to stop. It's disrespectful to my intellect. I know he ain't gonna stop. We just gonna get him in the debate league. You feel me? Come in here
Mhm.
and try to prove your point. You know, but at least we have to be intellectually honest. And I don't think that you are being that. Just like you can't pull back and look at this from a bird's eye view, just like you're refusing to. Because if you were the bird flying over this, you would be like, these people are confused. There are all these different religions. How could somebody pick? Especially when I know the fact I was born into a Christian family. My father was a preacher, my grandfather was a preacher. Church 7 days a week. Cool. I loved it. I didn't leave Christianity because I had a problem with religion. I leave Christianity because I loved it so much I started studying it heavily. And then once I started studying it, I started seeing the errors, the contradictions. Once I really started getting into that book and just stopped sitting in the pews, letting somebody preach to me, it was actually my love for the religion that pulled me out of it. Go figure. Go figure. And that's why I advise everybody to actually read these books. Stop letting these people preach to you. Get in that book and see what it's talking about for itself. And you know what it really was? Somebody challenged me. These people that I knew, I was about to fight them about Jesus. Remember I was telling you about that? They was coming and trying to push the Kemet stuff on me, tell me Jesus was fake. I was ready to pop top and fight my peoples about that stuff. And then they challenged me to prove Jesus was real. I accepted the challenge. That pulled me out of Christianity when I saw how weak the evidence was. I'm like, damn, we don't even got an original copy. All we got is copies of copies. They don't even know the names of the original authors. All of this stuff. And I'm like, what? I've placed my whole life's belief on this with this circumstantial evidence. And then I'm like, damn, every religion has the same circumstantial evidence. All these religions are making the same claims to try to validate their religion. And what did I call it earlier? Special pleading.
Mhm.
So you accept that God talked to man and told him to write a book about Christianity, but when a Muslim tells you that, you don't want to accept it. But you want to believe it for Christianity. That's special pleading. It's fallacious. And I'm about to do a whole episode on all of the things that these religious people claim that all of the other religions claim. They want us to believe it about their religion and want us to believe that every other religion is lying about it as if it couldn't possibly be. So, as a Christian, why don't you believe that the Prophet Muhammad stuff? They got the same things. They got divine revelation. They got prophecies that came true. The same stuff that you're trying to use, they have the same evidence. And I said this earlier in the episode, no religion has a monopoly on divine revelation. No religion has a monopoly on miracles. No religion has a monopoly on prophecies being supposedly fulfilled. What are we doing here? From the bird's eye view, how do you pick one? You have to be born and indoctrinated into it. Because if you try to give this to people as an adult and they have knowledge of what's already out there, you'll never get it off. You'll never get it off. Let me get this book from this PhD and see what he's talking about on Christianity. Back to you, Oli, for a second.
Yeah, man. I don't know what rebuke improve, but up here, you said see if I can't find it. Did I pass it? He must have erased. Oh, there it is. You said this a while ago, rebuke and prove. You said it's not just for blacks or whites, it's for all people. A Christian church in Spain will look totally different than one in Brooklyn, that's for sure. You talking about the looks of the outside church, or are you talking about the thoughts and the things that the people believe? This is the problem that we have with that. You act like it's a good thing that there's 50 different ones. But I think what you fail to realize is that even if it is only just 50 to 100, that's 50 to 100 different renditions of a church. And then the people within the churches, don't none of them believe the same thing. They all arguing about. I sit up here tonight and I just really didn't say nothing because in the end he ended up saying like, well, I ain't just really like a Christian. I just follow Jesus's beliefs, which is what every last Christian ever done, told, or has proposed. Even when I was a Christian, I proposed it. I had my own little beliefs when I was young, when I was still a Christian, about how things was going on. Yeah, it kind of corresponded with them, but in that case, we're not even worshiping the same idea anymore. It's like if you drive in a car and a screw is missing to your radiator or muffler. It's not gonna work. That little screw is fucking it up because it ain't holding still. It ain't on the mount. The screw ain't holding the mount. That one little thing can fuck up the whole thing. So it's not the same as being a total working car. So for you to say this right here and still try to push Christianity on people is appalling and rather terrifying. Sadistic, like in a deranged, lunatical way. I don't think you should spend your time trying to tell somebody to come one religion, and then they get to that one religion and find out that that's really a lot of different other religions, and I gotta listen to the preacher, go to Sister Susie's house and listen to how she say the preacher wrong. We over there with Deacon Bert, and you give Deacon Bert a ride home. He telling you how sister and preacher was wrong. And you get to the house and your husband asks you, how was it going? Or your wife asks you how the church go. And you tell them how you don't agree with none of the people that you just came in contact with, except for that y'all worshiping Jesus. That's the insult of your own intelligence. You insult your own intelligence when somebody asks you to just believe me and you say, okay. Got this blood on me. Got this knife. Here, hold this. I'm fixing to go get the police. I didn't kill the person. Just hold this for me. Believe me.
Hold on, I'm coming right back. I mean, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I'm looking for my mouse.
I got you. I'm just some of the people's thought processes. How they form their reasoning, people's reasoning with certain things is rather funny.
Sorry.
Oh, is that me?
That was me.
Oh, my bad.
That was me. Now I can't find the book that I was looking for, but the book that I was looking for was called The Christian Delusion. But I just want to let y'all show y'all who y'all dealing with, man. I'm not dealing with no lightweight, bro. Like I really do this reading shit. Like every debate I had, I bought several books for my debate. I don't pull up to debates with PDF slides and shit. I pull up with real sources for people, bro. Like I really do this. So when y'all come to me with this craziness, Tacitus, the Annals of Tacitus. You got Josephus over here too. Read it all. Like I really do this. The art of reasoning. Like I have several Bibles over here. Like we're not playing. We're not playing with this information. We're not letting y'all play with our intellect, bro. I'm not letting y'all do it. Y'all not about to keep playing with me, bro. Nail 10 Christian myths that prove Jesus never existed. I got all of this stuff over here, bro. This is just light reading that I got in my shop. I don't even got all my books here, bro. This is just light reading. This is just light reading for me. I don't know who y'all like. Stop doing this to me. Stop saying silly stuff to me and playing with my intellect, bro. Like I don't really do this, bro. This is just light reading for me, bro. I can keep going. Don't stop, bro. I can keep going. This shit don't stop. The teachings of the Quran. More teachings of the Quran. I really do this shit. So when y'all come up here, that's why I don't even be debating or going back and forth with y'all, because I've already surpassed y'all mentally. Now I'm hosting the channel. Stop playing with me, bro. Rebuke and reprove, I suggest you just get into the tournament. But don't try to convert me to Christianity. That's the last thing you should be trying to do. Get your own house in order. Get y'all denominations together. Y'all need to have another council. When was the last council? When was the last council? Y'all need another council, bro. Y'all need to figure this shit out. But you want to try to come convert me. This is just light read. This is just shit at my shop. I don't even got all my books here, bro.
They need another council.
Man.
They say y'all need another council. When the last council y'all had?
Oh, and if you haven't already, go get a copy of my writing journal, Astral Projections. It's on Amazon right now. You can look this up and go and get that. You know, space age Christianity. You see, I got the female astronaut on the cross in the spaceship. Yeah, go get that. It's just all. This was the first thing I ever published on Amazon. It's all blank pages for you to document your dreams or astral projections, if that's something you can do. My favorite book out of all the ones I got in my shop that I showed y'all is actually, they called it the oldest book, but I don't actually believe it is, but it's the Teachings of Ptah-Hotep, filled with a lot of wisdom. A lot of the stuff that's in here predates the Bible, but you'll find a lot of these teachings in the Christian text as well. I definitely recommended read the Teachings of Ptah-Hotep, the oldest book in the world. That's what it says. So I would check this out if I were you guys. It's just full of wise sayings. You know, I know you already got a Bible Rebuke and Reprove, so I don't need to recommend that for you. But yeah, see how these same teachings were taught way before Christianity all over the place. And you ain't got a monopoly on even the wisdom in it. So
it's a book I like to read that I would suggest people take a look. You can get it on Amazon.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A.W.L Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Yeah, I see where that book, I see now where some of that inspiration came from, how you know why your outlook is like it is, because you done studied a whole bunch of different views. Makes sense. I can't hear you, A1. I can't hear you.
It's funny because I was telling you the story about how I was trying to fight my people when they were saying Jesus ain't real. I was ready to go to war about some Jesus. You couldn't tell me nothing about Jesus, man. And nobody converted me out of it. I learned my way out of it. I almost said thank God. Man, I'm just glad I'm not stuck in that anymore, man. There's so much more out here. And then once you realize all of you called it a fail-safe earlier, where they tell you, give me an example of the fail-safes.
This is the last word of God, and don't listen to nobody else. You can't know the mysteries of God. Let me see another fail-safe they put in there. Oh yeah, let every man be a liar and the word be the truth. Something like that. One of them fail-safe, but then you realize that the man is the one that wrote it. And if that's your word, then you're just trying to give me a fail-safe to stop from doing.
No, you're right. You're right on those fail-safes. Those are the fail-safes I was talking about. Every religion has those fail-safes built into it to keep the cults alive. Islam, Christianity, Judaism. They'll tell you all knowledge ain't good knowledge. You can't read everything. Man.
Read this down. Now, once you read it, don't try to figure out nothing that you don't want. Oh, that's God's. Don't do that. You can't do that. That's God's way. Oh, y'all trying to. You can't think like God. You can't put yourself all the type of, you know what I'm saying, things that they put into it when you get to asking the real serious questions. I'm talking about my mama never used to slap me upside it. What you was talking about, you used to almost fight over Jesus. That's what my homies. I'm talking about. I had plenty of homies do that. Once I started I'm talking about turn music up on me, stop talking to me for a week or two, tell everybody else I don't believe in God and all that old type of shit.
Oh, I lost a lot of friends and family because I wasn't just talking about it. I was on Facebook going in every day. Every day. The whole community was like, what the hell? We've been supporting this brother for how long? We've been coming to all the community events. He ain't a Christian. He doing all this stuff for the community, the backpack giveaways, the homeless drive. He ain't a Christian. Yeah, I definitely waited to after I served the community to go ahead and tell him what I thought. And when I first came into this, I already had my business up and running. I was already looking out for the community. But I didn't say anything at first. I was actually scared. And I was scared to be honest about where I was because I was trying to protect my business for real. But at the end of the day, like, I had to be true to myself, and whoever came and stayed, and whoever left. Like, if you know me, you know my true character. You know I'm a good person, and you know I'll look out for anybody of any religion. Like that, it really doesn't matter to me what you believe. And in real life, I don't even challenge people's beliefs personally. Like, if I see you in the streets, I'm not gonna challenge your belief. But if it's working for you, do it. This online, the internet is the space and the place and the arena where we do this at. But I felt like it was something I had to do because I felt lonely as hell, being surrounded by people who didn't think like I thought. And once I started verbalizing my truth, my tribe found me. So I lost family, but I gained new family. I lost friends, but I gained new friends. And even looking back at who I was when I was a believer, when I was a Christian, I was the worst version of myself. It wasn't until I really came into this information that I started taking accountability, which is crazy because that's what your whole philosophy is about. It's about accountability. It's about not just, oh, I can repent and I'm cool. I can go out here as long as I got my Jesus piece on. I can rap about murdering, killing, sleeping with other people's wives, and all of that, and I'm good though. And they're gonna give me an award for it, and after the award, I'm gonna thank God. Every award ceremony, they thanking God for this bullshit they spew into the community. No accountability. Just put God in it. He got it. He got us. Jesus already died for our sins. We good. Just live, baby. Do whatever you want. Like, no, man. Accountability. And then when I started getting into the Egyptian shit, which I'm not no team. Well, I'm team Kemet, but I don't think I'm an Egyptian. I don't think Egypt is the end all be all. Even they got their information from somewhere. You feel me? Dang, I hear that weed whacker outside. Somebody cutting the grass. Something. But no, I don't know. But after all I've learned, all I've read, all I've studied, trying to convert me to your religion using the same claims that all religions make is intellectually disrespectful. You got to come with something original, brother. You got to come with something different. And again, I just showed you some light reading that I do. You know, all these books I've read from front to back, even Josephus, which is the longest book I had. There's more pages in the writings of Josephus than there are in this Bible. So, you know, the biggest book I got, you know. Shout out Josephus, and he writes about like 13 different Jesuses in here. Like, there's a bunch of people named Jesus back then who he talks about in here. So, I don't know, man. I think this is a book everybody should have. You know, this is from my college class I took on logic, the art of reasoning, introduction to logic. I think everybody should start here before they go into reading any of these texts. They should give this to the 5-year-olds before they give a religious book to the 5-year-olds. This is what the 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds should be reading. They shouldn't be in churches getting indoctrinated into religion. Pagan origins of the Christ myth. I don't think I showed this one. It keeps going, bro. This is like reading for me, bro. Like, y'all don't know who y'all really don't know who y'all dealing with. That's because I don't talk a lot. Y'all, I'm on one this morning. I'm definitely on one. But y'all gonna find out real soon who y'all dealing with. I ain't your average, you feel me? If you're in Painesville, Ohio, stop by my convenience store, Main Street Convenient. You feel me? I'll be opening at noon today. So let's go. I ain't even about to go to sleep. I just did 10 hours third shift. I went and ran at the park down the street. I'm about to stay up, open up. My homie's supposed to come help me out a little bit so I can catch a couple Z's. And then I'm supposed to stream tonight. We got an episode tonight with Kazak from One West. So make sure you're here to check out Kazak. He's doing a One West takeover on the channel. And just because I don't believe, you see I'm unbiased, I give everybody the platform. I give everybody a chance to speak their piece. I'm still looking for, every day that I get on here, y'all got a chance to convert me. But you just can't say silly stuff like what Rebuke and Reprove did. You actually have to put in some work because I'm actually a little studied on this shit. I ain't the smartest motherfucker. And there are Christians who I listen and learn from. Shout out DeAndre McBride, one of my favorite Christians on the internet. No, not one of. My favorite Christian on the internet right now, DeAndre McBride, man, that's somebody who taught me a lot after he kicked my ass and dragged me around the room on Christianity a few times. He taught me some stuff I was wrong on. He still hasn't converted me, though. The major important stuff, he hasn't proven me wrong on, and he hasn't answered those questions. Now, we can debate whether Matthew and Jonathan are gay or not, different things like that. He may have won the battle, but he ain't won the war over here yet. You feel me? But it's open opportunity for anybody. And I'm not aggressive when I talk to people. I'm usually calm, patient. I want to hear what you have because I'm looking for somebody to come with something different. So I'm never in a rush to cut anybody off. So I don't know, man. Cosmo Lightweight got me with the OWASP because it resonates with me, but I got to go into it and see what's in there. I'm sure his presentations are filled with all the dope stuff. I got to go see if there's anything in there that doesn't resonate with my soul or my spirit or whatever y'all want to, Again, I can't prove that either. I can't prove we got a soul. I don't know. I'm agnostic on that shit too. I don't know. I'm not going to say we don't have one. I know we can't prove we do. We can prove we conscious, and that's about it. Am I correct, Oli?
Yep. Yeah. Damn, my bad. It haven't been proven yet. It's all speculation. I have my speculative outlook on it also. But speculative could mean that you speculate that it is one or you speculate that it isn't. And that's what it's going to always be until we find empirical proof. We do have some empirical proofs of Gucci different things, but as far as for sure about the soul, no, we ain't for sure. Yeah.
And as soon as they change that, I'll update y'all. I promise I will. I'm not gonna get up here and lie to y'all about nothing. That's one thing I'm not gonna do. I don't have to lie about nothing. I'm in search of the truth. One of the main reasons I'll be on here 7 days a week. Ain't nothing more important to me than searching for the truth. I feel like I'm on a mission right now. This is my purpose. And I do appreciate everybody who joins us. But next time, Rebuke and Reprove, come with something original. Come with something better than what you came with, bro. And one thing I can give you is when you get in that ring, you stand up. It be circular reasoning, but you make it look good when you do it. You do make it look good when you do it. I like seeing you up here. I'd rather see you up here talking than in the comments doing stuff like that. Asking why ain't y'all Christians yet? Because you ain't proved that that's the right religion yet. Like you asking questions that you know the answer. You know why we ain't Christians yet. Why are all the Muslims not Christians yet? Why are all the Jewish people not Christians yet? Because you ain't proved your religion over nobody else's, brother. That's why they not Christians yet. Because you ain't proved your ish to be true yet. Or else, because the day that happens, all these other religions are going to cease to exist. I'm sure people will still believe out of cognitive dissonance. The same way I can't pull you out of your stuff. You know, even if you had the proof, you probably wouldn't be able to convince everybody. But like I said earlier, even if the God of the Bible was real and presented himself to me, that still don't mean I'm gonna follow him, because I don't resonate with homicidal deities, and I'm not about to worship no murderer. Like, how you all knowing and you didn't know that you was about to regret making man? He's so upset with his creation, he killed everybody twice. Like, we got, what's going on? This is the all-knowing, all-powerful? Maybe all-powerful, definitely not all-knowing. Why would you repent making man? You didn't see that coming, my brother? Oh, you didn't put the right ingredients in there. Let me start over. We gonna go ahead and just flood the earth. He coming with fire and brimstone next time. This shit is crazy. This shit is like one big, it's like they pranking me, bro. I feel like I'm getting punked. A religion is like pranking me right now. And these people is playing with my intelligence. Y'all gonna learn today. Y'all gonna find out who you dealing with today. Y'all thought I was just some naive, unknowing host, and that's why I don't ever say nothing. Like, I've already surpassed y'all mentally. I can't unlearn what I've already learned. It ain't no going back. Unless God crack the sky for me and talk to me or something, I don't know. But ain't nobody with two legs about to come keep telling me what God wants me to do. There's too many of y'all. We got Jehovah's Witnesses at my door telling me what God wants me to do. You in my chat telling me what God wants me to do. It's a Muslim on my Facebook group telling me what Allah wants from me. You niggas is crazy. This shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
And I really feel like an owl. I know. See, you got the bird's eye view. Shout out O.W.L, the owl, man. He fly over, look at this shit, like, look at these niggas. Just confused in the motherfucker.
Man, just confused. You got all them books. I'm sure you probably see it just as much as I do too.
And I don't flaunt my book collection like it's like that shit mean anything though. Like, because the end of the you ain't even know I had these many books. How long we talk every day for hours? I ain't never pulled a book up and showed nobody a book. Because that's not what
you showed me 3 books. Remember them 3 books you said I should read? It was 3 of them. I seen them.
Which ones?
You were showing them. That one about I'll show them again. I'll show you which one. I can't remember. I wrote it. Matter of fact, I do got them written down though. But you showed them to me. You said you need to read these 3 books, and then you started. You sent me some little videos.
The End of Faith, Sam Harris.
No. I'm gonna know exactly how, because they all damn near.
Some of the information in here has been debunked, so I don't think it was this one, the Jesus Mystery.
It wasn't. No? It was 3 of them. They kind of looked alike. The covers kind of looked alike.
Oh, wait. Was it Jesus Mything in Action? No.
I want to read that though, just by the name.
This is by the same author. 10 Christian myths that prove.
Oh, maybe it was there, because that's I remember nailed. That's one.
Yeah, these it's I think there's a 3-book series that he wrote. I only have 2 of the books. It's a bunch of some books though. Like I think they have my other spot. Like the one I was looking for was The Christian Delusion, where it was this psychologist, PhD, going over the different versions of Christianity, how Christianity infects cultures, or not infects. Let me choose a different word. How Christianity takes over the culture of wherever they go, and then it goes into what is it? What do they call the people who, well, missionaries, but what's the school that missionaries go to learn how to do missionary work? Is it epistemology school? Is that what it is? Whatever though, but it talks about how the people who are trained missionaries are trained. They're trained to
they go, infect
cultures and institutions. Now, I keep using the word infect. How they're trained to infiltrate the cultures and institutions that are already in place to make people, to make it resonate with them. If you look at the Jamaican Bible right now, they're writing it in Jamaican language. Like, and when I say language, I know they don't have their own, you know, they're speaking English, but they speak like almost a broken English, I guess we can call it. But they write it how they talk. And they got all the little slang terms in there. I'm like, what is this? But it's to make it more easily digestible and resonate.
Right.
It's not written in Shakespearean. I've seen these books. I actually need to get my hands on a copy of one of those the Jamaican Bibles that I've came across. I don't know. This is another one that I like. Some of this stuff in here has been corrected too, but a lot of this is valid. The Jesus Wars, and they go into the different wars between the Christians over the other Christians they swore wasn't Christian and right. Y'all ain't Christian and right. That ain't how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I like this. It says how 4 patriarchs, 3 queens, and 2 emperors decided what Christians would believe for the next 1,500 years. Yeah, y'all killed off all the Christians who didn't agree with you. So that's why we have the version of Christianity we have today. Like, it's certain stuff we just can't get around this. Like, you guys are so involved. Not involved. What's the word I'm looking for? You guys are so entrenched into the narrative that you're not asking the questions: who wrote this book? What were their intentions for writing this book? Like, there's a lot of questions that you need to ask. It's like, if we're talking about, okay, you like the Batman movie. Well, I want to know who the director was. What was their motivation for writing the script? What's their inspiration? There's a lot of questions that you can ask instead of just being so starstruck over Bruce Wayne. So, yeah, it's another one of my favorite Bibles I got. This college study Bible. It's got all these maps in here and all the old maps. This one's a big one too. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this is the one they hate. The Oxford Annotated Bible with the Apocrypha and all the this has got all the scholarly text at the bottom. So it gives me the secular information on the text.
Oh,
As
yeah.
I can go to the bottom and check this out. This is the book that I use for all of my debates. Actually, shout out Shaka Amos. I bought this book because Shaka Amos had showed me in here in the secular notes how it showed a lot of some of the writings in Proverbs were in sync with the inceptions of the middleman. So that's literally why I bought this. Was a $65 Bible. I'm sure there's more expensive ones, but this is one of my favorite. I use this for all my debates when I'm going against Christians, Hebrews, and all of this. This is what I'm pulling out on y'all. This is where I'm going to get some of my information. Not all of it, but you know, I like having real sources for my debates. I haven't debated in almost a year, but be on the lookout. I got 2 pay-per-views coming up. Shout out GD and Capone for stepping in the ring with me. I don't think he knows what he's in for. He doesn't know who he's dealing with for real. He only knows me as a host. And shout out Nefertali. Yeah, that one's Nefertali is a beast out here. I ain't gonna lie. I watched a lot of her debates over the past week, and she's more than amazing. So I'm excited for that one. I think that's going to actually be, you know, no disrespect to GD and Capone, but I think Nefertali might be more of a challenge. I don't know. She raw with it, man. Shout out to Nefertali, man. Yeah, man. I don't know. Tacitus. I forgot what debate. I bought this book for a debate. And I read the whole thing in like 3 weeks. I forgot what debate I had that I bought this book for. I think it was my debate where I was supposed to debate Leandre, but it didn't go through on the historicity of Jesus. Yeah, man. So, I do have the, oh no, I don't have a third book. I thought this was something else. Readings for Logical Analysis. Something that y'all don't know nothing about. Y'all don't know anything about logical analysis, and it's very apparent. Like, It's written all over y'all, man. So revered as in worship. I'm trying to see what they talking about over here. I saw an image of Grandfather O.W.L. is what drew me. He is revered in my tribe. Oh, that's Chatter King. I thought that was rebuke and reprove. I was gonna say tribe. Like, you're a Christian and you got a tribe. Shout out rebuke and reprove though. I like him as a debater. When he comes up here, he really be, I think for a Christian, he'd be beating y'all up. You know, so he's really good at standing on his pivot and spinning y'all in a circle with that circular reason. I'll be watching him like, damn, how would I expose what he's doing in real time? Because it's tricky as hell, man. They get real tricky. And then they lean on this stuff. The stuff they be saying it as if it's a fact. Like, bro, you can't prove none of that. You can't prove none of what you're saying. And you saying the same stuff that the other religions are saying. Like, what differentiates your claim from their claim when y'all are making the same claim? What makes your claim true and theirs false when it comes to divine revelation, prophecy being fulfilled? What else? All the stuff that I kept saying that no religion has a monopoly on. Miracles.
Yeah.
Like none of your religions have a monopoly on this. Every religion has the same stuff.
The same concept, maybe in a different way, different names or something.
Shit crazy. Who gonna pick all these damn books up? I was really thinking of Coming to America, right? Remember, he was like, "Who gonna clean up all these damn roses?" The barbershop.
Yeah.
Who gonna clean up all these damn books? Nigga throwing books everywhere. I'm about to leave these motherfuckers here till I open up. I ain't moving.
Reprove that you touched you real quick, didn't?
I don't know. That's just it was the simplicity of what he said, and I'm like, come on, bro, you gotta do better than that, bro. That's what you chose. You woke up at 7 o'clock and chose to type that into the chat for real. Did you forget where you at?
I'm gonna say this, and you might be mad at me, but I still want to know what the fuck Dratio was talking about.
Nothing. He don't even know what he was talking about, bro. That's why he left. I wasn't even challenged. I asked the guy some simple questions. I never cut him off. And he said, bro, he wanted to talk to you because you didn't put your foot down and say, hold on. Yeah, you don't do this. Yeah. What's your point? As soon as you asked what's his point, he wanted to leave.
He got quiet in a motherfucker for, like you said, about 5 minutes. I kept saying, what's your point?
He just wants to create confusion.
Well, you agree with you? Yeah, I agree with that. But what's the point?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say Dratio just wants to create confusion. One, that would be, I don't have evidence of that. And I don't like making claims or accusations I don't have evidence of. But he was definitely creating confusion. He wasn't making a point. Next time, lead with your point and then bring the evidence. I don't, you know, you were taking us on a long walk down a short path.
Because I was really confused. Like, how are you confused? I think that's what was baffling me. I was trying to really figure out how he was confused. But I see, like you said.
Go ahead.
It's just that he ain't been schooled in it. And him being schooled in it just now is like, I don't know. For some reason, he want America to be all fucked up and that the people who learn American language don't know nothing. I'm sorry for my language. And last time he said it, I think it was like he was trying to make us look like we were silly, that we didn't even understand the language we was reading or going by.
Another reason why I refrain from cutting people off, why I try to practice extreme decorum, and why I give everybody a chance to be heard, even if I think that what they're saying is crazy, I won't cut them off and say, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. I'll let them finish, is because of what I learned in this book right here, The Teachings of Ptah-hotep, the oldest book in the world. And I think there may be books prior to this, but I don't know why they titled it that. But on page 42 of this book, I actually have it highlighted here because it was my favorite quote of the whole book. Let me go ahead and read it to you. Let me see if you can read it. It says, "Be not proud because thou art learned." I can't read it backwards. It said, "Be not proud, because thou art learned." Which is why I say I don't never flaunt my books and all the stuff I read. Like you didn't even know I had all this stuff just sitting in the back of my shit. I'll be sitting over here reading. Y'all be live. I could be having a book in my lap sometimes. But let me finish. Be not proud, because thou art learned, but discourse with the ignorant man as with the sage. A sage is a wise man. So I discourse with the idiots the same way I would discourse with the sage. I give them the same respect that I would give a PhD scholar. So Dratio coming up here with all that, acting like I'm doing something I'm not, bro, you ain't about to get that off on me. I can't be gaslit. I know who I am. I know how I conduct myself. And I pride myself on my decorum, even when my decorum ain't right, it's a reason for that too. Because sometimes when my dark side comes out, it's there to protect me. It's because somebody trying to play with me in a way that they shouldn't. Yeah, let me finish the quote. That was only half of it. Be not proud, because thou art learned, but discourse with the ignorant man as with the sage. For no limit can be set to skill, neither is there any craftsman that possesseth full advantages. Fair speech is more rare than the emerald that is found by slaves and maidens on the pebbles. I'm gonna read that last thing. Fair speech, which is what I give every motherfucker when they come on my goddamn channel. Don't ever try to fucking play with me like I'm not letting you talk. The fuck wrong with you, boy? Fair speech is more rare than the emerald that is found by slaves and maidens on the pebbles. I know I'm rare. I know what I'm doing is a service for you niggas. So don't come up here trying to gaslight me. Shayna Madai says, Dratio said, if they are not ready the same, they are therefore not the same. And she agrees. I'm not sure what that means, but shout out to her. I appreciate you tuning in. I've got nothing negative to say. I'm not even that type of person. If that confused me though, I think maybe you spelled something wrong and I'm just not getting it.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier.
Cool. Trolls are welcome too. Like I'm not tripping. It was really because I know rebuke and reprove, and I know how intelligent he is. So I was like, he probably wasn't even talking to me. You know what I'm saying? But we was the only ones on the panel. So
yeah. I think he came on there and started talking before you did start saying anything though. But that don't mean he don't know you wasn't there.
This is one of my favorite books too. Jesus Never Existed, an introduction to the ultimate heresy. This is one of my favorite books. This didn't make me think Jesus not existed. I only bought this after I tried to prove he was real and was like, man, all we have is circumstantial evidence. None of this would stand up in court. Like, we don't even got a damn eyewitness, bro. Bunch of people writing about him after he died that weren't around. The only person we have that was alive writing about him is Paul. And Paul doesn't even say he met Jesus. Like, he referenced it. Some people, the debate is, there's a debate back and forth. Some people believe that he met Jesus. Some people believe that his description of Jesus was a vision on the road to Damascus. So, you know, it's still debated amongst scholars today. So we don't even have confirmation on that. And when I came to find out that every person who they were trying to use as a non-biblical source for the proof of the existence of Jesus didn't even live during the time Jesus lived, like, this isn't proof of anything, except that the story somehow survived long enough for them to get hold of it. And that's okay. But it's just something I had to accept. I had to accept when Santa wasn't real. You know, I got over it. Y'all to get over this too. Y'all don't get over it. It's gonna be okay, man. Life still has purpose. Like, set some goals for yourself and fall in love with winning. If nothing else, I don't know what to tell y'all. I find purpose in my children, my child. I don't have children. I have one. So I find purpose in raising and passing my knowledge and skills on to my child. You know, you don't need a sky daddy to have a purpose. You know, live a good life. Try to leave this place better than the way you found it. There's purpose right there. Why can't we do that? We know people are still being born. There's no God. What's our purpose? Oh my God. You people are depressing, man. If you depressed, just say that, bro. If you depressed and you need a God, so that way you know, just say that. But let's not act like there ain't no purpose if there isn't a creator, or if your creator is found out not to be true. I got a bunch of other books over here too, a bunch of money books. This, my dad passed me this one. This is one of my favorite books as well too. The Trick to Money is having some. This is a recommended read for me. Go ahead and check this out if you haven't. I think this is only like $7 on Amazon. An amazing read. Spoke on a lot of stuff I already knew and taught me some new stuff about money and different ways to, you know, look at money. Definitely a good read. Like I say, this is only a piece of my book collection. This is not even half of what I have. I also recommend The Psychology of Money to people. The Personal MBA. That's another money book that I recommend for people. But yeah. Yeah, be not proud because thou art learned. Discourse with the ignorant man as with the sage. Because fair discourse is more rare than the diamonds found by a slave's maiden on the pebbles of the beach. I love that quote, man. And that's why I give everybody up here a fair shot. That's why I'm so hard on y'all about y'all decorum. That's why I don't let y'all come up here and act any kind of way. I'm going to make sure y'all discourse with the ignorant man the same way you discourse with the PhD. That's my job. Damn, and shout out Jamar Milton because he actually referred that book to me. Jamar Milton is the reason I bought that book, The Teachings of Ptah-hotep, because he did an episode covering his favorite passages in the book. And I'm like, oh my God, I have to go get this. One, just for the simple fact it was titled The Oldest Book in the World. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to have that in the collection. It's not even 100 pages. It's a real quick read. And again, it's just wise sayings. It's like reading Proverbs or something. It's just a bunch of wise sayings. Yeah, but maybe now they'll get why I'm on them the way I be on them. I'm sorry it's only 12 people in here. I wish my whole subscribers list was watching this right now. So that way, and all the debaters, so that way they understand why I try to enforce this decorum on a higher level. Why I be on Omar about jumping down these niggas' throats the way he do. Why I didn't let nobody come up here and disrespect Professor Robert Ashe.
Yeah.
It's just not about to happen, man. Maybe when I fall asleep, y'all can get it off. Some days I really just don't feel like working. And some days like when I know we all homies, I'll let y'all get it in though sometimes. Like I'll let Omar and Cosmon go because I know they got love for each other, even though they disagree and be bashing each other. Mm-hmm. At the end, they be like, man, I still fuck with you though. And the next day they be apologizing. I ain't mean nothing about that shit, man. So after seeing the way that they come back together and they don't let it become a rift between them, I actually let some people go back and forth because sometimes it do be entertaining sometimes, Mm-hmm. But it's like it's an analogy that I think you may have heard me say this before, where I give this Draymond Green reference, and I'll say Draymond Green punching somebody in the NBA. It makes the numbers go up. The NBA is now a trending topic for the week. Everybody wants to see the clips and the highlights. It's good for the numbers. But Draymond Green punching somebody on the court every single day is going to have them losing followers. Is going to have season ticket holders wanting the refunds because that isn't what they paid to come see. Nobody came here to see y'all fighting. They came here to see intellectual discourse.
Right.
So I'll let them fight from time to time because, you know, it's good for the numbers for the week, but I can't let y'all do it every day. So.
Yeah, that's definitely, even me, no matter how much I like to argue.
And rebuke and reprove, I think you're actually right on that. I think that that's why I said I don't want to debate about the numbers. The point is your house is in disorder. And before you come try to convert somebody to a house that's in disorder, I don't want to go from one toxic environment to another. That is just toxic over there, bro. Y'all can't even agree on Jesus. Y'all can't agree on nothing. Y'all can't agree on whether people should be baptized. Y'all can't agree whether speaking in tongues is cool or not. Y'all don't even got y'all own stuff together. Why are you trying to convert people to Christianity? You should be focusing on getting another council so that way y'all can all be preaching the same thing. When I see y'all moving in unison, then come talk to me. Because then I can have a set Christianity that I can ask questions about. But before I can even ask you questions about Christianity, air quotes, because it's really Christianities, every denomination is a different version of Christianity, I have to first ask you what type of Christian you are so I can understand what you believe in. You don't see how confusing this stuff is? And this is how God wanted his message disseminated to the people? And I'm supposed to burn in hell if I don't pick the wrong one? I mean, if I don't pick the right one? Man, y'all bogus. This is bogus. It's all bogus. It's a scare tactic. You guys are fear mongering to keep people part of the cult. And it just doesn't work on me anymore. I'm not easily manipulated. I can't be gaslit and I can't be fear mongered into believing in something that can't be proven. So go ahead and say I'm going to burn in hell or whatever you want to say. Cool. And you're actually probably right about that 30,000 number. I think I said 130,000. I think that's what I said. I think I put a 1 on in front of the 30. Am I correct? Let me go up here and see. I think I said it's 130,000 different denominations. It's actually only 30,000. I read so much though. Like, excuse me for the error.
30,000.
I think I said it's 130,000. I'm looking for the quote right now. Oh, here it goes. Wait, here we go. Yeah, I said 100. Oh, I said 1,300. It's 30,000. I had the 3 right. I put a 1 in front of there and added an extra 0. I'm sorry. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you get what I'm trying to say.
45,000+ Christian denominations worldwide.
But he won't address that. What he'd rather do is nitpick me getting the number wrong. Like he didn't hear my whole 30 minutes that I just went through. He doesn't want to address the actual issue that I'm bringing to the table. The issue wasn't whether the number is right or wrong. It's the fact that why the hell are there so many? 30,000 is way too many different versions of Christianity, brother. Which one are you trying to convert me to? You ain't even told me. You just said, why ain't y'all Christians? You don't care which version we pick, huh? Man, you ain't right, bro. You're an amazing debater, though. I'll give you that. When I see you up here doing your thing, it's like you are one of the top Christian debaters on the internet. That's something I can never take away from you, and I would never try to take away from you. I'm gonna give you your props. You probably didn't even know I felt like that, but I've been watching you for a while. I come to your page and I watch some of your stuff. I haven't caught you live. I think I only caught you live one time, but I'll go to your page and watch your stuff because you're freaking good at convincing people. Like, I'm like, I watch this shit like, damn, this guy's good. And it sounds convincing, and he says it with conviction. He's sure of himself when he speaks. I'm like, if somebody hasn't studied all these other religions, they would fall for this. If somebody doesn't realize that there are 26,000 other religions all making the same claim about divine revelation, prophecy, miracles, etc., they might fall for it. I just happen to be a little more well-studied than the average Negro. who doesn't have a college education. But just like I was reading in my book, let me grab this book. This is the book that I recommended y'all the other day. I'm reading this one over for a second time because there was so much information in here. I knew I couldn't retain it all. And I'm opening another business, so I just wanted this stuff fresh in my mind. But in this book right here, The Personal MBA, this is another book I recommend for people. Damn, what the hell was the point I was about to make? The different versions of Christianity. What was I saying? I don't know. I was about to make a point out of this book. I forgot. But yeah. Damn, what point was in the business book that related to religion? I'm sorry that shit just went out of my head that quick.
I don't even remember what you said. I remembered it, and then you look. I seen you make a look. You forgot. I started trying to click my mic, and I forgot.
Damn. Man, I had an amazing point, and there was something I just read yesterday. I just can't remember it. Yeah. I said I'm a little more well-studied than your average Negro who doesn't have a college education. And inside of this book, The Personal MBA, the guy goes over how he's like, man, you don't have to go to school. Going to school isn't going to give you experience on running a business. He was like, people spend $150,000 on an MBA when they could have gotten the same information for $1.50 in late fees from the library. You feel me? So it's like, I don't know, man. Just because somebody went to school don't mean they got it all. And just because somebody ain't went to school don't mean they don't know what they talking about. Discourse with the ignorant man as with the sage. I was just telling somebody today at work, like you could be walking by a homeless nigga and he can give you the best advice in the world that might apply to your life right then and there. He might not be actively using it himself, but that don't mean that it's not in there. I'm like, I listen to everybody, bro. A homeless person can give me some good advice that I can apply. There's a difference between knowing what to do and doing it. Some people know exactly what to do. They can give you all the right advice. They just can't find the drive and the discipline to do it for themselves. But that don't mean they ain't got not. How many business professors? It made me think about the 50 Cent quote. He say everything you need to learn ain't in them business books, because if it was, the teacher would be too busy getting money to show up to teach the class. Why did he take the pay cut to become a professor if everything you need to know to get rich is in the business curriculum? It ain't. I know people who never went to business school and never read a book. Millionaire businessmen. Go ahead, Oli. I see you got a video. Play that. Go ahead, play that.
My bad. No, that was I was reading it. They said 30,000. They was trying to say how you pulled a straw man. Well, they straw man they own and said 30,000. Because right here it say 45,000.
I mean, I'm sure there are probably new ones growing every day. 30,000. I'm not even gonna say rebuke and reprove wrong. 30,000 was probably what it was the last time he checked. You feel me?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. He's trying to say, you said 13. You had a little misnomer. The point of the matter was there's so many. He's trying to throw us off by making us look at something that says actually 30,000. That's more than what A1 said. And then plus, it ain't 30,000. You lying.
We both were wrong. So boom. So let's get back to the original point. Rebuke and reprove. Why are you trying to convert me to a religion that's a broken house? That's a house divided amongst itself.
Look where
you need to call another council before you try to convert anybody else to your religion. Don't tell nobody to become a Christian until there's another council and y'all get y'all issue order. Because y'all don't even agree on your own stuff, but you want me to agree with you.
Look what this say right here. But there were also major breaks, or well, let me make sure I read the last part that it said. The early church, which spans from the start of Jesus' ministry in AD 27 to AD 325, was divided primarily based on geography. Worship styles and interpretations of Jesus' teachings varied based on religion, regional cultures, and customs, according to Bruce Gordon, a professor at ecclesiastical history at Yale Divinity University. But there were also major breaks or schisms over Christian theology during this time. One of the most notable early schisms, the Arian controversy in the early 4th century, divided the church on Jesus' relationship with God. Arius, a priest from Alexandria, Egypt, claimed that because Jesus was begotten or brought about by God, he was a lesser divinity than God. But Athanasius, an Alexandrian theologian, claimed that Jesus was God incarnate. This caused major upheaval in the Roman Empire, said Christopher West, a doctoral student of ancient Christianity and medieval studies at Yale University. It split Christians in the Roman Empire in half. The Council of Nicaea, a group of theologians and scholars gathered by Emperor Constantine I in AD 325, ultimately sided with Arius. But despite the church's official view, Christians continued to be divided on the subject for more than a century. And then it just goes on to talk about some more of the split.
He trying to convert me to a divided religion. Like, this shit's intellectually
It's just a handful
disrespectful
of
to me. I've read too much. It's just disrespectful. I feel like when people do that shit to me, it's not personal disrespect, it's intellectual disrespect. I feel like you think I'm stupid. And I probably shouldn't feel like that because that's probably not really what you think. But it's the same way when a cop pull me over and assume I don't know my rights. I get pissed when they come up asking me dumbass questions. When a cop comes to my window and says, hey, so where you coming from? That shit pisses me off because he thinks I'm fucking stupid. And every time I respond the same way, exactly. It's like I almost got a script. I say, excuse me? Just like that. Like, excuse me? Do you ask that to everybody you pull over or just the black folks? Because I know I have the right to remain silent and I don't have to answer any of your questions. And where I'm coming from or going is none of your business. It's a free country. I'm driving around in circles until I run out of gas. What's it to you? Can we get to the reason why you pulled me over and stick to that? I have things to do today. You're asking questions about my personal life, where I'm coming and going from. I don't have to answer that. Stop playing with me. But they automatically assume you don't know your rights, that you're scared of them, and that your fear would get you fumbling and talking and saying stupid stuff. They think I'm fucking stupid and I'm just like every other Negro. He don't know his rights. We about to go over here and be able to fuck him over. Probably be able to search the car and all of that. Like, man, get out of here. Y'all ain't searching nothing. No, I'm not. If I'm not driving, y'all not getting my ID. They be trying to ID me from the passenger seat. Excuse me? Am I being detained right now? Well, I'm already, if the car is stopped, you're being detained. You're under custodial arrest as soon as they hit the lights. So, but it's part of the thing. Am I being detained right now? Okay, well, what crime do you suspect me of? Because ORC 292129, failure to identify, says if you don't have reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime I just committed, am in the commission of, I don't have to provide that. Oh, you thought you had you one. Oh, you thought you was about to scare me and say, if I don't give it to you, you're going to take me down. No, that shit ain't going to work on me, nigga. I know the ORC code by heart. What are we doing here? They never fuck with me. I'll be doing First Amendment audits. Not the annoying type of audits, though. I don't do the annoying shit where I'm going in the post office and putting the camera on the cashier lady. Like, that shit's annoying. That's just weird to me. But I go into the police office. I got me a body cam too. They're only like $15 on Amazon. I keep it in my car, so anytime I get pulled over, in case my phone's about to die, I can record the whole encounter. Because if they do violate your rights, they have what's called a surety bond. They're bonded by the state, and anytime that they violate your rights, it's essentially like a car accident, and the insurance pays out the dividends for them violating your rights. I said dividends, that's not the right word, but you know what I mean. If what they did was egregious enough, the police department will let them go, but they're still able to be hired by another police department within the state. They can't keep them from like being police officers unless it was super, super egregious, like killing somebody and they weren't supposed to. But yeah, like, so when he comes to me and starts trying to convert me to Christianity, I really be feeling insulted. Like, this guy thinks I'm fucking stupid. But maybe he doesn't think I'm stupid. Maybe he's just lacking in intellect in how this whole grand scheme of thing works, because he's been unable to look at it from a bird's eye view. What does the bird see when he looks down and sees all these different denominations and religions actively working in contradiction to each other, making the same claims? What does the bird say? These niggas is stupid. They all confused. What religion is the bird?
Incoherent.
Incoherent.
That's what
This shit is incoherent as hell. Hey.
Yeah. Coherent.
Shout out Rebuke and Reprove too. I'm not coming down on you, Rebuke and Reprove. I really love you as a debater. I don't be mad at nobody for believing what they believe, but you did give me an opportunity to vent today about where I stand on religion. And again, like I say, people rarely hear me talk, so I know they loving this one today. I might clip this and make it its own episode and restream it one day soon. But yeah, I'm gonna give you what you're looking for. When you come trying to convert me, you definitely about to have to answer some questions. You're definitely about to have to come with something that no other religion is claiming. And again, like I say, even if your God was real, he's got to answer questions to me on why he's supposed to be all knowing, but didn't know he was going to make a mistake when he made man and have to kill everybody on the earth 2 times. He did the flood with Noah. And then when the Nephilim came down and did their thing, he done killed everybody twice, bro. This nigga is a certified fuck up, bro. What are we talking about here? Am I wrong? Goldie, do you think it's certified fuck up too extreme? You had to kill everybody on the whole planet twice? I would call that a certified fuck up. The God of the Bible is a certified fuck up. This nigga can't get shit right. And it still ain't right. Look at all the sin and shit still going on. And I don't think heaven know better. They warring up there too.
No, they already warred up there and ended that. That's why they had to come.
Oh, it's over.
Yeah, they already.
Well, hey, at least we know it ain't peaches and cream up there either, though. He done cast 2/3 of them down to earth. They try to sell it to you like it's just sweet up there. Or where I say up there. That's funny that we say up there, like heaven is above us. We always think heaven is above us. We on a round ball floating in the middle of space.
You see that, A-Word?
Where is heaven at? Depending on what time of the day you're trying to locate it, it could be over there. It could be under us. Like, this whole shit is just incoherent.
Yeah.
From top to bottom. Incoherent.
They'll come up for a second.
I mean, Rebuke could come up. If he come up though, I don't want to. I don't want to go back and forth with him. I'm gonna let him speak his piece, and I'll respect whatever he says. Right. If you do want to come up, Rebuke and respond. I'm always gonna treat you with respect when you hit this panel. You may be feeling like I'm disrespecting you right now, but I'm really just in my bag. This ain't nothing personal to you, brother. I love you as a brother, and I love what you do. I love seeing you debate. I love seeing you get your stuff off as well. And you always have a place on this platform too. So please don't take any of this personal. And you want a presentation, I'll give you the platform for a whole night. You could be admin, brother. I've seen you do your thing. I trust you. I know as a good Christian brother, you ain't gonna let them come up here being wild. And I've never seen you exhibit bad decorum, ever. Ever. He don't even talk like how I'm talking. He's really respectful, real reserved. I want to throw conservative in there, but I don't know him personally. I feel like that might be a stretch. I don't know. I'm not a stretch. It'll be a stretch based on what I know, because I know nothing about him personally. But when he comes up here, he's really cool with the information. I've never heard him get loud or yell. I've only seen people do it to him and him maintain his decorum all the way through it. I think you would be actually a great addition to the platform. I don't know. I don't know how this happened. I just really had to get mine off today, and you helped me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, 30,000 denominations. When is the next council, brother? We need to figure this out. I want to make sure I'm there. I want to be there taking notes. Do we got to call the Pope? Who do we got to call? Rebuke and reprove. We need to get this rolling. Do we got to start a petition? What do we got to do? We need another council. There's 45,000 denominations right now, and they can't even agree on nothing. Which version of Christianity do you want me to be a part of? You didn't even say that. It's incoherent right now.
Coherent. I placed the StreamYard in the chat also if you want to pop up.
Hey. Oh, I just saw the comment. He said he wanted to come up. Heck yeah, Rebuke and Reprove, come up, man. You are always welcome on this platform, and I will never, ever disrespect you when you come up here. And if you felt disrespected, I apologize. That wasn't my intention. I was just really venting for real about how I feel, where I stand, how I've come to the place that I've come to. So that way people can understand, like, I'm not just some off the wall non-believer. I believe so much. I was trying to fight my peoples. Nobody converted me out of Christianity or convinced me not to be a Christian. They challenged me to prove Jesus was real. And that was like the pin that popped the balloon. And then I just kept reading and reading. I'm thinking the more I read, the more circumstantial the evidence got. I was disgusted. And then I bought Josephus. Then I bought Tacitus. I had to read the whole. I got to read the writings myself. I can't just go off the cliff notes and what they telling me the book say. I got to read it for myself. I mean, it's some bullshit. And these niggas weren't even alive when he was alive. How are they proof that he existed? They're proof that the story made it to them. And they're not proof of anything more or anything less. So, yeah, I love to. Yeah, when you come up here, I promise I won't jump on you. I'll mute up, and I probably won't even respond because I want to keep it healthy, you know. Oli will tell you, I don't even argue with him. Me and Oli bumped heads yesterday. What did I do, Oli? So I don't want to talk about this. I'm leaving. I just left the call.
Yeah, you bumped your head.
Like, you're my friend. I don't want to disrespect you. And I'm frustrated right now. Let me get off this call. I'll talk to you later, brother.
He said, I'll talk to you later. But that's what I mean. That's one thing you got to remember. Like I said, I done lost friends that I never tried to lose. And it wasn't because I thought we wasn't friends after the argument. It was them. And
yeah,
I understand that.
Man.
I think you understand that about me. That's why I was like, I'd be laughing in these type of things because I done had so many of them, especially with my friends. That's why I was trying to, and you see how I was trying to start. Like I was trying to have a debate. I don't know why I like to.
You wanted to debate me. I'm scared though, bro. I don't trust myself. That's why I did that. That was the best thing I could have did because I like when I start getting upset, I'll flash, bro.
Right.
That's really why I don't go out no more. Like I go out and beat somebody up or did some crazy shit to somebody for playing with me, bro. So I feel like the safest place for me is in here online with y'all.
Right.
Because I'll got myself locked up or something because people be playing fucking stupid. And I don't play with nobody. I give everybody the utmost respect because I'm standing on mine. I want mine every time.
Right.
And I'm smart enough to walk away, but sometimes I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes sometimes I feel like it ain't no walking away. Like, dang, all my people's here. I can't just leave. I'm not walking out the building. Like, And it's like, so we got to handle this. Or I'm trained in de-escalation through conversation, but like I say, I still got knowledge of self, and the old me ain't. It's still there. I grew up. I'm a certified crash out, bro.
Yeah.
I'm a look. I used to fight for all my homies. Like,
But
you talking shit about let me fight him for you. Let me get him. That was me. I used to. My cousin was the shooter, and I was the crash out. My cousin would come get me if he didn't want to kill somebody. Like, beat him up. Got you. Because I know when I need somebody with that pistol, you coming. like we got each other back. I'm gonna do my job, you do your job. We play our roles.
Now,
so
with that being said, though, what did you say? So you know the best place of you, and that shows the accountability that you have for yourself. A1.
Knowledge yourself.
Here's the thing about it right there. You know what you'll do if you be going out. So you take accountability, and what you do, you provided yourself with an environment that you don't even have to worry about that type of those type of problems.
Hey, we got Jill up here, man. Just to be even safer, I'm gonna drop down. Go ahead, let Jill up. I'm gonna listen from YouTube.
Who is Jill?
Jill, that's Jesus is Lord, or that's Rebuke and Reprove. His name here is Jesus is Lord.
Okay.
One of my favorite Christian debaters. I love that guy, man. I want him to be able to speak in peace, uninhibited, uninterrupted. Got you.
How about those New York Knicks?
See what I'm saying? He cool as hell, man. I'm out here.
Yeah, y'all go to the parade. A1, where you going? A1.
He said he was gonna step down for a minute, let you speak.
I wanted to ask you a question, A1. You know you're my brother. Of all the atheists on the internet, A1 is the only one that I will not make a video, even if I embarrass you and expose what you don't know, and you don't know a lot. I will never make a video. Stupid atheist doesn't know this, doesn't know that. You'll never see me do that with A1. That's how much I respect him. But all the other atheists, the white liberals, they'll get videos like that, but not A1. Some black liberals too. Some black liberals, because I truly do believe A1 is a seeker. He's not anti-Christian. He's generally seeking truth. So when Jesus encountered those people, you see his attitude was different than when he encountered the Pharisaical movement. And atheists can be Pharisees too. Most people think, they were religious. So that's why Jesus said, no. They had their own idea of what truth was, objective truth, reality or morality. They created their own idea of truth. And that's what they were promoting under the banner of religion. So Jesus has a problem just as much as a problem with the atheist as he does with the Pharisee. Or their subjective morality. I know what's right. I know I'm smarter than God, even though God is the one that created us. So A1, I just wanted to have a conversation with you, but apparently you don't. You're not up for it this morning, but the 30,000 denominations. Okay, now I've been asking for a list for 20 years. I've been on this internet, not quite 20, but maybe 10 to 15 years I've been on this internet. No one has ever produced a list, which leads me to conclude, no matter how many Google searches you do and how many times the mantra is repeated, it leads me to conclude that this is nothing but propaganda. If there are 30,000 denominations, then list them so that we can see if they are in fact Christian denominations. What you will find when they start rattling off 10 or 20 or 15, I understand a list of 30,000 might be logistically might not be
Plausible.
feasible, but
Feasible.
give me a list of any amount. And what you will find is the Watchtower Tract Society is on that list. The Mormon Church is on that list. These are not Christian denominations. But the secularist is happy to include those faiths because it makes their argument against Christianity more sound. They look more sound. They're happy to include even some nominal Christian groups. They're happy to include the LGBTQ church as a denomination. They're happy to do that.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Just a quick question. So you mean that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints aren't Christians?
No.
Can you tell me why?
They're a Christian cult.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They're a theological cult, not just a cult in a social sense, meaning we stick together, no outside interference. They're a theological cult. They take the terminology. Joseph Smith was the founder of Mormonism.
Right.
Joseph Smith was a fraud. In fact, his fraud led to his death. He was killed by a mob who just got fed up and tired of him ripping people off in the neighborhood. And he created this religion we now call Mormonism, or the Church of Latter-day Saints. It is not a Christian denomination, but yet it's on the list. So you can keep showing me 42,000, but I'm going to still continue to argue. Give me a subset. Give me 100 of that list. Give me a subset. I know it's probably logistically impossible to show the entire list. Doesn't exist more than likely. Show me a subset. Let's go through. Show me a subset of 50. Let's go through those so-called Christian denominations.
Let me see if
you'll find out that they're not. They're now the Christian denominations we do believe are Christian are the ones who are separated on the basis of cultural differences. There are some theological differences, but it's not pertaining to God theology, who God is. It's more pertaining to the rituals and the rites and the format of service. If you go to a church in a Methodist church, you're going to get a different flavor than if you go to a Pentecostal church. Those are denominations. Pentecostalism, Methodist, Baptist, those are denominations. Okay. And when you actually go through the denominations, there are only about 50 to 100 in the West. In the West. That means Europe and Christian Europe and America. Only about 50 to 100. Okay. So I no longer believe that because I looked at it from a bird's eye view, A1. And I asked for the list. So that's all I'm asking you to do. Ask them for the list. If they can't produce the list, and they won't be able to, because no list has ever been produced in 20 years of even 1,000 Christian denominations, ask for a subset. Ask for a subset. And I'm sure your listeners have been Googling and chat GPT and have not been successful, which leads me to the conclusion this is all anti-Christian propaganda. It's designed to confuse you and to obfuscate and to throw a stumbling block in your way so that you won't believe.
Okay, I'm up here for you, man. I'll read this to you because you are right in a sense, and I want to give you your credit where credit is due. Thank you for making me look this up. But to say that this is like a secular claim to strengthen their argument, it's actually not a secular claim. The claim comes from the Center for the Study of Global Christianity. This is a Christian organization that studies the trends of Christianity over time. I'll read from the top. My question to ChatGPT was, where can I find a list of 42,000 Christian religions? Because that's when you said that, I'm like, you know what? I've only seen a list of maybe like 50 or 100. So I'm like, you know what? Let me look into this before I don't assume anybody's lying. I take everything at face value, research it, and then once I can prove it to be false, I'll say it's wrong. If I can't prove it to be false, I'll just say I don't know. You know, I'm not above being wrong. I'm trying to get it right. I'm not trying to be right. And to get it right, sometimes you have to admit whether you made the mistake. And I'm very honest in my approach to this stuff. But let's get to it though. The claim that there are 42,000 Christian denominations is often repeated, but it's somewhat misleading. And that's the point that you were making. The number comes from the Center for the Study of Global Christianity, which counted tens of thousands of distinct Christian organizations worldwide. Many of these are not separate religions or even separate denominations in the way most people think of them. For example, different branches of the same denomination in different countries may be counted separately. So that's very misleading. I don't think they should have done that at all. So we're in agreement there. And thank you for making me look this up so that way I can have a more accurate argument and I don't stick my neck out there and get it chopped off. I told you Jill was fly. He's really good at this. So if I'm actually may start having to talk to you on a regular basis and just have some healthy discussions with you because I'm sure I can learn.
Oh, anytime. We can set up a one-on-one. We can even do a private conversation.
Hey,
Like I said, I'm of all of the atheists that I've encountered in my years on YouTube, you're probably the most genuine of all. Meaning you're not just anti-Christ or anti-Christian. I believe you are genuinely seeking the truth.
yeah, I want to be wrong about all of this. I really do, bro. Like
I know you do. I know you do, and I want to help you be wrong.
you're helping me right now. Let's keep reading because he's right. Okay. Independent churches may be counted separately. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Do you
Meaning
understand that?
they're so big, meaning they're so big that they've become their own denomination, which is a problem. I admit.
Can you give me an
Um,
example too for me and the people at home?
the evangelical church
Mm.
has become a denomination. All they are a Christian. That's the Tim Hagees, the Benny Hinn, the TBN crowd. They've become their own denomination called evangelicals. What the?
Mm.
E-
Oh no, he cut out. He might be losing service.
I believe God can do this, and if I say it and name it and claim it, and you've heard this before, name it and claim it, grab it and whatever,
No, that's the first
slap
time
it.
I've ever heard that.
Well, it's called the prosperity gospel. It's the idea that if you are aligned with God, you will be successful monetarily or financially.
Is
If
that
not,
that's like those Atlanta mega churches
yeah,
where the
yeah,
strippers be
exactly.
at throwing all their
Right.
bands?
They would be considered even the denomination evangelical church,
Oh, okay.
but they create these denominations for many reasons. I think it's a good thing, but it does. I agree with you. It does make Christianity look confusing. But think of it like this: you started into the truth. Paul the apostle started into the truth. All these other people came along. Paul even says this. These people are coming into our church. They're here right now in the congregation, trying to start their own denomination of Christianity. Paul argues this in the first century. So what does Paul say? Leave them. Now you have two denominations. So that's going to keep happening. The Bible says that's going to keep happening. You're going to keep seeing split until there's nothing but a remnant left.
What verse can I find that in? Did you hear
To
me?
try to disseminate or dismantle a lie, he's going after the truth. People will come in try.
You cut out rebuke and reprove. I don't know if your connection is weak. Dang, he was just about to start cooking. Hey, I was wrong. Rebuke and reprove. Prove me
He
wrong.
has enough money and enough clout. He has another. Now he has a whole denomination. And then we can get into Roman Catholicism.
You cut out for like 30 seconds, bro.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, I can't remember the last thing you said. You had said Paul had said that this was going to keep happening.
Yeah, Paul
Um,
Paul predicted that this would be the case, and think of it like this: you're in the church and you see this happening because I've served as a deacon in the church for a number of years. I've seen this happen. People will come into the church just like Paul said they were doing in the first century. They'll come into the church. They have their own idea of what Christianity should be like. They will gather amongst themselves, a group. They'll say, "Hey, you know what? I know pastors teaching this, but I found this out when I did some research. Why don't you come over to my house and we'll have Bible study together?" Next thing you know, put a little bit of money and a little bit of clout, give him a bag, or have the right people backing him. You got a whole new Christian denomination, a whole new Christian church. That's what's been happening since the first century. That's why you have so many denominations, and it will continue to happen.
I've seen it
So,
happen too as a preacher, son. Just to
oh yeah,
give further
oh yeah,
credit to what you're saying.
that's what's happening, and that's what the Bible says will happen. Jesus says there will be many false Christ. So I'm not shocked that the number is so high. I'm actually, if it were lower, that would be a knock against Christianity because Christianity prophesies that this would be the case. The Satan doesn't go after a lie. He doesn't try to divide a lie. He tries to divide the truth. Paul argues that right now, in the first century, there are people in our congregation right now. He knew who they were, right? You knew who they were, right, Pastor? Former pastor, you knew who they were. They were in the congregation right now, Paul says, who are looking to call people away from Christ, away from the truth, and after themselves and start their own ministries. You know about that as a former pastor. So why are we shocked on a worldwide scale that this is happening?
Pastor's son. I'm a pastor's son.
Oh, a pastor's son. So why are we shocked that this is happening on a worldwide, grander scale, historically?
I told you this guy was good, didn't I? I told you.
And then you go, and then you have to then you have to look at the different nations. The center counts denominations per country. So if there's an international church organization in 200 different nations, it logs it as 200 separate denominations. For instance, and by the way, the Catholic Church I wouldn't consider it, but I understand that your research into the global Christianity, the Center for the Study of, what's it called? The Center for the Study of Global
Christianity.
Yeah. It is a Christian denomination, but I disagree. I would not include the Catholic Church at all. But let's take the global Catholic Church is counted. It's counted hundreds of times based over. So the one global Catholic Church is counted as one, or each country is counted as one denomination.
Yeah, so that's probably like 1,000.
Right. There you got 1,000 right there.
Okay. I'm so happy that you actually came up. I thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, so and these are organizational splits. I don't look stupid. Organizational splits happen because money is involved. We got to remember that too. Follow the money trail. Did you know that Brian Carn is a disciple of Benny Hinn?
I don't know either of those two names that you just said.
You don't know who Benny Hinn is?
I don't know who that is or the first name you said.
I know you know who Brian Carn is.
Are you gonna come do a presentation so you can teach me?
Go-
I've never heard
Google
those names before.
Google Brian Carn and then funny. Just Google Brian Carn funny moments or funny.
Okay,
The guy
gotcha.
is hilarious, but he's a thief. He's a thief and a robber. Okay, and but he was a disciple. He was a disciple. Benny Hinn was a disciple of Catherine Kuhlman from the 70s. All these people are doing is just passing down money, power, and wealth under the guise of religion, of Christianity.
Oh yeah, I've seen him. I've seen some of his church videos.
Benny Hinn, you've seen Benny Hinn. I know you've seen Benny Hinn. I remember going to a Benny Hinn concert. My mother took me when I was I might have been in college when we went, but she loved Benny Hinn. She loved Benny Hinn. And I remember he stood up, he took his coat off. Benny Hinn's the one that waves his coat around and people fall out in the spirit, supposedly. I know you've seen
Yeah,
this
he
before.
making y'all look real bad out here, man.
So I'm standing up. Now let me tell you the power. This is real. This is not a game what they're playing with, but they're doing this for money, power, and wealth. It's the same thing that's going on in every discipline. And I was in the congregation, and I remember my mother. She was a bit on the heavy side. God bless her soul. She's no longer with us. She's in heaven with Christ. But so she didn't fall down because I believe that's why she didn't fall down. But I believe otherwise she would have fell. Okay. So Benny Hinn stands up. Everybody's standing up at this point. And he waves his coat. And I could swear to you, I felt the Spirit of God say, do not fall. And I was the only one that didn't fall. Everybody else fell. Me and my mother. Now, again, I think my mom didn't fall out because of weight. If she falls, it's going to be hard for her to get back up again. But I was the only one that did not fall down. But I felt something. I felt something wicked, and I told my mom, I said, I have to leave. I can't stay here. So there are Satan is not happy. He knows his end is near. So he's going to try to confuse as many people as he possibly can on the way to his end. Why is there only one denomination of Buddhism? Is there one denomination of Buddhism?
I don't know.
Why don't we see critical scholarship attacking Buddhism? They won't even attack Muslims. They won't even attack Islam. They won't say anything negative about Islam. They'll write book after book after book about Christianity, but won't say a thing about Islam. And if we say something about Islam, we're called what?
No, they write
xenophobic.
What do they call the people who say negative stuff about Jewish people?
What do they call people who say negative stuff about Christianity? Scholars.
I like that one. That's a good joke.
Critical scholars.
That's the funniest thing I heard all week, right there.
What do they call people that even just looking at what Muhammad did in his life, just looking at him and Aisha, what do they call us? Bigots.
No,
just going over their history, their hadiths and their writings and their most trustworthy sources and what they actually say, we're called bigots.
I do have some books on Islam. One of my favorite books that I have on Islam is called Institutionalized Pedophilia, and it's actually covering the whole Muhammad Aisha story and all of that. But go ahead, just to let you know, there are books out there. I do own.
There are, but try getting that on one of the mainstream media platforms. Try getting that. Try doing a video, or try going to a Muslim country.
Oh yeah,
or even here in America.
Oh, they're gonna kill us. We can't go to no Muslim country doing that. I ain't playing with.
In Dearborn, try going to Dearborn, Michigan.
I've been in Dearborn. I go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, and get a microphone, get an amplifier, and start reading the hadiths about Aisha and the abuse.
Somebody gonna machete me.
Right here in America, unfortunately, right here in America, you can't say nothing negative about Islam. Islam is united. What do they argue?
They ain't united either.
We have our book is the same. It hasn't changed. It hasn't been tampered with. We believe the same thing. We're not divided.
Lies. Those are all lies. Their book has been tampered with. They only got this version of the Quran because they killed off all the people who believed and had different versions. This is the last one left.
Catholics argue the same thing. We are the one church. We're not divided.
When I look at the denomination list, it starts with Catholic at the top, and then all the schisms come off of that.
Starts with Catholic. What's the second one?
Let me go. I just remember that from a debate I had. I had used it as a slide, but I'm gonna pull it up for you right now.
Within Protestantism, there are a number of denominations. So, all right, baptism. There are churches that divide over the silliest things, like how you baptize someone. Well, in this passage, it says you can sprinkle. In this passage, in the Old Testament, they sprinkled the anointing oil. And the New Testament, they dunked them. So even though both are acceptable, we decided we believe this is the right way. So we're going to go over here. You guys can stay here. Now you have two denominations, just based off of how you put them in the water. So I agree. A lot of it is foolishness. And I think God is not pleased with what has happened. But this was not something that I don't think militates against the truthfulness of Christianity. But I know you disagree, and I do respect your opinion. But
you came up here and schooled me today, though. I know that's a fact. You definitely took me to school.
Yeah.
So
there are 18 to 23 core denominational families: Lutheran, Baptist, Reformed, like myself, Methodist, Pentecostal, and then. So, if you're looking at Christianity through the lens of what people actually believe, the number is closer to about 50. Not 45,000.
Yeah, and I actually never had a list that actually had 45,000. This is actually one of the most extensive charts I've seen. The one that I used in a presentation a few years ago wasn't this extensive, and it didn't have the early biblical church stuff at the top. It actually started from Roman Catholic. But I want to read this at the top. I don't know exactly what it says, but we'll learn something together. Denomination. I feel like JJ 7000 right now. I can't even get
denominations.
Denominationalism versus biblical Christianity. This is at the top. I didn't know that was a word. I almost want to look that up. No. I gotta Google that before I even go into this. They put an ism on
that. Can you hit control? Can you hit control plus?
Yes, sir.
Blow it up a little bit.
Gotcha. Denominationalism is the ideology or system where the religious population, particularly within Christianity, is divided into numerous distinct ecclesiastical. I'm on my JJ 7000. I'm just mispronouncing ecclesiastical bodies or denominations, each emphasizing its own specific creeds, practices, and traditions. Okay, while denominations themselves are simply formal organizations that unite congregations of similar beliefs, such as Baptist, Methodist, or Presbyterians, denominationalism refers to the broader framework of these separate groups coexisting. Okay, so now let's get back and let me blow this up for you a little bit. Dang, I learned something today, man. Shout out rebuke and reprove, man. Taught me something new. Help tighten up my arguments so I don't.
Thinking you from New York, A1. You're not from New York, are
No, I'm
you?
from Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking you.
I
Oh,
ain't
that's
never
right.
been past Buffalo, brother.
We swept y'all.
Yeah, y'all swept us.
Yeah.
Hey, you just want to get all yours off right now. I see you got the logo up. I don't.
Yeah,
Hey,
we swept
to be
y'all.
to be honest, I didn't watch one game of basketball this whole season. I didn't.
What?
I didn't find out that we had James Harden until the final started. Somebody was like, we got James Harden, right? I'm like, when? They're like, he been here, dog. I'm like, bro, I be streaming, I be reading. I don't care about no Roman circus to keep us distracted from what's really going on.
Gotcha. I got
Um,
you.
I used to be into it. You know what actually made me stop watching sports? I was betting on the Browns one year and just lost way too much money. That's what it was.
Bet on the Browns.
That's
Yeah,
what everybody says. You bet on the Browns. Like, oh no, man. They kept blowing up all my tickets, man. Okay. Christian denominations represent what some refer to as the visible church, which can be defined by. Can you say that word again for me? I know how to pronounce
the ecclesiastical or
ecclesiology. Yeah, ecclesiology of liturgy. Tradition, architecture, culture, sight, sound, experience, etc. The visible church of denominations represented by the
that
chart below.
just means that they're separated on that basis, meaning tradition, culture, sound. Some churches don't want music. Did you know that? Some churches say we are not. Music is not of God. I don't know how they concluded this, but more power to you. That I'm not going to fight against you because it's not an essential. It's not important as far as the Christian faith. Christ is important. The crucifixion is important. Christ's deity is important. Okay, but some churches say music is not of God. We are separating. We are going to start the church of no music. But go ahead. No, seriously.
No, I know you ain't lying. I know you telling me the truth.
That's one of the denominations.
Yeah, I know you're not about to bash your own people and lie about it. So I believe you. I did. Yeah, that's good. And then it makes me think about that movie, which I think was way overrated and hyped up with the vampires and the guy with the guitar. What was it called? The recent movie with the one guy, I can't remember his name, but he played his own twin. And the vampires went after the church people, and a lot of church people were saying, "Don't watch the movie." Dang on it. Holy, where are you at? He must be moving around. Yeah, he dropping somebody off and taking care of some business right now. He usually running around at 8. Okay, I'll continue though. This visible church of denominations, represented by the chart below, is not to be confused with the genuine, sometimes called invisible, church from the biblical perspective. And anytime you want to add context to what it's saying, just go ahead and cut me off. The biblical church can be defined as all those people throughout the world who have come to saving faith in the biblically defined person and finished work of the Lord Jesus on the cross and his subsequent resurrection from the dead. So the biblical church can be defined as all the people who believe in Jesus, that he died and was resurrected. That's what that's saying, correct?
Yeah, that's the essential you must have. Jesus is God. Jesus is Yahweh. He dies. He becomes a man. He takes on a human nature, a second nature. He is God. He takes on human nature, dies and resurrects. Okay. That's the essential core theme. Doesn't mean that if you believe that you are Christian, because you have other things. You can add other things to that compromise or confuse that one essential. But you must have that, at least that. Yeah.
So I was still right in the sense that the house is divided against itself.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Paul, I wasn't completely wrong, but I just added a little extra sauce with that number.
You were 100% correct, Paul. And I'll never argue with you where Paul is agreeing with you. Paul said this in the 1st century, not the 21st century. He said there are people right now sitting next to you in the pew who are looking to start their own denominations, basically. So the enemy didn't wait. He didn't wait to the 1500s. He didn't wait to Constantine. He started dividing the church or attempting to divide the church in Paul's day. So when I read that, I said, hey, well, look, if this was happening in Paul's day, then why am I shocked that it's on a global scale today?
Yeah,
I'm
I would
not.
only expect it to be more amplified as time goes on, and there to
Yeah,
be continue to be more denominations and more
exactly.
schisms. So that actually sounds about right. Dang, I'm happy you came up here today. I it's funny. I love being wrong because it means I learned something new. So, and you probably won't hear. I haven't heard anybody say that. They argue with their chest out, knowing they wrong. They are embarrassed to get up here and be proven wrong. And I may be one of the only people who appreciate it. So let's continue reading. And his subsequent. Okay, upon authentic conversion to Christ, these former unbelievers became born again as brand new believers and are baptized into Christ. Together, these believers throughout the world comprise what the Apostle Paul referred to as the body of Christ: one Lord, one faith, one baptism. The following flowchart or family tree is based on historic schisms and or splits due to theological disagreements, reformation, or geopolitical relocation, and nothing to do with those who are genuinely in Christ by faith. Can you explain that? Do you understand what that? Can you explain that?
Um, yeah, the family tree is the schisms where um, you have the early church first, and then you have what's called Gnosticism.
Mhm.
The Gnostic groups are first century, second century, who were basically who Paul was referring to, and John calls them out as well. These are esoteric groups. They basically Christianize their new age philosophies. Basically, they're basically new what we would call the new age metaphysics, and they argued things like Jesus never came in the flesh, Jesus was like an avatar, all of the things that you might be hearing today from Acharya S and the Zeitgeist movements and some of the new age movements today, um like The Secret. Remember Oprah had her on her show. The Secret is one of the books by I think Acharya S. But yeah, these are groups that arise really early on, and they taught that they had some sort of special gnosis or knowledge. So that's like the beginning of Gnosticism, basically.
So that's what it
So
means. That last sentence where it says, "This has nothing to do with those who are genuinely in Christ by faith." That's what that means. That they're not the Gnostics aren't into this because they believe in Christ. That's what that meant.
well, I think they're saying that geopolitical relocation.
It says those were the reasons, and it says, and nothing to do with those who are genuinely in Christ by faith. So I think it's saying these denominations.
Well, yeah, maybe it's saying that these denominations are not the ones that are divided, meaning they jumped outside the Bible, but they're still within the pale of orthodoxy. They just have some disagreements theologically. But when they say theologically, they don't mean God. We all believe Jesus is God. When they say theologically, they mean something like soteriology, which is not theology. Soteriology is how you're saved. Someone in the Reformed faith believes that you're saved because God has chosen you before anyone made any decision. Someone that's more of a free grace type of faith, or someone that's more of a denomination like Roman Catholic, they'll say, which is not a denomination of Christianity, let me not use them, but someone that believes in free will, right? That side of Christianity, that believes in free will, and you choose whether or not you go to heaven or hell based on your decision. So that's not a theology disagreement, although it's concerning God. It's soteriology. It's what's called soteriology, which is How are you saved? How is a human being brought into light? Is it their own decision? Is it their own unction, the volition, their will? I think I'm saved. I think I'm saved. Or is it God that changes their mind about the matter? That's a major disagreement.
Hmm.
That's what led to what's called the Reformation. That's where Christians left Rome, because Rome is Babylon. I heard someone in the chat crying about Babylon Christianity. No, no, no. You're talking about Rome. Okay. So when Martin Luther, John Calvin, and those guys left the Roman
Okay,
Catholic
let's
Church,
we got
that's
this
where,
denomination chart here. It starts at 33 AD and
right.
it ends in 2024.
Well, Reformation should be somewhere
Looking at
in
this chart, do
between.
you see anything? What wouldn't you consider a denomination of Christianity?
Well,
And I don't know how
we
where
have
I
to
would be on
understand what
this list.
happened
When I, oh, you know
with the
what?
Roman
I wanted
Catholics.
to show my other screen too. I actually let me share this screen back before we go into the list. I actually asked Chat GPT. We already saw me ask the 42,000, ask for a list of the 42,000 denominations. Then it said there actually isn't a list and it's actually misleading. So you were right about that. Then I said, so if 42,000 denominations is wrong, how many are there actually? It says there is no exact number because it depends on what you mean by denomination. The famous 42,000 figure counts many things that most people would not consider separate denominations, which is exactly what you were breaking down. So kudos to you on that again for being right, and I was wrong. For example, a Baptist church organization in the United States and a Baptist church organization in Kenya might be counted separately, even if they share essentially the same theology.
Yeah, because of
Scholars
the culture.
generally
Yeah.
agree that there are thousands of Christian church bodies worldwide. There are probably hundreds to a few thousand denominations, depending on how strictly you define the term. And they agree that there are dozens of major theological traditions. So only dozens. So I guess it's not that 42,000 is, yeah,
Well, 200 to
that's
300
very
is right.
misleading. And
It's
thank you
right.
for coming up here and correcting me so I can pull that out of my argumentation. For
Yeah, I
example,
think
in the
that
United
number might
States,
be
the
high.
Association of Religion Data Archives lists roughly 200 to 300 Christian denominations and groups, depending on classification. If you group churches by theology rather than legal organization, most Christians fall into a relatively small number of traditions. And there's only 12 right here. We have the Roman Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodox Church, Oriental Orthodox churches, Church of the East. And what would they consider the Church of the East? Oh, I got to click that.
Church of the East,
See
I
if there's
think,
something. It
is
showed me an actual
East. It
building.
might be like Eastern Orthodox.
Oh, okay. Church of the East. The Church of the East is an
Oh,
ancient
Persian.
Christian tradition that developed in the Persian Empire and later spread across Asia. It traces its origins to the early Christian communities of Mesopotamia and became known for its missionary expansion as far as India and China. Founded in the first century CE by St. Thomas the Apostle. Okay. I'm about to have to go through all of this today. Dang, you just gave me some homework, Jill.
I didn't even know about the Eastern or
I guess I got some reading to do.
the Church of the
Okay.
East. I didn't even know about
Angelican
that.
Communion, Lutheranism, Reformed Christianity, Methodism, Baptist, Pentecostalism, Restoration Movement, Anabaptism. So if someone says there are 42,000 Christian denominations, that's usually an exaggeration based on counting administrative organizations. If someone says there is only one Christianity, that's also inaccurate because there are many mutually incompatible churches and doctrines. So, but again, you agreed with that. You didn't dispute that point. You just disputed that the 42,000 number as an exaggeration. And again, you were absolutely correct on that. A fair statement would be Christianity consists of thousands of separate church organizations worldwide, hundreds to perhaps a few thousand denominations, depending on how they are counted, and dozens of major theological traditions, which is exactly what you came up here and broke down. For debate purposes, the strongest criticism is usually not the number itself, but the fact that many denominations disagree on major issues such as salvation, baptism, communion, church authority, predestination, hell, the Trinity, women's ordination, and biblical interpretation. The existence of disagreement is much easier to defend than any specific denomination count, which is actually where I took it to when you disputed the number. I was saying, well, let's forget the number. Before we even looked it up to prove you were right, I'm like, the number really doesn't matter because that's not the point. The point is, before you try to convert me, you really need to try to get all y'all to agree on one thing. Then once y'all are in solidarity, then come holler at me.
I'm trying A1, but I'm only one
But
person.
you
I'm
know,
only
I
one
respect
person.
it though. I definitely respect you doing your job out here, Jill. I'm not gonna knock you for nothing.
Can you hear me,
Okay,
A1?
let's go back to this list.
No,
Now, is
he
there
must
anything
can't
on
hear
here
you.
that you
I mean,
wouldn't consider
A1,
an actual
A1, A1,
denomination?
A1. You can't hear
Or do
Jill,
you
A1.
think that some of these should be grouped
A1. Oh, he
together?
can't hear neither one of us.
He can't hear anyone.
A1.
Oh, you still there, Jill?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
we're gonna
here,
have to
but you
leave.
can't hear
He's
me.
talking, but I
We're
can't
gonna have to
hear
leave
him.
and go back.
I
We're
see
gonna
the
have to
thing
leave and come
going.
back. Come back, Jill.
Can y'all hear
Okay.
me? Let me drop off and come back. Damn, what happened?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you couldn't hear either of us, A1.
Okay, let's try this again.
Oh, that's much better. Much better.
Damn, I can't hear y'all.
Can you
see
hear me,
people
A1?
I can hear A1 and I can hear you.
muted.
Oh.
I can hear A1
My
and I can hear you.
apologies. Somehow, I don't know how my computer got muted because I wasn't touching my mouse over there.
Can you hear us,
No,
A1 now?
I can hear y'all now. My computer was
Okay.
on mute for some reason, and I
we
never
can
went
hear
down
you
there to
just
click it.
fine. You just couldn't hear us.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. That's weird. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sure you heard my question. Then could you go ahead and go back into your answer?
I'm sorry, repeat the
Oh, my
Oh yeah,
question was, looking at the list, is there anything that you would consider not a denomination and why? And are there any of these that they have that you would maybe group together as one?
well, it's kind of hard for me to deny the history of Christianity. Roman Catholicism is a tough one because Roman Catholicism, I believe, before it was Roman Catholicism, was the true church. But slowly over time, they began adding men, and I believe ultimately Satan began adding doctrines to the church. And then it got to a point, the false doctrines, like Marian dogmas, they call them. Pray to Mary. Mary is some sort of mediator between Christ and God and man. When Christ is the only mediator, according to the apostles. So they began adding things that started to compromise the essentials, what's important. Mary was born sinless. The Bible says no human was born sinless. So why are you all of a sudden you're making Mary into, except for Christ, everyone was born in sin. So those types of doctrines began creeping in and confusing the essentials of the faith. And then finally, after hundreds of years of terror, you had the state combining with the church, which is a horrible idea, one that is never taught in scripture. The first century disciples and apostles were on the run from the state. they weren't partnering with the state.
That's facts.
The state was trying to kill them.
Jesus was flipping the tables, wasn't he?
The state, and they wound up killing Paul, and all of the apostles were put to death by the state.
Damn.
So to to suggest that that's a good idea and that's a Christian idea is absurd. So if someone is a Catholic today, I would say, are they Christian? I would say, see, that's a tough one because they accept the essentials. I would ask them, do you accept those dogmas, those Marian dogmas? If not, you're fine. If you do, then I can't accept people calling themselves worshipers of Christ and they pray to Mary.
Mm.
We pray to the Most High God. We don't pray to a woman.
Or sweet baby
So I
Jesus.
can't. I just can't. And then they believe in what's called transubstantiation, which means when you're taking the bread and the wine, which is just a symbol. Jesus said, "Take this in remembrance of me," as a ritual to remember me. Just like you have a birthday. You're not born every time you have a birthday, but but you celebrate your birthday. They say that the actual bread becomes the actual flesh of Christ. And the blood becomes when you pray over it, when the priest prays over it, he does that incense and he does all that. It actually becomes the same blood, the blood of Christ that was shed on Calvary 2,000 years. Come
Yeah,
on,
these
man.
people. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. But do you see why I'm kind of freaked out? That stuff's kind of freaking me out, man.
So then
Like,
you had Reformation. So I would start from Reformation. Reformation is when people got fed up. Then they started charging people. They started charging people what they call indulgences. So if you had a family member who you knew was a sinner, who you knew did not repent and did not go to church or Catholic mass and died, if you wanted to get them out of purgatory, which is another made up religion, another made up doctrine, not in scripture, you had to pay the Catholic Church, and then the Catholic Church would get your child, your daughter, your son, your husband, your uncle out of hell. You know how much money they made over the years just doing that? How much money would you make, A1, if you were able to convince an entire nation that in order to get your children or your family members out of hell, you could pay me a nickel? A nickel. I'd be Bill Gates money in a couple of years. So you wonder why when you go to the Vatican, you see the cups cost $50,000 for one of their communion cups made out of pure gold. Where do you think they got all that gold from? Where do you think they got all this money from? The raids. Now the first Crusades I think were fine because the first Crusades was a response to Muslim aggression. Muhammad had basically killed scores. He was ready to go into Spain. That's how far he spread into Europe. So Constantinian and Constantinople had enough and said, we got to stop this guy. So the first crusade, I'm okay with. But otherwise, we'd all be speaking Arabian if it wasn't for the first crusades. But then you started to get into, killing people, and the what they call the I can't remember the name of the but you could research the history of the Roman Catholic Church. So it depends. I'm sorry, I'm long-winded, but it depends on what they believe. I ask people, what do you believe? I don't really ask them what your denomination is.
yeah, don't worry about being long-winded. You cooking. Go ahead. Take as long as you need.
Right, because not everybody, even if they say I'm a Christian, well, who is Jesus Christ? Well, he's my uncle. Whoa, bro. So I always ask people, what do you believe? Who do you say Jesus Christ is? Instead of going into these labels, because the labels can mean a number of things. I was raised a Catholic, but I don't, not me per se, but I've spoken to people who say I was raised Catholic, but I don't hold to the Marian dogmas. I don't hold to that Mary stuff. I don't pray to Mary. I pray to Yahweh. I pray in Jesus' name. But they just hold to the tradition. They go to the mass. They go to the, you know, I'll go with them, and I enjoy going to mass because they're finished in 30 minutes. You go to a black church, you're in there for 4 hours. You're in there. He hooting and hollering. You don't even learn anything. He just hooting and hollering. You know what I'm talking about, A1? Now I'm not saying your dad was that type of preacher.
I grew up there, man. They was teaching, but it was a lot of hooting and hollering, dancing and falling out. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I grew
Nobody
up in a
was knocking them
Pentecostal
down
church.
with a coat, but it was a lot of people falling out.
I
I
grew up
never
in-
caught the Holy Ghost though. I used to be mad I couldn't catch the Holy Ghost.
I never caught the Holy Ghost either.
Bro, I'm a preacher's son. How can't I?
Because that's not what the Holy Ghost is. The Holy Ghost convicts you. When you treated that person wrong. The Holy Spirit, now, some people, secularists, will just say, well, that's just your conscience. But we believe that that's the Holy Spirit. You did that person wrong. You did that girl wrong. The Holy Spirit convicts you of wrongdoing. It doesn't make you roll around and float in the air and do a backflip. Like Martin's mother. Remember Martin's mother?
Dude,
She caught the Holy Ghost. No, that's so I would start at Reformation. Is Reformation on here somewhere?
You is funny, Jill. That was one of my favorite episodes, man.
Oh yeah, that was one of my favorite too.
Yeah, let me
I
look
don't
up Reformation.
I don't see Reformation. Now I see the Roman Catholic. I see the Eastern Orthodox.
And where are you on here? Let me know when you see what
I'm not on.
denomination you would fall under. Oh, Reformed Church of America? Is that what you're talking about?
No, but see, I see what they're doing. All right, so they started out. Wait, what's the early church? Wait, what's
Oh,
this?
you know what?
Coptic?
Look at the
Syriac?
legend. The legend over on the right will tell you. I think you may be looking for early reformers when you're talking about Reformation, and those would be
No, that
the blue.
Well,
I
the
don't
thing
know.
is that all of those underneath the Roman Catholic Church or
I'm listening.
Reformation would have happened around 15. When did Reformation happen?
I'll look it up for you. I got you. Christian, what you want me to Google?
1500s is when Reformation began.
What did you type in? Christian Reformation?
No, yeah. It's around. You see, right around the 1530s.
Let me look.
That's when you started to get all of the different groups. The Church of England too. See the Church of England on the end there.
1500.
The Christians that came to America were escaping the Church of England. The Church of England, 97%, 2% Catholic, 1% agnostic or atheist, perhaps. But the people who came over here, they were escaping the Church of England. The Church of England were doing the same thing the Roman Catholic Church did, even though they were Protestant. So even after
charging them to keep from going to hell.
Well, not necessarily the indulgences, but they were doing beheading people, burning people who did not, follow. And Paul never taught that. The apostles never taught that. You preach the gospel. If they don't accept you, you wipe your dust off your feet. You move on to the next town. You don't burn it down. But I digress. So the Church of England, even though they were Protestants and they got rid of all of the Catholic, Roman Catholic stuff like indulgences, praying to Mary, all that other stuff, they kept the Constantinople garbage. I will kill you, convert or die. They kept that. So the Christians who are now reforming again, and now they're leaving England. And they're saying, we're going to start our own. That's where the whole Manifest Destiny came from. We're going to start our own church in America. Just like that, you have another denomination. Okay. So we have to look at what's going on in history as far as people are escaping evil. And that's why they're starting their own denomination. It's not because Christianity is confusion. It's that bad people are put in charge or have authority and we need to separate from them. If my pastor starts going off about LGBTQ stuff, guess who's gonna go to another denomination? If
Facts.
he fall and hit his head and start and start preaching some crazy stuff about, you know, uh, whatever. Guess who going? And I'm not gonna start my own denomination, but I'm gonna find another church. So that's what the Church of England was doing, and they were acting just like the people who they say they were reforming or changing or against reforming, and they were doing the same exact things pretty much. So then you have under the Church of England, that's where you get the Amish, the Puritans. They totally separated. They said, listen, all that stuff y'all doing, all this technology stuff, we ain't with. That's not of God. That's not in the Bible. And now they got their own. Now they still to this day, they're still separatists. They still churning butter by hand. See, they don't teach that. They don't teach that in the black church. They don't teach that in the black head church. They churning butter. Now, and they use a machine. Yeah, but it's a hand type of churning. They're baking from scratch. They growing everything.
I'm here. I'm listening. And you don't see yourself on this list anywhere? Or what denomination would you consider yourself? I'll just ask you that. Can you hear me, Jill?
Jill, can you hear me? Can you hear me, A1?
I can hear you. You Borging, but I can hear you.
Okay.
It doesn't look like Jill is talking. He was, and it just cut out in the middle of his sentence. Dang, he was cooking. He about to make me have to call my dad.
I'm almost to the. I'm almost.
But
I'm almost to the house. I want to comment on what y'all talking about. So don't change the subject.
No, we ain't. Jill, you cutting out. You had cut out for about 30 seconds.
My internet went out for about 30 seconds, but it's back now. But all I can say is this, A1. This is confusion. I understand, man. Look at this, man. If you put this in front of like an autistic kid, he might spaz out. He might what we say spaz out, but I know that's not appropriate to say that, but that's what the kids call it. And you know, I teach autistic kids, but this is too much. You know, it's like, you know, flashing a light in front of a kid with autism, like a bright light. Like you're gonna cause some confusion, some chaos. I agree, but what I'd like to do is just I just go back to the scriptures. Like that's the best. That's all we can do is to try to understand what the text says. If someone tells you the Bible says this or the Bible says that, ask them to find it in the scriptures and then research and return. And more than likely, it's probably one of these denominations trying to convince you that they're the right church. You know?
Facts, I agree. Thank you for coming up here and sharing some insight on this for me.
Yeah, I mean, just go back to the Bible. That's what the Reformation was about. It was just, let's just go back to the Bible. All this tradition stuff is fun. It's fine. But you see, oh, look, the Puritans are in there. See the Puritans and the Amish? They came out of the Church of England too. Those are the people that came over on the Mayflower. Puritans, the Baptists, they were escaping the Church of England. The Church of England was just like Rome in that they were a part of the state. They were a state church, which is not what the Bible teaches. So many people were not okay with that. Many Christians were not okay with that. Those are the people that came over to America. Crazy. I know it's a lot. It's a lot. And I don't expect anyone looking at this from a bird's eye view to actually, not be confused and to not, not to have questions and doubts. But if you, I would say, go back to the scriptures, and that's where I start. You want me to worship Mary? You want me to pray to Mary? Okay, show me the apostles doing that. Show me the apostles teaching that. Otherwise, you go your way, and I'll I'll stay here. As for me and mine, we're going to do what thus saith the Lord. If it's not in this Bible, it's just a part of your tradition, and that's fine to have tradition. But the problem I think God has with these traditions is that they kill people, put people to death because they don't accept a particular tradition. God never taught that. God taught you can have your own culture. You can have your own cultural flavor of Christianity. If you want to dance African spiritual dances to Christ, for Christ, if you want to dance to African music or to Spanish music or Mexican music to glorify Christ, that's fine. But don't put me in hell, or don't put me, burn me in a literal hell, burn me alive because I don't, adhere to the fajitas, for communion, not
Facts. That's facts, and that
instead
actually
of
happened.
the bread and the wine. I don't, they like fajitas. So what? But that's where I think the problems come. I know this is a problem, but the real problem comes when people start persecuting others because of these differences. You see what I'm saying?
The only problem, you took away half of the problem for me.
Yeah.
But the problem still lies that an all-knowing God would know that there would be a better way to disseminate his message. And how is he going to send me to hell with all of this confusion? And I think that problem still remains. I don't think you can fix that, but you did shed a lot of light on this and a lot of clarity on how this happened, why this happened for me. So I'm going to actually be pulling this out of my argumentation completely, and I appreciate you for helping me tighten up my stuff. I'm also going to be calling my dad today and talking to him about times where we switched churches, or he was a pastor, but I remember him moving around and preaching at different churches. And I want to ask, like, why, or were there churches that we went to where he didn't agree with the doctrine? Because as a kid, I won't remember that, but I'm sure that it happened, and I just want to hear the stories now. Oli's back up here. Oli, you could pop yourself up whenever you're ready. What else did I want to say? Oh, yeah, the tournament on the background. And we don't have any Christians right now in the tournament, and I don't know. I'll be honored if you hopped in this. We doubled the pot, so now instead of $500, we're giving $1,000 away for the grand prize. Still $50 for each round you win on the way to the finals. Did you want to hop in this?
Well, what is this like? What is the topic? So any topic or
any topic? It's right now. It's mostly religious people. We have a few Hebrews. We have.
I told you, if anyone wants to debate me on the deity of Christ and whether or not Christ is Yahweh,
I'll set you up. I'm sure if that's what you want to talk about. I'm sure I'll make sure that you don't have another Christian, so that way somebody can accept that offer.
Yeah,
I guarantee,
and I'll donate the money to your channel.
I appreciate it, big dog. I appreciate it. I'll spend it
after I win. I'll donate the money.
Hey. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put you in this tournament. This should be some easy money for you as a Christian. This is my second favorite Christian on the internet. somebody who I've learned a lot from. So, and you see, I'm not scared to admit when I'm wrong and give the person who actually is right the floor, and let him talk. So I know sometimes the best thing you can add to the conversation is silence.
Who's the
Yeah.
first?
Leandre McBride is my favorite Christian on the internet right now.
Y'all
I don't
have
know
He
who
did.
different
that
He
is.
Christian
beat me the
views.
hell up several times. I learn from him every time we speak.
I
Y'all
don't know
got
who that
different
is. I
Christian
got.
views. Y'all got different Christian views. That'll be a wonderful debate.
Yeah, he's a Calvinist. I hope he hops in the tournament. I sent him a message a few days ago, but he's a really busy guy.
We,
He teaches. He's got a master's degree in philosophy. I forgot what his PhD is in.
you know what
Why
I've
ain't
learned?
Ritual on the screen? Oh,
And when you said that, when you said he was a Calvinist, you know what I've learned? The Reformed position, I call it Reformed theology because when you say Calvinist, people automatically think, okay, everything John Calvin believed, you have to believe, which I don't. But I found over my years of in Christianity that the Calvinist position is the most consistent. It's the most honest and it's the most consistent with scripture. You don't get the, oh
yes.
well, God God loves everybody.
Man,
Everybody's gonna go to heaven
that's
and
why he
sing
kicked my butt.
kumbaya.
Because I've had never dealt with the Calvinists, and I wasn't ready for the honesty that he brought to the conversation. So all
Mhm.
my stuff was set up for somebody to get up there and make excuses, and for me to just slash them up. I had no ammo for anything that he ever brought for me. Honestly, I
Yeah.
wish we could have debated the historicity of Jesus, because I guarantee he would have taught me something that day too. But we never got a chance to get that in. Maybe in the future, sometime you'll entertain me and show everybody his skill and take me up on that offer. I still would debate him on that just to see what he brings, because I know I'm going to learn something from him.
Can
So
I
you're
can I
you're already in this. I'll make sure you're on the flyer. The way the debates go, it's a 16-man tournament. Even if
okay.
I did one debate a week, it's going to take me 2 months just to get through the first round. So you'll have a debate within maybe the next 90 days. Then you'll have to wait a little bit for the next one. Um,
Okay. Send me
but yeah,
just send me an email and keep me up to date
I
and
got you. I got you. Yeah, I
I'll
got you. You're in
definitely
Huh.
my email. You're saved in my contact list
but I
already. So
do
I
I
got you.
do gotta run, but I wanna
Hey,
just I
before you leave, Jill, I just got to
yeah,
ask you just a few quick questions. They're gonna be quick.
sure.
Do you have you ever ventured in on TikTok?
You know what? I'm everybody's going to TikTok, so eventually I might have to because it seems as though no one wants to talk to Christians over 40 anymore, or 45. Everyone wants to talk to 18-year-old Christians. Uh, the atheists, that is. So they all ran over there, and I don't have anybody to fight with
Okay,
on
well,
YouTube anymore.
I was just wondering because you said you treat A1 with a certain type of respect than you treat other atheists. It's a lot of atheists over there. One atheist I used to frequent his page, still do, his name God of the Gaps, and it's this New York fan that come up there. I couldn't remember his name, but he don't treat God of the Gaps as um like he got respect for him. So he come with this little persona. He said his father was Harlem Globetrotter. I can't remember, but he a real big Knicks fan. Y'all voices kind of sounded alike, and I was just wondering if that might have been you, but don't
No,
sound
that's
like it is. It don't sound
no,
like it. You ain't never been on TikTok, but
no, no.
he's actually a Christian too. Y'all have some of the same beliefs. I was wondering if that was you. He liked the Knicks. He but he treat that atheist with a certain type of um disdain. And I was just wondering if you was the same one, if you was that same guy.
No, I'm not on TikTok, but I do plan. I might join TikTok. We'll see, but I think
Yeah.
I'm just happy with just the YouTube, and start a new platform at this. I never really cared about. I like just the interaction. I don't really care about my channel or increasing viewers or views or anything like that. Like I said to A1, I'll do it private. I've been I've done one-on-one private chats with people, with strangers,
Yeah.
for hours, just talking about the Bible, answering questions and concerns. Because there are a lot of concerns and questions about Christianity in general that have either gone unanswered or have gone uh, answered, but in a way that doesn't really shed light on the truth of Christ and Christianity. Um, and I think we these platforms are a good thing, you know. But I do got to run. But I did wanted to. I heard you, A1. I heard you mention you sort of were leaning into the problem of evil when you were on your rant. I want to give you a solution from the scriptures regard when it comes to the problem of evil. Do you know what I mean by the problem of evil? Or
I don't know what the problem is, but I'm listening. You got the floor.
well, God, well, you sort of touched on it. You said God created these, knowing that these things would happen, and is that it's called the problem of evil, basically.
Okay.
It's like it. I've talked with atheists about this, and God knew Adam would eat of the tree. He put the tree in the midst of the garden. Why did he put the tree there? That those types of things, those types of questions. Uh, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. I think this answered my questions that I had. When I had the same question when I heard this response, or actually, I don't know if I heard this or the spirit dropped this in my heart or whatever. But I go back to the very beginning. Okay. And this isn't blasphemy, but let's pretend like you're God. You're the God of the Bible, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So you're three persons. You're like in the Transformers. Remember the quintessence?
Mm-hmm.
You're like that, but you're three. Okay. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Okay. But you're one, like the quintessence, although they were five in one, right? So you're loving the Son loves the Father, the Spirit loves the Son. You have God is love eternally. You are loving each other, serving each other for eternity. Nothing else exists. You with me?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else exists except for you. God, three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, co-equal, co-eternal, loving each other. God, you are love. You are the definition of love. You are the only thing that exists, love. What does love do? Does it just stay? Does it just stay by itself, aloof, or does it create?
Um,
What do you do? You're God.
I'll
What
just
do you
let you
do?
continue because I don't think
Oh,
it.
no, this is interactive. This is interactive. You're God. You're love. You're the personification of love in perfection. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit loving each other for eternity. And now, what do you do? Do you stay there? Do you stay in that state? Or do you create beings to love, to share some of those attributes of love? Do you stay by yourself or do you create?
I don't like the hypothetical, but
Well, you only have two options. You either stay as you are, where nothing else exists, you don't change, but you don't add anything, you don't create anything, you just stay in God by yourself in eternity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Nothing else exists except for you. Which one do you do? Do you stay as God alone, or do you create other beings?
I have
You're
no clue.
God. You make the
It's one
decision.
of those questions I can't answer because I'm not in that position.
I know you're not God. I know you, but
I'm trying
walk
to
walk
actually
with me.
embody the moment and pretend, but like I can't answer that.
Okay.
Like
All right.
I don't know what God would do. So you're asking me the question and want me to think as if I'm God. I honestly I can't even fathom the answer. And
Okay.
you gave me two easy ones to pick from, but I have no clue.
I think. All right. If do it myself then. If I were God,
I'll do it.
I would create.
Can I do it?
Yeah. Yeah. What would you do?
I would create, but I wouldn't create nothing that would suffer in any form or fashion. I wouldn't create anything that would cause evil or any of that.
Ooh. Okay. Now we're getting there. Now we're getting there. All right. So you only see. I only leave you with two decisions. That's the problem. The Epicurus, the Greek philosopher that the atheists love to quote, who came up with this problem of evil. If you
Mm-hmm.
keep researching, you'll see there he popularized it. But they keep giving you that choice. That choice, sir, is an impossible choice. God cannot create. Once God creates anything, it's going to fail. The only perfect being is God. Are you following me? The only perfect being, the only being that cannot mess up, the only being that cannot eat of the tree, the only being that cannot fornicate, the only being that cannot steal or lie exists alone by himself. Once he decides to create anything, whether it be a planet, a sun, a moon, or a star, it is subject to failure or death. We call it entropy or heat loss.
So
Now,
it's your position that an all perfect God
Cannot
can only
create a
can only
perfect,
create imperfect
yes.
things.
He cannot create or duplicate perfection.
Well, then how is he?
Logically, you cannot duplicate perfection, logically speaking, because once you have a copy of it, of perfection, it's no longer perfect. It's no longer for example, the God of the Bible always existed. So his perfection is an eternal one. He's all knowing and his knowledge is eternal. Once he creates anything, that thing has a beginning, its existence has a beginning, and therefore its knowledge is imperfect. So it's subject to failure. That solves the problem of evil. Because you would say that a good God, a loving God would create even knowing that these creatures will fail miserably because they're not him and they will never be him. Or do you think a good God would stay by himself? I would side with Owl, but brother Oli, that the good God would, even though there will be consequences, dire consequences, deadly consequences, earthquakes, tremors, tsunamis. I would say the God that creates is the good God. The God that does not create is the evil God. Because the God that does not create keeps all of those attributes, the good attributes, to himself and doesn't share them with anyone but himself. So that's how I solve the problem of evil.
I I gotta push back on that a little bit. I don't even know if you have the time, but I
Yeah,
think
go ahead. Go
it's
ahead.
I think it's illogical to say that an all powerful God is limited to only creating imperfect things. Because right there,
No, actually that
no,
corresponds with logic, because logic dictates that a perfect being cannot create another perfect being. So which one is perfect now? They're
let,
both perfect?
let me finish. Let me finish. Unless you wanted to continue. If you wanted to go, I'll give you the floor
Oh
though.
no. I'm just saying,
Okay.
are they
Well,
right?
well, I mean, I heard you. You already said that though.
Oh, right.
So you're repeating yourself. But I want you to actually listen to my rebuttal. I think that what you're saying contradicts the idea of omnipotence. Like, and right here in my face, that's what I'm hearing. You're saying an all-powerful God is limited. He can
Mm-hmm.
only create imperfect things. So your
Yes.
premise is, wait, what's your premise? God is perfect would be your premise. And
But we need to.
your conclusion is therefore God can only create imperfect things. So
Okay.
what you're
All right.
saying is there is something that God, the all-powerful God, cannot do. That's what
Yes.
you're telling me right now.
Yes. Yes. According to
So
scripture.
he's limited. And
Okay.
he's
Okay.
not
Well,
all powerful then.
wait. We need to first get our definitions correct. Because what you're doing is you're importing a secularist definition of all powerful onto the biblical text. What does the Bible mean when it says God is all powerful? Does it mean that God can do anything? Did you know that you can do something God cannot do? Guess what that is? Lie. God cannot lie. So therefore, the biblical definition, logically speaking, the biblical definition of all powerful cannot mean God can do anything. He cannot do anything, everything. He cannot lie. He cannot create. This is according to Isaiah 41. He cannot create God. He cannot recreate himself. That's a logical impossibility. If God always existed, then as soon as he creates, that will, by default, that creature already is imperfect. You cannot have more than one perfect being. One of those beings is going to be at 99%. The other one's going to be at 100. There's no such thing as two perfect beings, two eternal beings. You see what I'm saying? You are a part of creation. God is creating you. You're not eternal. The difference between Jesus and you, when Jesus comes down from heaven, he says, you come from here, earth. I come from above. I come from the eternal realm. You were created, time and space and matter was created for you to exist. So when you make that distinction between God and man, that creator creation distinction, the problem of evil goes away. An imperfect God or a perfect God can only create imperfect beings. Logically speaking, he cannot.
Angels included.
Angels included. The top angel, his top boy, his top boy
I like how you be putting this stuff,
turned
man.
on him.
He did.
Turned on him. Said, I'm gonna be like the Most High. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be higher than the Most High. Once a perfect being creates, there is no factory of perfect gods with perfect gods popping out every 1,000 years. It doesn't that logically that doesn't follow. If God says there is no one like him and he is the only one that is perfect, take his word for it. If that's the case, then he cannot create. Go to Isaiah 41. Let me go there. Isaiah 41. No gods will be created before me. No gods were existed before me. This is according to the God of the Bible. No gods existed before me. No perfect beings existed before me. No perfect beings will exist after me.
Jesus?
Except for me.
No. Wait, I said Jesus. What about
Jesus
Jesus?
is Yahweh. Jesus, remember, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Remember, my hypothetical prepared for that.
I'm not a
Father,
Trinitarian. I'm not a Trinitarian, so that doesn't work on me.
oh well, then you have a problem with you have a problem. Then I don't have a. If you're a Trinitarian, well, I don't think really a Trinitarian matters in this case, but for the problem of evil. But God exists alone, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Okay, so the Son decides to take on flesh, not the Father. So he is perfect because he's God incarnate. So he's not created. We don't believe Jesus was created like some people, unfortunately. Some so-called Christians that they call themselves Unitarians. They teach that Jesus was created. The Jehovah Witnesses teach that Jesus was created. That's why we don't consider them to be a Christian denomination, because they believe Jesus is part of the creation, which means what? He's not perfect. He can't be perfect. Logically speaking, you cannot be perfect. If you are created, you had a beginning. You
What you're
don't know
saying
what
just
happened before that. You don't know what happened prior to that. So you're not perfect in your knowledge. You're not perfect. If you're not perfect in knowledge, you're not perfect. If you were created at a certain point in time, you don't have the knowledge of what happened prior to that. There's some information you're going to miss. When you go take the test, you're going to get a couple wrong because you weren't there for the review
mm,
that came prior. You were just created at the start of the test, the exam.
I hear everything you're saying. It for me it just creates more problems to say an all perfect God who's all powerful is limited and can only create imperfections, which even lends more credit to when I was saying God is the ultimate. Well, I won't restate that in that way because you're actually up here. That God, I called him a mess up. He's the ultimate mess up. All he does, like he messed up so bad, he had to kill everybody on the earth twice. Like,
That leads to the problem that leads to the imperfection issue. So you have a different understanding of what all powerful means, one that was forced into the text, not that's derived out of the text. When
eh,
you
eh,
let the Bible define these terms, you don't get that contradiction. Because the Bible's definition of all powerful can't mean he can do anything when the Bible clearly says he can't do everything. He cannot lie. Did you know you can do something God cannot do?
that way, that's in the scripture that God can't lie. What scripture
Yeah,
is
he
that?
cannot lie. He cannot. It's not in his nature to lie.
I'll look it
He
up.
cannot do it.
And
It's impossible for him to do it.
the other big problem is that how can I say this? If a if a perfect God can only produce imperfect results, then why should we trust anything that God made, from the humans to the text to the prophets to like how
Well, he's trustworthy because because he's been faithful. Um, and everything that he says would happen did happen. So we after Isaiah the prophet, Isaiah is a powerful book. Just read Isaiah from Isaiah 40 to Isaiah 50. Okay, and you'll learn everything you need to know about the God of the Bible.
gotcha.
Um,
Isaiah 40 through 50. I'm gonna write it
Isaiah 40 through 50, you'll learn everything you need to know about the God of the Bible. Okay, he a God who cannot lie, because he's perfectly truthful and faithful. So it's not that he doesn't want to lie. We don't lie, but we have the capability to lie. God does not have the capability to lie. So when you talk about all powerful, you have to be careful to use the Bible's understanding of what all powerful means, not a modern understanding. A modern understanding of all powerful, yeah, leads to a problem, but not the biblical definition. If you're doing an internal critique, use the biblical definition of all powerful. God cannot be tempted by evil. We can, but God cannot be tempted by evil. God cannot deny himself. We can deny ourselves. God cannot change his character. We can change our character. In fact, we call it code switching. God cannot break his word. We break our word all the time. God cannot create himself. He cannot recreate himself. Anything that God creates, again, has a starting point and therefore is lacking. is falling short, we would say, falling short of God's glory. And therefore they can be unjust, they can be wicked, they can be mean, they can be disobedient, murderers, they can be all of those things. So which universe would you prefer? I prefer the universe where I exist. If you want the universe where nothing exists except for God, that's the only perfect universe you're going to get, buddy. You're not going to get a perfect universe that God creates. That's a logical impossibility. I prefer to exist, even though the evils are real and actualized. So evil is not created. Evil cannot be created. God can't even create evil. Evil was actualized. It was made a possibility by God creating. Once God creates, evil now is possible. Before God created, nothing, no evil was ever possible. Remember, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, loving each other, perfect in all their ways. So the problem of evil is no problem in the Bible. It's not a problem at all. You have to go outside the Bible and use a definition and force that in to make a problem of evil. And that's what Epicurus did. So I'm not saying you're doing anything. That's the argument that started in ancient Rome. He said, "Oh, all powerful," and even threw in all loving. He threw that in there too. I'm just going to throw another omni in there. You know, the Bible doesn't teach that. And then he misrepresented what all powerful actually means. Can do anything. No. All powerful means, from a biblical perspective, and I'll sum it up. I'll land my plane, I promise. All powerful means is that there isn't a power or person or thing that can thwart the plan of God. If God wants to do X, there isn't an entity, a power, an angel, a nothing that can stop him. That's what all powerful means. Doesn't mean that he can do anything.
Thank you for breaking that down. I'm over here reading Isaiah right now.
Okay. Go to Isaiah 40, Isaiah 41.
Isaiah 41.
Isaiah. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Isaiah 43. I'm sorry. Isaiah 43:10. Isaiah 43:10. I'll show you this, and then I do gotta step out of here.
Yeah, pulling it up right now.
Isaiah 43:10.
Isaiah 43:10 reads, Ye are my witness. Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and my servant who I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me, and I understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me.
Uh-huh. And who else? Who said I am he in the New Testament? Who said I am in the New Testament? So Jesus knew what he was doing, and the Jews knew what he was claiming. That's why they picked up stones to stone him, because they knew he was trying to steal the title of Yahweh. But here you see Yahweh is saying, "I am he." There is no one like me. He constantly says this, but now logically he's going to create someone like him. How is that possible? Like it's soon. That's like Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter has a son. But his son is not. His son has a beginning. His son's not a Hall of Famer.
I see what you're saying though. Like if
His
it's
son
like
has to.
if it's like a dish that you making on the stove, it's like, hey, I'm gonna try to make y'all taste good, but the same ingredients ain't going y'all is what winning me, So and that's how I'm kind of looking at what you're saying.
Well, we do share some ingredients, but not all of them.
And that's why we can't be perfect.
Right. We share some ingredients. Love, the ability to love, the ability to think, consciousness, volition. We have a choice within parameters. We can't choose to fly, but God gives us choices. Ego, what we call ego, or the id, personality. He shares many of his loving attributes, intelligence. Definitely shared that with humans. Okay, but he does not share his. He cannot share his eternal nature. Once he creates, when Derek Jeter has a child, he didn't create a Hall of Famer. He created a child who may grow up to be a Hall of Famer, but he didn't create a Hall of Famer that batted 320, that averaged a lifetime average of 301 or whatever. That was him. That was his past. The baby has a beginning. It doesn't have that past experience. So it's already not Derek Jeter, even though it's his son. So when God creates, we are his creation. We are not him. We are not perfect. Even the Bible, if you go to Genesis, notice the Bible never says, and God says his creation was perfect. What does it say? It says it was what? Very good. Never says his creation is perfect. Because God knew that once he created, you knew once you had them kids that they was going to tear the school up. You knew once you set them kids free in the Walmart, they was going to tear up the Walmart. But you still had them anyway because you wanted to share. You wanted to share your legacy with them. You wanted to pass down something to someone else besides yourself. That's so I think this God is better than a God that stays alone by himself. Like the Muslim God.
Man. I like your analogy.
You knew
that's why I told you this guy was good, didn't I, Oli?
So that's how I saw the problem of evil, and that you only have two options. Don't give them that third option. The third option is a lie. God could have created a perfect, created us to be. No. Why didn't God create us never to mess up? No, impossible. The only one that never messes up is himself. The only one that never makes a wrong step is God himself, because he's eternal. He's all-knowing. He's omniscient. He did not share any of the omnis with us. He did not. He can't. So God can't do something. Go past the news. God can't do something. You'll be shocked how many Christians will be like, what you mean God can do all things? No, he cannot. And it's not a knock on God. If you came to my door and I had a bazooka, you came to my door with a pistol, and he said, "Nah, I'm coming in here to get you, Jill." I'm gonna answer the door. I'm not afraid. God is all powerful. He doesn't have to lie to you. The reason why we lie is because we are not all powerful. If I'm all powerful and anyone said, yeah, that Jill, he corny, I'm gonna beat him up next time I see him. I'm all powerful. I'm not hiding from you when you come knock on my door. But if I'm not all powerful, I might be hiding in the basement from you. I might lie and say, I might tell my wife to lie and say, hey, tell her Jill's not here. So the fact that God cannot lie is not a knock on God. It speaks to his perfect nature. It speaks to his power. God doesn't have to maneuver. The reason why we humans lie, we lie to our women because we're not all powerful. If we was all power, if we had any power, if we had any money, if we was Bill Gates, We don't have to lie to these. You know what I'm saying, A1.
That's
You
fact.
ain't got a lot. You ain't got a lot of them.
You cooking right now. I'm letting you
You
cook. That's why I ain't saying nothing. You cooking.
you Bill Gates. I ain't got a lot of you ticks. I can get 50 of you to replace the. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to lie and tell you that. Oh, she's my cousin.
I
I'm
appreciate
Elon
you
Musk.
pulling up, man, and
I'm
correcting
Elon.
me.
I'm Elon Musk. So that's the God. God. Now it's different with God because it's his nature. So he cannot do it. He cannot lie. Just like it's against your nature to fly, like actually sprout wings and not in a plane or technology, but it's not in your nature to fly. So you cannot fly. It's not a knock on human beings. It's just not in our nature. That doesn't make the birds better than us, right? Um, that's how I deal with the problem of evil. So if any atheists ever try to press you on the problem of evil, take away that third option, because that third option of God creating a perfect universe is an impossibility. It's a logical impossibility when you actually think about it on a more than a surface level. When we say God is perfect and the only perfect being, we really mean that. Like some people throw perfect around like haphazardly. We don't. When we say perfect, we mean perfect. You see what I'm saying?
I
But
appreciate you pulling up today, man, and correcting me, man. I just wanted to say that for the record. I was
I
wrong.
appreciate
You was
you. I
right.
always appreciate you allowing me the platform and to come on. And if anyone has any questions about Christianity, just set up a stream and I'll pop in and I'll try to answer as many questions as God will allow me. I think this is it. This is the faith once and for all given to the saints. Everything else falls short. I know there's a lot of things out there, other things out there to cling to. But I think this is it. Okay. But God bless you. Thanks for having me on, brother. Thanks for the conversation. Who is Jesus? Jesus is God. He's Yahweh. He's the eternal one. He's the one that was with the Father from the beginning before anything existed, according to Colossians 1. So before time, space, and matter existed, he was with God in eternity, in the eternal realm where there is no time. Did you know time will end? Time will be no more. When Jesus returns in the eschaton, you won't be able to say it's 12 o'clock or it's 12 midnight. There will be no more time. In God's realm, there is no time. He created this time-space continuum for you to bless you so you can wear Gucci.
Interesting.
And you can eat Krispy Kreme donuts.
No.
And you can enjoy life. And you can start your own family and create your own legacy and be gods in the earth. That's why he created. Not so you can take his place. Not so that you can put him second. God's little g's. Okay, you are gods in the earth. He calls humans gods. He calls angels gods as well. But there's only one creator. Okay, so Jesus is your creator. Don't use the word divine. 1,000 things are divine, including the black woman, supposedly. So don't use the word divine. Creator. There's only one creator: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I know I said three, but the three are one. Okay, so that's who Jesus is. Jesus is your creator. He's the one that created you, according to the Apostle Paul. Okay. If anybody wants to debate me on the deity of Christ, I am available. A1, you can. I'll put my email in the private chat.
I got your email already. You already locked in, and you in the
Okay.
tournament. Don't worry, you're gonna get that debate you looking for. Most likely, probably 2 of them at least, because I don't see you really losing.
Okay.
The way you be spitting this, but we definitely got some tough competition in here. So good luck. May the odds be forever in your favor, and I will keep you updated.
Okay.
We'll be
All right.
starting next month. And anytime you want my platform to come do a presentation, or a bunch of atheists gonna pull up that you can discourse with, the platform is yours. Just let me know.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you. God bless you. I'll see you. I'll talk to you next time.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Have a good one.
He was cooking today, man.
Yeah, I let him cook.
He dropped some information on me today. I'm happy he corrected me so I can pull that misinformation out of my argumentation. Make sure I don't put it in no more slides. I can always appreciate that.
Like you said, and it makes it better because now you can pinpoint even closer the distinctions of the different ones, and it don't give you so many to have to look at. You can look at some individuals, which really kind of buffed up our point when it comes to that point of our arguments.
Not really. He didn't take away from my point, but my point wasn't so exaggerated. It was just we were saying 4,200 religions. My whole point was if he's all-knowing, he would know that there was going to be a problem with this, and this was the best way. This was the best idea that he could come up with. I keep saying even that bothers me, but I digress. Shout out rebuke and reprove, aka Jesus is Lord. He is going to be in the tournament, so you will be seeing more of him real soon on the platform. I'm looking forward to it. My second favorite Christian on the internet. He about to make me call my dad now and ask my dad some damn questions. You doing morning coffee, or is it too late for that? What's going on? What we doing?
Morning coffee. Early morning discussions can turn into morning coffee without nobody even knowing it. They got their coffee. They didn't even know they was having morning coffee at the Coliseum.
Shout out you, man. You kept it rocking all night and all morning, man.
Man, it was people in the OTK level. OTK helped me a lot because I fell asleep again, and your phone might have died. I think he said your phone might have died.
Yeah, my phone died on him, and then I went back to work. I'm like, man, I'm just about to stay off the phone. I wanted to focus for a little bit. I felt like is that echo? Is this mic on my other computer? So ain't. I don't know where that echo is. Let me mute my.
That was probably mine. I was trying to new listening system, but then Max Leisure came up for a little bit. Had OTT calling him Max Lecture because that boy was lecture.
Shout out OTK, man. I was about to make an OTK admin because I know he gonna take care of the house, man, while I'm gone. He can always house sit anytime, man. So I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, and he be up on the late night. I'm surprised he's still up right now, man. I thought he'd be catching some Z's.
Well, he backed out a little earlier last night. Cosmine came up and that's when we was riding Cosmine. So he slept for a nice little few hours.
Yeah, he up right now. He in the chat. He said Suave Boss, my favorite Titan. And we actually have Suave Boss tonight, prime time, around 7 or 8 o'clock. I will be interviewing Suave Boss on his experience with the Titans Debate League and talking to him about his road to the finals. And we'll be discoursing about some of the debates he had, going over some of the highlights. So tap in tonight, OTK, if you're up around 8 o'clock. We'll be going live with Suave Boss. We will be announcing the results this Sunday for the finals, and somebody will be going home with, they already going to be at home. They're not going to be with me. Somebody will be getting that $500 cash app this Sunday I'm excited to see who it's going to be. I can't wait to put this money in their hands, in their cash app, so everybody can know it's real. And we up in the ante for the next one. The next one is $1,000. OTK is in there too. He's going against. Oh yeah, we got the Evolutionists and OTK in the tournament, bro.
Hey.
I'm putting them in the tournament. They doing their first debate through the tournament, so that way they can get paid and they got a chance to win the big bucks. Like it only makes sense. You know? I'm excited to see both of them do their thing, because I know if OTK advances, he's gonna get somebody to jump on the American Indian stuff. I've never seen it debated. We haven't had any debates on American Indian stuff over here, and I really want one. So that way I can see some of these sources, see what they're, I hear people talk a lot, but the only person I ever see bringing up sources is Dulcie. Shout out Dulcinea, man. I don't see too many people bringing up sources on the information. Maybe I'm just not on subscribe to the right channels, but yeah, I do need to talk to OTK and find out what other channels are going over this information so I can pop in and tap in. But yeah, I'm excited for this. This tournament about to be way better than the first one. I know that.
Yeah. Look, Suave Boss in the chat too. Shout out Suave Boss. He been I've been in some back chat stuff. He been asking people have they rewatched the debate. We might need to go on and rewatch the debate live right now. And
I like that idea, man. You wanna stream the replay?
We ain't doing nothing. Suave Boss keep on suggesting people rewatch it again. Maybe they missed something which I'm sure everybody did. You know how you be moving around when people debate. But Suave Boss is insisting that people watch it again to get a better grip on his argument.
Sunday, I was going to play the face-off, the debate, and then have the results show right after. But play it again right now anyway. We ain't even got to start a new stream, so that way we can go ahead and run around and do what we do. Go ahead and run that rerun so everybody can get a bite of that, man. Shout out Suave Boss in the building. I don't see the comment, but let me take this off the stage. Oh, there you go. He said me. I don't even know who won yet. I ain't get the second judge's results. I got one judge's results. I still ain't even looked at them. I don't like looking at them until it's time to go. That's why a lot of times my result shows be a little all over the place, because my people send me the stuff and I don't look at it. I don't want to know who won. I don't want to give no Freudian slips on accident. So I try to stay in the dark about it, just like everybody else, until it's really time to go. Sometimes I can't help but see it the way my one homie sends it to me. Sometimes the scorecard would be like the first thing you see when I get the video, so I won't be able to help it sometimes. But it's funny because I thought that I knew the results for Humble and Chasad. I thought it was a tie. Wait, was it a tie? It was a tie. Yeah. I knew that for like a month. And then somehow when I added it up on the show, I think I said that Chasad was the winner, Chasad. But it actually was a tie. So, yeah, I like staying in the dark about it and keeping it, keeping everything on the up and up. I got this motto: the less I know, the better, man. Why you telling me where you hide your money, man? I don't need to know all that. Then when it come up missing, you gonna think I took it. Don't tell me all of that. The less I know, the better. I always tell people that, man. Yep, go ahead, run that rerun, man.
Looks like it's already running.
Wait, Suave Boss, are you entering? Do you want me to put you in the new tournament? Are you automatically re-entering? I'm assuming you are, but I haven't spoken to you. If you are, I'll go ahead and put your name on the bracket so that way your spot is solidified. I think we only have 4 more slots available currently. Let me know if you want to hop back in this joint and get this $1,000. It's looking like easy money. And with that, I'll end the show. If not, you can let me know tonight. I don't know if you're still watching. You can go ahead and run that replay. Make it full screen for everybody. Appreciate you. Enjoy the show, everybody. Peace, brother. Assalamu alaikum, brother. I hope you're having a good day out there, man.
Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. You do you badly for show. You try to battle your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said it's silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fate making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get tricked into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go, you visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. And from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light, it was a hell of a fight. You give it all your mind, gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light, it was a hell of a fight. You give it all your mind, you just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be, so what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grinding, girl, I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision. Keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been there once since day one. Know it's on my job. I've never been a fight, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress upon the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Just trying to win this race called life. Yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life. Yeah. So I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
Stumbled into this. This was not a topic that he wanted to do. He was talking about he thinks that we should be racist toward white people. And then when he gave a description of what he was talking about, I said, that's not really being racist. And that's how we got here. He said, oh, we can do that. So he's about to be trying to debate against the thing that he thinks that we should be doing and trying to show how it's a negative in some way, which is interesting. But yeah, the flip-flopping will not go unnoticed. You know what I'm saying? Legacies are created and destroyed in these debate streets. And you know what I'm saying? Your word and what you stand on that legacy stay with you. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? I had to remind the brother, you know what I'm saying? After multiple times people hearing us have the conversations, for him to backtrack and say that he don't hold the positions that people have heard him say in the past, even on other debates, is wild. It's very similar to the pattern that I have with believers and them dropping their gods when they come in the ring with me. So everybody know what it is with me. I am undefeated in this tournament, and I will remain that through to the end. And like I said, that little blue orb that y'all see on the screen right now, I'm taking that home with me, you know what I'm saying, as a trophy. And if he keep talking spicy, I will take his head off, like my original opponents. You feel me? It's what it is, man. Super Pan Man. Shout out to the Pan fans and the Barbarians. You heard me. Have a nice day.
I'm going to destroy Pan. I'm going to embarrass Pan. I know we all love Pan, but you will never, ever get over what will happen to him on the 6th. I'm letting you know now. Like, I'm going to peel that fake plastic head off and reveal the real Pan to you. A Caucasian, 25-year-old overweight man. And that's just what we're going to see that day. He don't got the information. He's going to compile the information that comes right up the middle, and I'm gonna beat him to death with my presentation. The question and answer round will be embarrassing for him, okay? And he's gonna try to use these tactics, try to run and fail like he did in the face-off, but I shall prevail, man. So yeah, I will embarrass and decapitate Pan and hold his body up for the whole entire Coliseum to witness. Yeah. He won't make it. It's going to be bad. It's going to be worse than bad. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be this might be his last debate. This might be his last debate. I'm not even going to lie. So, you know, stick around and encourage him because I don't, you know, like I say, he's a great debater, but, you know, I just think emotions are riding high. There's $500 on the line. Shout out to A1 in the Texas Debate League. And yeah, I just don't think him winning to a brother of my caliber will allow him to continue with the poise that he's been so graciously given by his fans and friends. And he's gonna have to step in that ring with me, and he's gonna have to hold it down on his own. There won't be no calling for A1. There won't be no calling for Honey. There won't be no calling for no one. It's gonna be me and him, his artillery, my artillery, center of the Coliseum, blood will spill. And I don't know what he bleeds, but we will find out on the 6th. Black Power.
Yes. And we are here. We have arrived. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me, Pandemis? Suave Boss.
Yes, I can.
Oh, amazing. Let's go ahead and get this joint kicked off. Welcome back to the Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, ladies and gentlemen. This is the main event. After weeks of battles, after 16 warriors stepped into the arena, after reputations were tested, arguments were shattered, and contenders were eliminated one by one, only 2 remain. 16 entered, only 2 survived. And tonight, only 1 will leave as the Titans Debate League champion. $500 grand prize on the line, the bragging rights, the respect of the community, and a place in debate history. In the affirmative corner, a man known for his confidence, charisma, and relentless pressure. A debater who has talked his way through challenger after challenger. Everybody give a round of applause for none other than the legendary Suave Boss.
Black Power, you already know, man. Shout out to you, A1. Shout out to Pan. Shout out to the judges. Shout out to everybody in attendance. Please don't get it twisted, misconstrued, put in the wrong direction or messed up. This is the Coliseum, and this is the championship. $500 on the line. Man, I want to give an honor to my mother and my father who created me, so that may be here today. I want to give a shout out to the people who supported me this whole way, and I'm excited. This is like the first year of this debate league, and it's monumental that I made it to the championship. That's not a small thing to me. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to Dark Owl for some of the compiled minutes. Shout out to, the Barbarian. Shout out to the AOY. Man, Black Power, let's get it, man. This boy Suave Boss.
Let's go. Tonight, Suave argues, yes, he is taking the affirmative, that if Black people refuse to share resources with white people simply because they are not Black, that behavior is racist. And standing across from him in the negative corner, the African atheist himself, a man who thrives in controversy, embraces intellectual combat, and has fought his way through the tournament, refusing to back down from anyone. Pandemis tonight. Yo, everybody give him a round of applause.
Yeah. Dig it. It's your boy, the Super Pan-Man, wild as a Taliban. We are in the place for the finals, baby, the championship. Of course, y'all knew the Super Pan-Man was about to be here. Of course, I'm about to take it. And of course, we can begin the decapitation right now. Salute to the Pan fans. Salute to the Barbarians. Give me a victory. That he have it anything.
Hey, okay, let's go. Tonight, Pandemis argues no, that the issue is more complex than simple racism, and that the proposition fails under closer examination. This is not just another debate. This is the finals. $500 on the line, pride on the line, honor on the line, reputation on the line, months of preparation on the line. Study. And now it all comes down to this. Will Suave Boss convince the judges that racial exclusion? I'm not even going to get into all of that. But the crowd is watching. The judges are ready. The championship is within reach. There are no second chances after tonight, gentlemen. Only victory and only second place trophies for everybody else. Welcome to the Titans Debate League Championship. Get a mic check from both of you two again before we get into the opening round.
Black Power.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And you know what? Let me actually play the rules of engagement so everybody's on the same page. We're going by the same format we've used the whole tournament, but just for anybody who's catching this for the first time, let's run it again.
All right, Warriors. Listen up. Clash of the Titans official debate format. Rule number 1, order of speaking. The affirmative, the side advocating for the resolution, always presents first. Rule number 2, opening statements. Each debater delivers a 3-minute opening address. Rule number 3, argument rounds. There are 2 rounds per participant. Round 1, presentation of their primary case. Round 2,
rebuttal of the opponent's arguments, and or further development of their own position. Each round lasts 12 minutes. Rule number 4, turn order. The debater who speaks first will also close second in the rebuttal rounds, Q&A period, and final summations. Rule number 5, cross-examination. Each participant has 10 minutes to interrogate their opponent. This time belongs to the questioner. Pauses or hesitations are counted against their allotted time. If progress stalls, the moderator may intervene only to keep the exchange moving, not to address the judges or the audience. Rule number 6, closing statements. Following Q&A, each debater is granted 3 minutes for a final summation of their case. May the odds be forever in your favor. Okay, gentlemen, just to break that down one more time, you have a 3-minute intro, 2 12-minute rounds, 10 minutes to question your opponent for each of you, and then a 3-minute closing argument. Are we on the same page? Any questions?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, I need you to confirm that verbally, Pan. That's a verbal contract. I need to hear your yes or no. Any questions? You're muted, Pan. Okay, Pan froze. Pan, are you there?
Yeah, my bad, son. Everything's trying to happen right now. I'm here.
Any questions about the format?
Did you already forfeit?
No.
Oh, then, no, no worries. Let's get it.
All right, Suave taking the affirmative. He will be starting. And hold on. Let me actually remove this until I get the timer up. That's what I was forgetting. Okay. And your screen share went away.
Okay. You can see it now.
$500 on the line. Let's get it. Yep, I can see it.
You can see it, and you can see my PowerPoint full screen.
It's all white screen.
And it's changing. Is it changing back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay. Back.
From white screen to something else.
Yeah.
Do you need this for your intro?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you wanted on the white screen right now?
Oh no, I'm sharing. I'm gonna change it. But okay. Yeah, I'm ready whenever you start the clock.
Time starts when you start.
Okay, bet, man. This is Swab Boss versus Pan. This is a championship. Is black people deny resources to whites simply because they're not black racists? Sorry, it's at B. But yeah, this is not a conversation about anything other than what this title is describing. Black people with resources deny white people resources simply because they're not black. Is that racist? We know what racism is. We know what racist is, but we still go into it. This is not a conversation about how complex racism can be. It's not. That's why the word simply is in there. This is just an action. This is a racist action being done simply because somebody is not black. And that's just what tonight is about. Prejudice, discrimination based on race. Is that racist? I say, yeah. He says no. Now, tonight I will be cornering and recognizing that there are multiple parts of racism. It's not just one way, right? But tonight I'm focusing on individual racism because that is the scenario that's set up in the title. So that's what we're standing on tonight. And that's what we're going to get into. Racism being displayed to an individual or group of people simply because of their race. Is that racist? This is a straight up the middle debate. I'm not here to use gal. I'm here to just stand on my thoughts, my belief, bring the evidence that convinced me that it is true, and defend it against my opponent's belief. So let's have fun. Let's have a good time, man. It's the boy Swar Boss. Shout out to Pan. Shout out to A1, the Coliseum, everybody in attendance. Black Power. Let's move around, man. I'm ready for the first round. I think. How many seconds is that?
You use your time. You got 30 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. My bad. My clock was off. I started it late. My 30 seconds available?
You got 16 now.
Okay, yeah. So focus on that title, man. Is black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black racist? That's what it's about. Focus on that. Don't get distracted. Put down, your love, and let's get this going. Black Power.
Pandemic.
Yeah.
It is on you. Do you need a screen share?
Nope.
Time starts. Put you on the big screen.
Oh, is the clock gonna be visible or not?
Do you want the clock visible or you want the big screen?
I mean, no, I don't matter. I'm beautiful. Keep me up here.
Okay. Time starts when you start.
Okay, so if you paid attention to what he just said, he let you know that he just told you things that convinced him that what he's saying is true, not necessarily the definitions and evidence that make it to be true, right? He also mentioned that this was his title, and he definitely pieced together the words of the title on purpose. If you do focus on the words of the title, the very end of it, simply because they are not black, the simply he wants you to focus on, and I too want everybody to focus on that. We'll get into why later. But also I want you to focus on the fact that he said it's an action. And I want to make sure I bring to everyone's attention that what we're talking about today is the lack of action. It is specifically not an action that we're talking about, right? It is not sharing resources, right? And in that, it's also not sharing because they're white, but not sharing because they are not black, which is a more protective and preservative position, right? Than an action and outward in outward action, I should say, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Pay attention to definitions for sure. Make sure that we're not dealing with emotional fallacies today. We're gonna make sure that we're dealing with definitions. I am coming straight up the middle with the consensus on the definitions of the words that we will be using throughout this evening's affair. Positive vibes to all, and smoke them if you got them.
You have 1 minute and 41 seconds left.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Well,
hold on. No, wait. What the heck? Hold on.
I don't think so. I'll keep going.
Oh, no, you have 1 minute and 6 seconds left. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I really would. I could have stopped, but just to continue. So you know what I'm saying? The brother pulled up a slide just now and he showed you the pyramid. And I knew he was going to focus on individualism, right? Individual racism. But even that has a very specific requirement as far as the definition that has to be met in order for it to be individual racism. And my opponent will fail in proving his points tonight. And I'll make sure I point out multiple reasons why, and you'll be able to follow along, almost like a bouncing ball game that we had back in the day. And they will sing along. So how's that? How are we doing on time now?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Long live Barbelonia. Long live the pantry. You know what I'm saying? Tighten up. You know what I mean? And what else I can go with? Have a nice day.
That is time. That is time. Swab Boss, are you ready for your round one? Your screen is sharing.
Cameras on, mic check, and you can hear me?
I can hear you good.
All right. And my
Time
presentation showing?
starts when you start. Presentation
Okay,
is
bet.
showing.
15 minutes? Let's go.
12
Yeah.
minutes.
Oh, 12 minutes. My bad. I was ready to go. Yeah, all right. All right, let's go. Yeah, is black people now denying resources to whites simply because they're not black racist? I say yeah, he say no. Let's get into it. Yes, I'm focusing on individual racism because individual racism is racism. This is the type of discussion that we're here having tonight because I'm trying to win the debate. The topic was arranged by us, not in the manner that he said it was, and I'll explain that later. But let's get into definitions that prove what convinces me is the truth. Like he said, individual racism, unfair or harmful behavior, beliefs, or actions from one person directed against another person or other people based on race. Let's see how simple that is. This is Cambridge Dictionary. Individual racism, unfair or harmful behavior, beliefs, or actions. So an unfair action from one person directed against another person or other people. So an unfair action from one person to another people based simply on race. Yes, that is racist. And then I go into that INAR, which shows the levels that I showed, and we're going to focus on the fourth one. Individual racism. Individual or interpersonal racism is the term which covers the forms of racism which most people commonly understand as racism because they are the most visible forms, meaning it happens every day. You know, you're just more exposed to that. It covers all interactions or behavior between individuals that are racist or have racist content. The term interpersonal racism covers a range of types of racist incidents, from microaggressions to racist name calling and racial bullying and harassment, to discrimination and racist hate crimes. Although incidents of interpersonal racism will be the most commonly recognized forms of racism, they happen because of wider context of historical, institutional, structural racism in society. This impacts that cause are magnified because they reinforce or are reinforced by structures of racism. So now let's go into racist discrimination on the same site. Refers to the practice of the treatment of a person or particular group of people differently, especially in a worse way from the way in which you treat other people because of their real or perceived racial, national, ethnic, or cultural backgrounds. This generally occurs in the context of employment setting and accessing of goods and services. So that's the conversation we're having tonight. If we have resources, which is goods and services and other things, and because we are black, we do not share them with white people simply because they're not black. Not because we were dominated in certain institutions by them, not because of slavery, simply because they're white. This person could be in a worse condition than you. This person could need the resources more than the black person that you're giving them to. That's your decision. Not saying it's right or wrong, but it is based on for race, which makes it racist. And so let's go to the Cornell Law School. Even by law, racism is defined as racism is the incitation of discrimination, hatred, or violence toward a person or group of persons because of their origin of their belonging or not belonging to a specific ethnic group of race. So that's the conversation we're having. Because they don't belong to the ethnic group or race of black, we discriminate. We withhold resources simply because of that. Not even taking it to a part where we're protecting ourselves. No. Also, the Brighton and Hove City Council, I go to another source that describes racism as when a person is treated worse or excluded, which is what that is, excluding them from getting resources. Disadvantaged, harassed, bullied, humiliated, or disgraded because of their race or ethnicity. So, yes, simply because of their race or ethnicity, will they be excluded? Yes. Is that racist? Yes. And so then I like to go to J.P. Ward and Associates, the legal definition of racial discrimination. Interpersonal discrimination. Interpersonal discrimination takes place on an individual level and involves acts of prejudice, harassment, or mistreatment based on someone's race. So this is what the scenario, the title that we presented. It's an act of prejudice based off race. This can include racial slurs, offensive remarks, exclusion from social circles, or discriminatory actions in public spaces. And so that's what we're describing when we have this title tonight. So it means even the legal definition, once again. So I want to say racism isn't usually about like being outwardly evil all of the time. It's often rooted in normal brain processes that get twisted by culture and experience. Like normal processes mean your culture and experience, and you come up with these types of thinking. And social identity, the social identity theory developed by psychologist Henry Tajfel in the 1970s, explained a big part of people naturally divide the world into us versus them to boost their own self-esteem. And so now this is a depiction set out the dark owl of the social identity theory, which starts with the social categorization in group and out of group. Us, them. We're in the group, they're out the group. Moving on to social identification. The self being included in a group. Internalizing group norms and values, group membership, becoming part of self-concept.
5 minutes, 50 seconds.
My man. Social comparison. That's in group, us, out the group, them. Comparing our group to other groups for positive distinctiveness. All leading to positive distinctiveness, which leads to in-group favoritism based off viewing us more positively, or out-group degradation, viewing them as less positive, and comparing favorable within other groups. Simple as that. And so what that explains is how people get to this mentality of, our resources are ours because. Understood. But within this title, it's simply because of the race. Now, individual interpret the Jim Crow Museum, this is my source, individual interpret interpersonal. Anyone regardless of race can hold prejudice and discriminate against someone else based on their race. Denying resources to non-Black people strictly because they are non-Black will be a clear act of racial prejudice and discrimination. And so, yes, I would like to go to the definition of simply. This is without ambiguity. This is without embellishment. So we're not taking away from what's structurally the spine of the topic. Is Black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not Black, simply because of the racial conversation? Does that make it racist? I say yeah. Now, this is also a way that people like use what they describe as mental shortcuts. They gather a certain amount of data and then they jump over analyzing the facts or consider individuality, and then they get to a simplified conclusion, which is a prejudgment, which is prejudice. So when you do that based off race, that's racist. To be prejudiced simply because of race, not because of circumstances, not because of history, not because of anything other than the fact that they are not Black. And this is how people see inequality as normal or even sometimes as good. And research shows that beliefs often come from personal insecurity, lack of empathy for outsiders, or a defensive need to protect their own group's image, which I can see this is. Someone saying Black people saying our resources are ours because you have resources. But that's not this conversation. It's Black people saying our resources are ours and you can't get none simply because you're not Black. It doesn't matter any other factor. That's one factor. Is it racist for black people to hold resources, not share, with white people simply because they're not black? So, by definition, yes, that's racist. By cultural experience, yes, that's racist. There's no way that you can sit up here and have a conversation of, I don't need to know any other information about this person other than they're white. Are they non-black? Yeah. No, they don't get them. They don't get them. So even someone who misuses resources, not good at utilizing resources, someone who has an abundance of resources, they will yet again get more resources over another person who doesn't have resources and could be in a very harmful position, a very
2 minutes.
a very degraded position simply because they're not black. And that's the conversation. If we take anything and put that with this, we're going outside the context of this conversation. Black people having resources, white people present. Us not sharing those resources. Why? Simply because they're not black. Is that racist? Yeah. By legal definition, by social definition, by educational definition. I told you the brothers experienced the social identity theory, explaining how people get a us versus them mentality. This is our experience as black people. Us is black, them is white. I understand what we've been through. I understand how people feel, but within the context of this agreed topic, title, worded, recorded, put in cement, and challenged today, is black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black, racist. I say yeah, and I say that's a dagger. And I'll see y'all in the next round. It's the voice Swab Bounce Black Power, man. Keep y'all head up, and let's keep debating and live. Let's go.
$23 left.
Black Power, shout out to A1, man. Shout out to the judges. Remember the title in context of the conversation. Remember the title in context of the conversation. Is black people keeping resources from white, not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black, racist? Yes, it's prejudice, it's discrimination, it's exclusion based off race, which makes it racist by all definitions. Black Power.
Pandemis, are you ready for your round one?
But of course.
Let me reset the timer. Timer is reset. Time starts when you start.
Sweet. Can you go back? Let's see real quick. Are you seeing my screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, pink screen, number 5.
Number 5, you see number 4?
Yep.
Oh, that's good. Let me know when you're ready.
Yep. Time starts when you start.
All right, boom. So my brother, while he was giving his definitions, he made sure to skip over certain things and omit certain things, right? We will get into some of his sources in a minute, you know what I mean? But first, here we go. So, is black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they are not black racist? Right? He wants you to focus on the word simply, and so do I. I say no. The proposition here is he keeps talking about scenarios and different scenarios and situations. There is no scenario in the proposition. It is that there are resources that black people have. And the question is, if they don't just share them with white people, are they racist? So a black person is just supposed to wake up with resources and find white people to share them with, right? In order to not be labeled racist, according to this title. That's ridiculous, right? So in order for you to get to one of those situations, you have to add all types of other things to this title, okay? Like he tried to do. You know what I mean? We see the situation with the resources and the resource allocation amongst the races in America. All right, the black people are on the bottom in resource ownership, and we are at the top in debt. All right. So when we say that black resources are for black people, that's not racist. It's backed up by the facts. Black resources are for black household, black family, black community, and other disadvantaged black people, not white allies. Now, dealing with white allies, that's an interesting point because what white people are we talking about? He clarified he's not talking about all white people or white people as a race. He's talking about individuals and individual black people. But which white people specifically? Because if it's an obvious enemy, you wouldn't share with them anyways. If it's somebody who's neutral and you can't tell if they were an enemy or a friend, right? You would have reservations as far as whether you're going to share with them or not. So let's focus on somebody that we know as an ally, right? Black resources aren't for white allies either. Again, based on the statistics, we see that the U.S. racial wealth gap is persistent and growing. Hello? So we realize that there are many resources that's very specifically for white people. And pointing that out is not racist. So in a situation where you have resources and a white person may need it, you could just direct them to white-only resources that are not considered racist by anybody in the country. The French American Foundation, the German American Foundation, Icelandic American Association, Italian American Association. These are all associations that have benefits and resources for white people only, and they're not considered racist. In Indiana alone, the Indianimals, you can find multiple only white organizations that are not considered racist. All right. They are preserving and sharing resources among themselves, specifically because that's their group. Chinatown, Chinese American resources are for Chinese people. Jewish American resources are for Jewish people. Korean American resources are for Korean people. I could keep going with this, but I'm not. So it's good that the bro was able to watch the video, Psychology of Racism Explained in 10 Minutes, and bring that entire argument to this debate, right? But that's not what we're talking about right now, right? The debate title is very simple. Literally, the word simply is in it, simply because they're not black, right? And that is not racist. Pointing out the fact that they are not us, they are not black, black resources are for black people, pointing out that sharing that willy-nilly without he actually mentioned that you need to have other information before you make a decision like sharing something. Are you going to do things correctly with this money or whatever it is, food, a stick of butter, right? You would have to add something else to the proposition in order for you to call it racist. Simply, it's without ambiguity. Like he said, okay, this is his source now, all right? Directly and candidly, just because we acknowledge that they are not us and black resources are for black people, before we have any other context with it, simply like his slide said, you know what I mean, leaves out the fact that it's not racist, right? Individual racism or interpersonal racism, all these things here, you're going to need something else before you get to racism. You have race identified, and then you have something else like racist discrimination, right? Treating a person differently or wrongly, right? I'm trying to read through here. Microaggressions, bully, harassment, right? Incitation. Now, this is his slide. Racism is the incitation of discrimination, right? Simply withholding my own personal resources or our people's resources is not inciting discrimination against anyone. Again, like I showed you, all of those white organizations that aren't getting accused of the same thing. So by definition, it's not racist. Racism is discrimination, prejudice, violence, hatred, feeling of superiority, all these other things, plus identifying racist. Simply identifying the race is not racist. You need something else. You need one other ingredient, race plus something else, in order to make it racist, right? So you add something like the feeling of superiority or even the feeling of inferiority, then you have racism, right? Again, you need race plus another something in order for it to be racism. Simply because they are not black is just saying that's the reason. They're just not black. And right now, black resources are for black people. So if it is black people sharing resources with not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black racists, I say no. The resolution only establishes racial distinction and not racism. Right? Let me see here. I think we had how much time we got left? Did we just run through them, Joe? I think we did.
5 minutes and 45 seconds. Sorry about that.
5 minutes. Let's go. So here, let's go back to some of his slides. Right? Which one was his? This one here, right? Racist discrimination. Now, a lot of times throughout this debate, we're going to hear the word discrimination, but it's very specifically racist discrimination that we're talking about, right? Because discrimination, you can choose. Discrimination help you make a choice. So everybody discriminates in every situation. So all discrimination is not racism. Racist discrimination, right? It tells you right here. It can refers to the practice of treating a person or a particular group of people differently, especially in a worse way, right? Now, because we preserve resources for ourselves, right, individually or as a group, that is not treating anybody anyway. Again, the preposition or the resolution or the title of this debate does not give you any extra context to say that you are doing it in a negative or a harmful way to the person, which is also part of his definitions that he was showing. Right, you need it to be harmful. It has to be one other ingredient. Right, identifying race alone is not racism. Right, so again, like I showed you, all these different organizations here. These things have never been accused of being racist. All right. There's all types of African American organizations around the country. I didn't get into any of those because that's not necessary. But you see here again in Indiana, where my opponent is from. You see the Indiana German Society. You're not German, bro. You're not about to be able to go to them and get nothing, right? And conscious racial allocation is not racism. Right. Again, pointing out the fact that races are different and certain things are allocated for certain people and groups and races is not in itself racist. You need something else. And unfortunately, with him trying to shoehorn simply into the title, as well as trying to be real careful about saying because they're not black. Now, he may even have had a better case if he said because they're white. But that's not what we're saying here. It's not because they're white. It's because they're not black. And because of the history that he just got finished going through, you know what I mean? You have to add something else to see what the decision is going to be based on. You know what I mean? Otherwise, if it's just because I can see that they're not black, that's an easy observation to make. We have our own spaces for a reason, right? The conversation about our own spaces happens for a reason, right? Because we realize that resources need to be consciously allocated to the people who need them the most. And it's historically been us throughout history, right? And the goal is to try and fix that. You know what I mean? Realizing that we are on the bottom in every aspect of finances and economics and resources as a whole. You know what I mean? It makes more sense for us to be in a preservation mindset already. So, like I said, when you wake up in the morning, I'm supposed to just find a white person and share in order for me to not be racist? Of course not. You wake up in the morning, you realize that you may have resources, and you really are trying to figure out how to conserve them and do something good for it, even if it's just for yourself, right? So until now, you bring in a white person in the situation, you have to describe the situation. What is the scenario that you keep talking about that this random white person needs a resource from a black person? Why is that? Which is going to be a common sense question if it comes up. Why is that? But in trying to be tricky with the title, he forgot to figure out a way to put that in here. And now we identify that somebody or a group of people is not black. And we have black resources. Black resources are for black people. And that is not racist. I'm sorry, we got left.
1 minute and 19 seconds.
Cool. So let's go back to this other slide that he had. What was that? This one here. Now I didn't actually pull up the slide that he took and put it to AI and change so he can make it. But it was talking about favoritism. I'm not talking about favoritism of black people either, right? Which is another intentional negative behavior, right? Showing favoritism is negative, right? We're not talking about that. It is a logical decision If you as an individual have a resource, for you to find a way to preserve it and make it work for yourself. That's already what you was trying to do with the resource anyways. That's not favoritism, right? And then making sure you share it with people who need it, right? And who deserve it, or you know what I'm saying, or you have made a conscious decision that it makes sense for you to share a resource with someone, right? You still have to add all that to the title. We didn't have any of that in the title. Right now, we just have a black person who has resources and not sharing it because there are no other black people to share it with. And that's not racist. That is conscious racial allocation, conscious racial resource allocation.
Time.
Yeah.
The Suave Boss. Are you ready for your round two? Your mic is muted.
Yes, I am. Black Power. Let's go.
Time starts. Hold on, let me get your screen share.
Hold
Do
on.
you need a screen share?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it?
Yep. Time starts when you start.
Okay, bet. Started now. So you asked, how did we get here? What's the context behind it? This is the context behind it.
Like when? Huh? Like when?
Like when controlling resources.
That's not racist.
Controlling resources is not racist.
If we're doing it to make sure we all right, that's not being racist. That's making sure our people is all right.
Bad. If we're doing it specifically to make sure all of these resources go toward black people, that's not racist.
No.
Okay. And so the context of that was, that's how we got to this title. And I said, well, is black people holding resources from white people simply because they're not black? He said yes. Right? So he took it from the context of, oh, for our protection. No, simply because they not black. Oh, for our preservation. No, simply because they're not black. That's racist. Now, I wish he had more of his presentation to present. Most of his presentation was my presentation, and some random presentation off of YouTube. But he quickly threw this up here, which was 6 slides, and when he could have spread that out and had more slides for himself, but he didn't. It's in very small writing, but what it's showing is the business access, the medical debt, the ownership, the home ownership, median net worth, and liquid assets, and home equality of, I'm guessing, comparing whites to U.S. blacks to Mexicans and Chinese and other races and other categories, has nothing to do with the title of the debate. It's not about who's leading in medical debt or business assets. It's, are they non-black? It's not about home equity. It's not about liquid assets. It's about, are they not black? It's not about median network or home ownership. It's about, are they not black? So even if the ties was changed and black people had most of the resources, they're not black. They're not getting any. And this debate is not about controlling black resources. The debate is not, is black people controlling black resources, or is black people not sharing black resources with white people racist? No. Resources, period. What is a black resource? He never defined a black resource. He never defined racist. He never defined racism. He showed my definition as simply, congratulations, he wouldn't have had that if I wouldn't have brought it. And so let's go to, I guess, something that he just made up today. Black resources are for black people. Not about this debate. This debate is not if black people hold black resources. And what is a black resource? Family, household, community. Got that, check. We're not doing it for family, community, and household. It's simply because they're not black. Other disadvantaged black people, not white allies, it has nothing to do with it. Even going in depth with that murders his argument, because the black people have the resources. We're not talking about disadvantage or white allies. We're simply talking about black people with resources not sharing them with white people simply because they're not black. He shows this the social dominance orientation. I would like to know what's the source for this. Where did he get this from? Who put this together? Who information is this? What studies go with it? The psychology of group inequity and dominance, belief in hierarchy, perceived group conflict, support of authoritarian system, discriminatory practice, systematic equality, opposition in equitarianism, social inequality. Nowhere in the title. I get your point. And if the conversation was, should Black people be excused for the racist act of keeping resources themselves? We can debate that, but it's not. It's Black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not Black, racist, and that's what it is. So this was a bunch of stuff that he threw up on the screen, and it's easily debunkable because it's a straw man. It's taking the conversation from one part and putting all of these things that's not in the title, not that we agreed to debate, into the context of the conversation. And the conversation is simply because they're not Black. And so another slide that he had is simply, see, I could take your slides and put them on presentation too, but the difference is I have my own slides to build my own primary presentation off of. You didn't. Simply identifying someone's race is not racist. Identifying somebody's race is not the conversation. Racism equals race plus X. Now, this is one of his major points. He said you have to have something. You do. You got race plus exclusion. Sorry? You're excluding white people because of their race. Exclusion plus race equals racism. You're dead. Another slide that he had, and remember that. He even put at the bottom, ingredients for racism. Ingredients for racism is racism equals race plus X, the variable. The variable is surface. It's undeniable. What is it? Exclusion of resources because of racism. And so let's go to his other slide. It said Black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not Black is not racist. He made a claim. Now let's see if his math adds up. By definition, racism is a discrimination, prejudice, violence, hatred, feeling of superiority, advantage, oppression, institutional power, or privilege directed at a particular group, usually a minority or otherwise disadvantaged group. Has no source for this definition. But that exclusion is discrimination. And if it's based off of race, which he's explaining again in here, race
5 minutes, 55.
5 minutes. Racism equals race plus a variable. That variable is exclusion of resources. And so simply identifying someone's race is not the conversation that we have. We've already identified the races. We have white people, we have Black people. The variable is resources, exclusion. So Black people plus resources minus white people plus race is racism. Black people excluding white people from resources simply because of their race is racism. It's racist. It's very racist. Should we do it? Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that. But yeah, let's go. There are many resources for white people. Pointing that out is not racist. That's not the conversation here. He threw up all of these groups. I guess that they're supposed to just look official and have some type of authority in the slide. I don't even know, like a little bit of information that connected it to his premise would have been good instead of just throwing them up on the screen. But yes, pointing out that white people have resources is what this slide is supposed to show, right? Black people have resources. Americans have resources. But that's not the conversation. It's not. Is Black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not Black? Racist. That's the conversation. And I went on to say, yes, if you were walking up the street, if you were going throughout a neighborhood and distributing resources, don't get any simply because they're white. You're only distributing them to Black people. Resources. And you go up through a neighborhood and distribute them. And you only distribute them to Black people. And the white people in that area don't get any simply because they're white. They're not Black. That's not racist. Not necessarily, no. Yeah. And then you hear me thinking about it. So I didn't even get to the point where I was like, ooh, like I'm even rebutting how he said the debate even happened. That's not even how it happened, right? So we did have a scenario. We're going out passing resources and people don't get it simply because they're not black. Is that racist? Yes. It's not because they belong to a racial group that oppressed us, because it's not about any type of systematic, institutional racism that exists. Will black people keeping resources from white people simply because they're not black be racist? Yes. Yes. It doesn't matter that would be the better decision because no, it doesn't. Something being racist doesn't necessarily have to fit that standard, right? A lot of things are racial. If you're speaking on something because of race, even if I say I love black women, that's racist. I believe black women are the most beautiful people on earth. That's racist. It's based simply off their race. Yes. And so that's just how simple the conversation is. And that's why simply is in the title. And I'm focusing on the whole title, not just simply. I'm focusing on black people, resources, white people, exclusion, and that's white supremacy. Mute out, sorry, please. And so every aspect of his presentation that he threw together, I'm guessing today has been rebutted. That's 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Yeah. And so him introducing how the debate came, I murdered it, watched it. His presentation, slide by slide, murdered it, watched it. His premise round had 6 slides, 2 other front pages of an article, and didn't even go into the article. This was trash. And so that's why I'm constructing my rebuttal this way, because that's what he gave me to go with. And so, yes, all of his points, let me go through that. All of his slides showing the business assets, medical debt, home ownership, media network, liquid assets, home equity has nothing to do with it. It's simply because they're not black. Showing you that black resources are for black people. Cool. Identify black resources. You didn't even do that. And the debate is not about black resources. Like, what is resources by race? He showed this sourceless slide, which just had a bunch of gibberish about hierarchy and what they believe are the components of racism. But guess what is not on there that I don't see? Individual racism. So he says simply identifying someone race is not racism. And he has the problem, racism equals race plus something. Yes, racism equals race plus exclusion. So exclusion plus race equals racism. You're dead. On this next slide, he even said it with the source's definition of racism. And then, like I said, once again, he just threw up a bunch of seals and said, white people got resources. What does that have to do with the topic of the debate? Is black people not sharing resources with white people simply because that's the condition could be horrible for the white person. They can't get the resources because of race. So that's exclusion, race, that's racism, black power.
It's time. Van Helsing, it's on you.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me? Check 1, check 70.
Microphone is working. Timer is reset. Time starts when you start.
Excellent. So the brother showed my slide. Said I was talking about black resources and didn't identify what black resources was. Then showed the next slide where I pointed out what black resources was, specifically in Chicago, Baltimore, Miami, etc. We could see that a home ownership, a house, is a resource that a black person has. You know what I'm saying? That's a black resource, right? Liquid assets, we could break down what those would be, right? Home equity, business assets, business ownership throughout the country, right? So, I mean, I'm not sure what he was talking about. He literally was showing this while saying I wasn't showing, right? Let's see here. I showed this because these things right here are resources that are specific for white people around the country. Now, the question is, we know that there are things that are just like this for black people. Would you say that those are racist? And I think he would, because he just said something crazy. He said the statement saying, I love black women is racist. So that lets you know how skewed my bro's view is right now. Now, this screenshot right here that you see on the screen, it had the source in it before he cut it. So that's the disingenuous business that he just did. What I said was he got his whole presentation from this YouTube video that I screenshotted this particular part from. I didn't care about nothing that's on this particular slide that he spent so much time on, right? This is the slide he took from that YouTube video, put into AI, and it came back out and gave him this joint. You feel me? From Psychology Bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this. So boom. And it's not about in-group favoritism. It's about Black resources are for Black people, just like white resources are for white people. Exclusion or keeping from is not what we're talking about here, right? Basically, what we're saying is that someone is, like I said, it's not an action, right? We have a resource and there's a decision to not share, right? We're not volunteering and somebody asks, that's a whole scenario that's not in the title. He keeps trying to put other stuff into it. That's not what we're talking about. Exclusion and keeping from is not what we're talking about. And that's not the same thing as not sharing. Also, the other thing I wanted to say, I can't remember what it was. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, so let's get to my actual debate because he didn't even have a second round. Crazy work. In a world where the racial wealth gap is ever growing and racism is high, depends on Black Resources Incorporated, managing community assets since Reconstruction. Black Resources Incorporated is race-conscious allocation by prioritizing investment into communities and shareholders, right? Historically excluded from full participation in economic institutional systems. The company's intimate and expressive allocation model focuses on restoration, preservation, and internal stabilization. It's a strategic, restorative, and protective plan that works for everybody. So I'm gonna give you an example of how this wouldn't be racist. And we're gonna do 9 different ways, giving you the business model that is the schematic. The word simply omits required elements found in many definitions, including some he had earlier, right? Like hatred, antagonism. He tried to put exclusion in there. Exclusion would be in there, but that's not what we're talking about. Because we have resources and nobody came to ask us for them or anything. So we didn't exclude anybody from anything. And Black resources are for Black people. Simply means only. That's the only reason, meaning you need something else. And exclusion, you're right. But what we're doing is not talking about exclusion here, right? He said definitions. Now, I saw in his definition, he had Cambridge University, right? And it said in his definition as well, but I already had this in my presentation, harmful things that people say or do based on the belief that their own race makes them more intelligent and good or moral. That's racism based in Cambridge Dictionary. You can go look that up. The belief that some races are better than others is Cambridge Dictionary. Okay, systematic oppression is Merriam-Webster. Prejudice, violence against the people because of their race is Merriam-Webster. Okay, all of these have something extra, superiority over others from Institute of Race Relations. Cornell got incitation of discrimination. Okay, we got Oxford, prejudice, discrimination, racism is a marriage of racist policies, race prejudice and social institute. All these different races. He cherry picked like 3 or 4 different definitions from somewhere that supported this thing. These are the consensus definitions. There's 13 of them, and the sources are there for the judges. He went to structural, interpersonal, institutional, and individual racism. But you see that you need prejudgment, bias, discrimination based on the race, not just identifying the race. Again, another source, when a person's conscious or subconscious racial bias influences them, that's not a part of our title at all. Implicit bias, again, that's what the bias was in this back slide here. You need implicit bias. There's no stereotyping involved in what we're talking about. There's no confirmation bias in what we're talking about. And there's no nonverbal behavior, right? There's no body language, facial expressions, tone of voice, because at this point, he has not presented a scenario where any of that would be involved. We just have a Black person with resources that didn't share with white people. You have to intentionally harm here by EBSCO. Check. The resolution contains logical errors. How are we doing on time? I feel like I'm rushing a little bit, Amon. How are we doing on time?
6 minutes, 12 seconds.
Okay, that's good. Okay, boom. simply because they're not black. That assumes that racial distinction equals racism, and it doesn't. You need to prove other definitional requirements, and he has not done that, even though he feel like he washed all his other business. You need some more soap and some more water, but right now you playing it in third. Racism is usually defined structurally. He stayed away from that. That was smart, right? Here we go. Systemic. Oh wait, I told you I'm going 9 different ways. Here we are. We done went from definitionally and semantically to systemically, right? From a systemic perspective, it's considered legitimate for historically under-resourced communities, including and especially Black communities, to prioritize circulating resources amongst themselves, right? And we see our poverty throughout time, and how people are uncertain about next year's outcome. We are at the top of that list. Again, the racial wealth gap is persistent and ever growing. We said that in the last one. He don't want to talk about this, but where did we even get this little bit of resources that we have that we now are being accused of being racist for not sharing for? Where did that even come from? Right? Here again, systemically, we see the racial wealth gap is constantly growing. It was closing for a while, but recently, it is more since 2020, it's been going back up and getting wider, right? So it makes perfect and logical sense. We'll get to logically later, but systemically, it makes sense for Black people to prioritize Black resources for Black people, right? Black Americans own disproportionately less. He talking about what is a Black resource? Well, land ownership, wealth, home ownership, business ownership, venture capital, stock, those things that Black people own. Once that Black person owns it, that's a resource. That's a Black resource. And Black people waking up in the morning and not going out to find a white person to share resources with don't make them racist, right? Again, here's some more data that he don't want, but economically it makes sense for Black people to prioritize racially prioritize allocation of resources and circulate it amongst each other, right? Here's some more data. We on the bottom of every one of these charts here. Look at the purple line on the right. Okay, we're on the bottom of the median household income by race. You know what I'm saying? It's in every category. We're at the bottom. Credit card debt, we got the worst. You know what I mean? Student loan debt, we got the worst. You know, so economically, it makes sense. Resource patterns did not emerge randomly, right? So now he just mentioned some of the history, so we don't have to get into it, right? But we know not all exclusion functions the same way, socially or historically. Notice the distinctions here. The historical function of exclusion matters, though, right? But not all exclusion functions the same way. So when we're talking about racially conscious allocation of resources, that's not even necessarily exclusion, but even if it was, it's not the same thing as what you're talking about. In the same way that white power is not the same as Black power. When you run around saying Black power, even though you might think you are being racist, Black power don't got nothing to do with hating the other race. It don't have nothing to do with saying nothing negative to the other race or doing nothing bad to them. When in their converse, white power does. Right? Again, historically, we know that they're trying to destroy the historic gains that we have with gaining the resources that we have right now. Right? So did we do? Let's see here. Legally, he went to the legal. So here are legal law cases, right, where they found that the intimate association is protected as an aspect of right of privacy, and is not racist. Check by law. Okay, the First Amendment protects the right to exclude based on race. Okay, and that's not even us making that decision. That's the Supreme Court. And you hear these are 5 findings here, and we'll have 6 more here, right?
2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Selective allocation is not automatically racism because intimate association, meaning sharing amongst in groups, you know what I'm saying, is not racist by law, by Supreme Court law, right? Difference alone is insufficient to prove racism. Disparity alone is insufficient. So we talking about what if they don't have it? Unfortunately, that is not sufficient to prove that it's being racist, that I am keeping mine. Intent matters. If you don't have a negative intent along with identifying the race, it's not there, right? You need to prove discriminatory intent or purpose, and specific proof of discriminatory intent is required. Again, Supreme Court rulings, legally, it's sound. Socially, it's sound. The society routinely accepts group-focused allocation without automatically labeling it negative. Like I said, there's multiple Black-only resources that's out there, like grants and things like that. You wouldn't talk, well, he would call them racist because he thinks saying he loved a Black woman is racist, but nobody else will call that racist, right? Strategically, resource allocation makes sense. Prioritization, optimization, and adaptability. You know what I'm saying? We separate things into categories from must do to they could be eliminated. And when we deal with whether or not Black resources are for Black people or for other people, you know what I'm saying? We could put all of the other things on the list going all the way down. White people would be at the very end of that list and will not be a priority to the point that they could be eliminated from the list. And it's just strategic. It doesn't have anything to do with racism. So again, that's 9 different ways that it's not racist. I went back and showed you about his slides. I wanted to make sure I pointed out that he mentioned the fact that I didn't have a whole lot of slides in my first one, but he wasn't prepared for the second one. Resources are for Black people. You feel me?
So Black people not
That's time.
have resources with.
Oh, you're lucky because I was about to play that video. Okay. Let's get it. Have a nice day.
Let's get it. Now we are going into the Q&A. Anybody over on Swab Boss's page, you'll have to filter on over here to Titans Debate League to catch this rapid fire Q&A. It's about to go down. I'm about to end the stream on Swab Boss's page. You can catch us at Titans Debate League, youtube.com/@Titans Debate League. And are you gentlemen ready?
Yeah. Question: are we allowed to play video evidence in a question round?
That you gotta set that up beforehand with your opponent.
Okay. Do you agree with that? 20-second video evidence, Pan?
This don't sound like beforehand.
Sorry.
I'm gonna say no, bro.
Okay, understood. Is it allowed in the closing, A1?
In the closing, you can bring up slides and stuff. So.
Okay, thank you. That's cool. It's gonna get in there then. Let's get it.
And it is on actually Pan to lead the Q&A, and he's going against Swab Boss. Are you ready? Time starts when you.
Yeah. Okay, so you said that the statement "I love Black women" is a racist statement. Yes.
Yes. It's based off of race.
So anything that is based off of race is racist.
When you make a blatant statement based off of race, like all Asians are smart, all white people are powerful, that is racist.
So if I say that disadvantaged Black people deserve reparation, is that racist?
Yes, that's very positively racist. That's something that that's the type of racism I would like to practice.
Yeah, and that was the other thing, because you played the video about how we got here, and I remember that we was talking about Black nationalism. And you said you thought that we should exclude white people from everything and keep everything to ourselves and be more racist. And I said that that's not necessarily racist, and that's really how we got here, right?
No, sorry, that's not. I'll show how we got here. When I said if Black people exclude white people.
Well, we gotta go back to that. So let me ask you this then. So in the title, right?
Yes.
What are you picturing? What white people are you picturing in the title?
I mean, if I had to, which I don't by the title, but if I had to, it could be white people in proximity. It could be white people in need. It could be white people that's not racist. It could be white people.
Hold on, because basically based on the title, because when it says Black people sharing with white people, which Black people and which white people are you talking? Any Black people and any white people?
I mean, the scenario you're asking for is non sequitur. It's simply.
You're right. There really isn't. There's not a scenario in the title, so I'm not asking for a scenario. I'm just asking which white people and which Black people.
The white people in the context of the debate, which I said, if you walk throughout a neighborhood and pass out resources, if you don't give them to the white people simply because they're not Black, would that be racist? And you said no. So
that's not in the title, right?
The white, so yeah, but it is in context.
walking down the street and passing out resources is not in the title at all. So
but that is the context. That is the context in which the debate was formed. Though I got the video evidence.
Yeah, but there's no.
And I'm gonna play it in the closing. I got you.
No, that's fine. I said what I said in the well, that's okay. You can play.
Next
but there is no context in the title, right? So in the title, what white people and what black people are talking.
Well, that was up to us to explain the context, which I did. Which it was if black people was walking around passing our resources to a neighborhood and didn't
okay, so you added something to it. So let me ask you this. So you said earlier you had a screen up, my screenshot, and you had the resources and the disparities up, right? You posted the video and it was like median home ownership, everything like that, right? And you said I didn't define black resources, yet and still those were black resources.
Well,
right. And so I'm just wondering, how did you do that? Like, you realize that a home is a black resource, a black-owned home is a black resource, right? Do you realize that?
Well, resources aren't race-based, so a black person owning a home is their home. But I mean, you have to go by individual.
So that's a black-owned resource, right? Exactly.
You have to go case by case. We wouldn't know.
A black-owned anything is a black-owned something. So
you have to show that.
Like the money. I mean, if it's in your, it's 9/10 of the law. I think that's the law. I think not possession is 9/10 of the law.
But it wouldn't be a black resource. It wouldn't be a black resource.
No, that's exactly this. Hold on. When you shared the screenshot of graphs, what do you think they were counting, if not black and white resources?
That was showing which by race who has ownership of certain resources.
Of what? Exactly, resources. Exactly. So you do understand what I'm saying. You're trying to be semantical with the title. And that's fine. So now, exclusion. If I have something in my pocket, right, and I don't freely just go out and give it to people, is that excluding them from my pocket?
If you're doing it simply because they're white or not black, yes, that's exclusion. By race.
From my pocket?
Yes, which is exclusion by race, which is racism. Yes.
No, exclusion by race has to be a negative intent for it to be racism. Because, and like you showed on the slide that I showed, right? There are multiple, right, race-based allocations around the country that you don't identify. As a matter of fact, you found a way to call black racial allocation racist and not white racial allocation, which is weird.
And like I also showed in my slides, because it's not a question, that racism isn't usually about outright evil. It's often rooted in normal brain processes that get twisted by cultural experience. Saying that
that cultural experience is exactly what I wanted to talk about next. So when you showed that slide, it had an arrow going over the brain, right? And so it almost didn't. I'm sorry. It didn't have the slide before that didn't have two brains, and then the second one had the brain with the green arrow going over the top, talking about how from one cognitive.
Yes, but not the slide not the slide that I just
saw. That's what I thought. So what I'm saying is, right, in that decision-making process, none of that is in the title,
though. That's in my premise, though. Like the title is the title. Yes, that's what we're here to do. We're here to put a premise together based off the title, which you didn't, and I did.
No, I did. I absolutely did. I told you that you have to have a negative intent. And I showed you 13 different definitions, including 4 of your own. Cambridge as well. And I showed you how you have to have a negative intent. You showed
that in the second round, which doesn't get a rebuttal.
Hold on a second. You clipped out certain things from the definitions that you shared. And then you didn't read certain things that you did have on the screen. I showed the full definitions from Cambridge, from Oxford, etc., which show that you have to have a negative intent behind doing something for it to be racist. So even though you're trying to be flowery with the words, I'm wondering why you cut those things out of your definitions.
Okay, let me answer
I showed 13 and you showed 3.
All right, I didn't. You showed a copy and paste in the range how you wanted to. I'll show the screenshot from Cambridge Dictionary, which showed the very first definition is unfair or harmful behavior, beliefs or actions from one person directed against another person or other people based on race.
Right, the harmful part, right? In the title, it don't mention nothing about
the definition. I didn't cut nothing out. That is the pure, plain display
in the
of what.
title. The title don't mention nothing about harmful though. From your definition, that you just read through it.
Say it again.
Does the title give you any context to tell you that there's going to be this is a harmful decision?
It said unfair. It said unfair or harmful.
Again, you just proved my point. Again, it has to be harmful.
No, it said or. It said or harmful. It said or harmful, not and harmful.
What was the first word?
You're wrong. It doesn't say or harmful. I mean, it doesn't say and harmful. It said or harmful. Look it up. Look it up. You say you had it.
Well, then so it say harmful. So since harmful is not
says or harmful, meaning the first terminology doesn't have harmful.
How did you get it there?
How did I get what?
How did you? If harmful is not in the title, why are we talking about things being harmful?
You just said that it has to be harmful, and I'm saying that the individual definition, the definition of individual races,
but you just read it has harmful things that people say or do based on the belief that their own race makes them more intelligent.
You don't have questions, and you're just over talking with my response.
No, I'm asking you why you didn't read that part, and I want you to focus on that.
Not only did I read it, but I showed it. Not only did I read it, but I showed it. I showed the screenshot from the site, unedited.
But you didn't read. You didn't talk about the part where it says based on the belief that your own race makes them more intelligent, good, or moral. And I'm wondering why you excluded that.
No, that's not in there. That's not in there. That's not in there.
Well, it's okay because what I showed a screenshot of this.
No, you didn't show a screenshot of the site. You showed.
No. My bad. Let me finish. Yeah, I showed copy and paste.
What's your question, sir?
Slow down. I'm just
correcting. What's your question, sir? You don't get another premise. You already had two.
How much time is left? How much time is left? Okay,
1 minute.
Okay. What's your question?
Yeah, I'm just correcting you. There was
the times on the screen.
What's your question?
So my next question for you is, sir, do you understand that conscious racial allocation is what happens on a daily basis and is not labeled racist by the consensus?
You didn't show that? No, that's not my understanding. My understanding is the argument that
showed it in my you showed my slide and it showed that on
there. Can I answer the question?
You said you don't understand. We're going to the next question. So when you showed the slide with those circles on it, right, with the badges and things like that, right? Those are consciously racially allocated things. And you know that there are black things that are like that. You realize that those things are not recognized as racist by the consensus, though, correct?
No, I do not recognize that. You did not show that. Incorrect.
Yeah, I did. I showed all of it. I showed all of the Supreme Court cases and everything. I support that. That's time. Have a nice day.
That's time. Go to a quick word from our sponsors while Suave gets ready for his Q&A against Pandemus.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
And this month we have coming up what we got?
I feel like
we have O.W.L versus Sapphire to face off. This is going to be a members only event. Make sure you sign up for $3.99 so you get full access to all of the exclusive content. We also have O.W.L versus God Justice. It's going down only here at the Coliseum of Arguments. $3.99 gets you full access to all the exclusive content. Don't miss out, my boy. You feel me? Oh, yeah, coming up. Yes, we do have a pay-per-view coming up with me and GD and Capone. Tickets will be on sale coming by the end of this week. Is Intelligent Design Proof of the Hebrew God? Don't miss this one. Legendary events going down only here. Titans Debate League. Suave Boss, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Get that timer reset, and the time starts when you start.
Appreciate it. Pan, yes or no? Do you consider yourself black?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Understood. Okay. If yes or no, and I'll give you time.
Am I racist? Am I racist because I consider myself black?
You're cutting off me from answering the question. They should take points from that. So what I'm asking you is, if someone discriminates against someone because of their age, is that ageism? Yes or no?
So, no.
If someone discriminates against someone because of their sex, is that sexism? Yes or no?
No.
No. And if someone discriminates against someone because of their race, is that racism, sir?
No.
No. And so, do you now feel better about yourself when you say it's something like a believer when they move off of their square, their real belief for a debate? Did you just do that? Yes or no?
Because you need something else besides
yes or no. Yes or no, sir.
Besides the sex, age, and
okay. I want to acknowledge that he's ignoring the question. He's not answering it. Okay, so let's move on. So
I answered your question.
So hold on. So in a scenario where a black person has food and a white person is starving, but the black person doesn't share that food with the starving white person simply because they're not black, is that racist?
I'm not sure why you're bringing that up. That wasn't a part of the debate.
Sorry, yes or no? If a black person has food and doesn't share with a starving white person simply because they're not black, is that racist?
Not necessarily. He could just be being an asshole.
Could it necessarily be race?
He could be scared of people. He could be scared of people. Like, you have no idea.
No, it's simply because they're not black. Sorry, hold on. Let me get my time back. It's simply because they're not black. If that black person doesn't share food with a starving white person simply because they're not black, no other variables, is that racist?
No, because you don't know the other variable. There must be something other variables to make it racist.
It's simply, does the title include?
Right, the answer to your question is no. You need something else to make it racist. Don't take your time. Don't keep asking me the same thing.
Okay.
Ask me something else.
Is the phrase simply because they're not black in the title?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So if you add any other variable other than simply they're not black, are you going outside the context of the debate?
Absolutely.
Okay. So if you say you don't know other variables,
that's why I said no. That's why I said no to your question.
When you say we don't know the other variables, if you add any of those variables, are you going outside the context of the debate?
Of course.
Yes. Okay.
That's what you was doing the whole debate. That's what I don't think you realize.
So if you have food and the white person is starving and you don't give it to them simply because they're not black, is that racist?
No, because it has to have something else to make it racist. There needs to be another factor for it to be racist.
I got you, sir. Okay. So in a scenario that black people are going throughout a neighborhood and passing out resources, and they don't give any resources to the white people simply because they're not white, they're not black, is that racist?
No, because you need another factor. They could be going around a black community.
No, you don't need. Okay, so if I ask you,
what's going on,
okay, so if I ask you, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Do you take in any other factors other than the paint job, sir?
If I like the car, if it's because it's red, of course.
No, if the question is, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Do you consider any other factors other than the paint job?
Do I consider any other in liking it?
If someone asks you, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Do you consider?
I can like a car because let me ask you. I can like a car because.
Sir, no, wait. Don't answer the question. Answer the question.
Listen,
if someone asks you, do you like this car? Listen to the question. I'm restating the question.
If you just listen, you don't have to save your time. Let me just answer you.
No.
I can like a car. I can like a car because
no. This is not
not like it for me. but not want
I
myself
would like
in it.
to
I can
reestablish
like it
my
over there.
time out. Pause the clock, please, at 5 minutes, 30 seconds. It took a couple seconds to stop it. I would like for my 10 seconds to be put back on the clock, and I would like to reestablish my question. Thank you. A1. Host and owner of the greatest debate league in the world.
Go ahead. Reestablish your question.
All right, but it stopped at 5:30. It's 5:20 on the clock. Just want to let you know. Okay. And this is my question. If Black people are walking through a neighborhood giving out resources, and they don't give out resources to the white people simply because they're not Black, is that racist?
No.
Okay. If someone asks you, do you like a car simply because of the paint job? Do you consider any other factors other than the paint job? You can go ahead and press the time now, A1. Thank you, brother.
I would consider other things if I wanted to like it for myself to drive.
And would that take you outside the context of the question that they asked?
It could be, yes, I can say I like it.
Would that take you outside the context of the question that they asked you?
No.
Yes. No, okay.
No.
So if someone says, I want the judges to pay attention. If someone asks you, Penn, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Would you consider any other factors of the car based on the context of the question when answering yes or no? Would you?
Now, you have to repeat the question, or are you asking me again?
Sir.
You want me to answer again?
Sir.
Ask and answer. Move on.
Yeah. Answer the question. Do you need me to answer it again?
And answered, move on, bro. We're not going to keep going.
No, I haven't heard a yes or no, sir. You can say no. It's up to you.
I said yes already. I said yes.
Okay, yes, you will.
All the times that you ask. Okay. Every time you ask me.
And now, so my question is, would you considering any other aspect other than the paint job when it asks you simply because of the paint job take you outside the context of the question? Yes or no? Yes. And so you're openly admitting that you're outside the context of the debate, right?
No, not at all. We talking about cars.
So if in the context of the debate,
you changed the topic. We started talking about cars.
So in the context of the debate, if you consider any other factors other than they're not Black, are you outside the context of the debate?
Yeah.
Yeah, you already ended that several times, right? Okay, so take 30 seconds and explain to me, why do you keep going outside the context of the debate?
What you don't understand is I'm keeping it very strict to the title that you picked. Simply leaves out any room for all of the other contexts that you would have to make a decision on it being racist. You would have to consider the history. You would have to consider this person being somebody that you don't like, or you want to be better than, or you think they're better than you. You would have to consider all of these other options if it was because they were white, but because you worded it because they're not Black.
Okay, I gave you 30 seconds, and I would like the judges to know he did not answer my question. He went into another premise. This is his fifth premise. Okay, so now let me ask you this: if I say all Asians are good at math, is that racist?
No, it's an overcharacterization, overgeneralization.
Okay. That. And if I say all white people are supreme, is that racist?
Not necessarily, because again, you gotta have harmful intent.
You said not necessarily?
No, because you gotta have harmful intent. That was the rest of what I said.
Okay, understood. And if I say all Black people can dance good, is that racist?
No.
No.
It may be an overgeneralization. It may be incorrect, but it's not racist.
And if you overgeneralize,
no harmful.
Okay, here's the question.
No negative racial.
Here's the question, sir. If you overgeneralize based simply off of race, is that racist?
Yeah. No, you just gave 3 examples where it's not. What are you missing?
Yeah. Based off of race, is it racist?
Saying that all Black people can dance is not racist.
Simply because, okay, so it's saying all Black people are good at football simply because of their race, racist.
No. Again, it could be an overgeneralization
white person says,
and incorrect.
Okay,
but it's not racist.
Okay. Would a person say Black people
What you're
should
trying to find out is context to make it work.
Hold on, sorry.
Add some more context to it.
My question is this: if someone who is not black is treated differently simply because they're not black, is that racist? Huh?
No.
No, at all.
No.
Okay.
No.
So is discrimination is hold on, sir, is hold on, sir. I got you. Is discrimination based off of race racist?
Negative or unjust discrimination based off race is racist, yes.
Okay, so you can answer yes or no. Is discrimination
I know.
Is discrimination against someone is discrimination against sir? Is discrimination against someone?
Okay, the answer to your question is no. So you can stop doing that. Wait, stop wasting your time. The answer to your question is no. Unjust discrimination.
Okay, so are white people inherently supreme to black people?
I don't think so, no.
No. All right. Okay. Do you consider Obama black?
Yes.
If Obama would have kept resources from white people, would that have been racist?
Not necessarily, because he did do certain things.
But necessarily it could. You're dead. Black Power. This boy Swap House, man.
You would have to have negative intent.
Cash $, real Swap House, man. Let's get it.
That's time.
Man, that's
time.
You gotta have it. Yeah.
Good debate, gentlemen. Good debate. Closing arguments. Pandemics. Starts with you again.
Oh, he can go first. He can go first.
That's not how it goes.
I know you're not ready, but it's your time.
I went first. I went first for the question and answer. I thought I went back and forth. No. Relax. I can end it like this. He should have paid attention to the rules that he's saying. So
you want the big screen?
The rules.
Can you stop it so I can start my time?
You want the big screen?
I don't care. Just make sure he's set up so I can start talking.
Okay, time starts when you start.
Like I said, I don't even need this whole closing like that, right? In all reality, the brother, he was trying to play word games. You can see how his debate was set up. He was trying to finagle words and add extra things in later on. But the title he made sure was firm. Simply and because they are not black. Not because they white, right? Which would have had another context, right? And simply, which excludes all of the different actual definitions of racism, which you have to have negative intent, you have to have unjust discrimination. You have to have implicit bias. I showed with his own sources that don't have that in the title. And in order to say that the title proves racism, you have to have some of those other things, which you did. And I proved that severely, I believe. The extra things he's trying to bring into the debate. So also, again, the phrase, I love black women being racist, is, I don't even know how to deal with that, right? Because they let you know that's not, we're not dealing with the same definitions. I tried to bring consensus. Again, I brought 13 definitions. I brought, I think, 12 court cases. I brought multiple organizations that are consciously racially allocated that are not by the consensus deemed racist. Nobody in their right mind would deem the Black Panthers racist when they first started. You know what I'm saying? Or a grant that's for racially disparaged, historically racially disparaged groups. You know what I mean? It's all I just got finished writing the grant specifically for Black people, you know what I'm saying, and got it. So, you know what I mean? Those type of things are not racist by the consensus of the country. So I know the brother has his own feeling. He has his own intention on what he wanted to say. And I know he thought real hard on trying to squeeze simply into the title. And because they're not black into the title, probably because of a Google search. But the reality of it is, if we're going to be serious about Black power, we have to really look at what we're talking about. When we talk about doing things for our race, when we talk about anything dealing with our race, we have to understand words and what we're talking about. If I was to say I love Black women, that's not a racist statement. If I have resources myself, I wake up in the morning and I don't decide to just share willy-nilly with white folks, that doesn't make me racist. And that's all the title says. Is Black people not sharing resources with white folks simply because they are not Black racist? And it's not, because again, you would need another factor and another context. You would need a scenario which he failed to present in his title, right? How much time you got left?
Got 10 seconds.
Oh, no, we good. You already know what it is. Similar to the campaign, the Babylonians, the pantry, tighten up, have a nice day.
And that's time. Live boss. Closing remarks, 3 minutes.
Let's go. Can you share my screen right quick? Let me know when it's up.
Yes, sir. And time starts when you start.
I'm starting now. Sure. All of these resources go toward Black people. That's not racist. No. If you have resources and you go up through a neighborhood and distribute them, and you only distribute them to Black people, and the white people in that area don't get any simply because they're white, they're not Black. That's not racist?
Not necessarily, no.
Yes. That is the scenario. That is the context of what we're talking about. And so I showed the definition, unclipped, uncensored, unedited, from Cambridge Dictionary by Individual Racism, which he admits exists. I showed plenty of sources going through even the legal definition of racism, which is excluding or degrading because of their race or ethnicity. My opponent misused his time, right? He came with a second premise in the second round, which we don't get a chance to rebut. And he came with a bunch of information, right? He threw a bunch of stuff up there, very small, that you couldn't even read. So, like, that's horrible. This is the most unprepared I've ever seen, Penn. I also want you to let you know he's been smoking on camera. Like, that's a real cigar. That's real smoke. That should be points, right? And he like I said, he did a rebuttal. His first round was a rebuttal because my first round came before his. His first round was a rebuttal meshed with some slides he had. His second round was a premise which came after my rebuttal, so I had no chance to even go into that information, which is a horrible way to construct a conversation. He introduced new information, a lot of new information that diverted from his premise. And a lot of the slides, a lot of the thoughts that he expressed didn't have any sources. And I would also like to challenge him because he said my slide came from that video. I want the judges to go look up that video on YouTube and see if my slide came from it. It didn't. It would have been nice to see that list of Black resources in your first round where I could have addressed them. I didn't force the word simply into the title. He agreed on the word simply. And that is the scenario. Based off the context of if you were going through a neighborhood and you was passing out resources to the neighborhood, and you didn't give resources to the white people simply because they're not Black. This is a decision, an action of exclusion based off race. Racism. Black power.
This time. Congratulations, both of these gentlemen. Stepping into the Coliseum of Arguments and making it to the finals of Clash of the Titans 1.0. This is Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. We are about to do the after show, the War Room. I'm going to go ahead and get that link ready right now while I go to a word from our sponsors. So hang tight, everybody. Don't nobody move, nobody get shot. Like they say, I'm about to drop that link in here for y'all while this advertisement plays.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to
to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
It is what they say. He is up. But at this point, now, and just walking when she stopped, it was like she's trying to beat her. It's going to be. This would be relatively easy. He sort of stumbled into this. This was not a topic that he wanted to do. He was talking about he thinks that we should be racist toward white people. And then when he gave a description of what he was talking about, I said, that's not really being racist. And that's how we got here. He said, oh, we do that. So he's about to be trying to debate against the thing that he thinks that we should be doing and trying to show how it's a negative in some way, which is interesting. But yeah, the flip-flopping will not go unnoticed. You know what I'm saying? Legacies are created and destroyed in these debate streets. And you know what I'm saying? Your word and what you stand on that legacy stay with you. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? I had to remind the brother, you know what I'm saying? After multiple times people hearing us have the conversations, for him to backtrack and say that he don't hold the positions that people have heard him say in the past, even on other debates, is wild. It's very similar to the pattern that I have with believers and them dropping their gods when they come in the ring with me. So everybody know what it is with me. I am undefeated in this tournament, and I will remain that through to the end. And like I said, that little blue orb that y'all see on the screen right now, I'm taking that home with me, you know what I'm saying, as a trophy. And if he keep talking spicy, I will take his head off, like my original opponents. You feel me? It's what it is, man. Super Pan, man. Shout out to the Pan fans and the Barbarians. You heard me. Have a nice day.
I'm going to destroy Pan. I'm going to embarrass Pan. I know we all love Pan, but you will never, ever get over what will happen to him on the 6th. I'm letting you know now. Like, I'm going to peel that fake plastic head off and reveal the real Pan to you. A Caucasian, 25-year-old overweight man. And that's just what we're going to see that day. He don't got the information. He's going to compile the information that comes right up the middle, and I'm gonna beat him to death with my presentation. The question and answer round will be embarrassing for him, okay? And he's gonna try to use these tactics, try to run and fail like he did in the face-off, but I shall prevail, man. So yeah, I will embarrass and decapitate Pan and hold his body up for the whole entire Coliseum to witness. Yeah. He won't make it. It's going to be bad. It's going to be worse than bad. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be. This might be his last debate. This might be his last debate. I'm not even going to lie. So, you know, stick around and encourage him because I don't, you know, like I say, he's a great debater, but, you know, I just think emotions are riding high. There's $500 on the line. Shout out to A1 in the Titans Debate League. And yeah, I just don't think him winning to a brother of my caliber will allow him to continue with the poise that he's been so graciously given by his fans and friends. And he's going to have to step in that ring with me, and he's going to have to hold it down on his own. There won't be no calling for A1. There won't be no calling for Honey. There won't be no calling for no one. It's going to be me and him, his artillery, my artillery, center of the Coliseum, blood will spill. And I don't know what he bleeds, but we will find out on the 6th. Black Power.
Yes, that link is dropped. Get on over to the other side, and I will see y'all on the other side. Peace.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know who the winner is. People vote.
Joe, you know who it is, what it is. That was the great debate between Penn and Suave Boss, man. You got to watch it again. We're gonna have the award show Sunday, so make sure you tune in for that award show Sunday, man. See who the victor is between Penn the Man and Suave Boss. I enjoyed that. Again, I won't put my own 2 cents in there because when I first started the debate, I thought Penn was the affirmative before they debated, and I chose Penn. And I didn't change it just because I didn't want people to say I switched it when I seen how good Suave did, because Suave did do a hell of a job. So I'm still sticking with Penn. Good luck to both of them, though, however. $500 prize. Got that $1,000 grand prize coming for the next 1.1 Clash of the Titans debate tournament. We got a few entrants, including none other than O.W.L with the O.W.L coming looking for debates. There's people in the chat, man. I don't want to leave y'all like that, so I might let me find something else we can watch that ain't gonna, because we got a good debate show coming up Sunday. See if I can't find something worth watching, man. But until then, let's take a moment for our sponsors.
Listen up, Titan family. The Coliseum of Arguments is officially opening the vaults, and this is your chance to win a piece of league history. We're running a massive high-stakes t-shirt raffle, and these are not your average tees. We're talking ultra-exclusive, limited edition, premium custom apparel that you can't buy anywhere else. Once they're gone forever. We're keeping the stakes high and the odds completely in your favor. Here's how it goes down. Tickets are only $2. The limit, $40 or 20 tickets per person to keep the playing field fair. The odds, we're picking a brand new winner for every 20 tickets sold. Think about the math. If you max out your 20 tickets, you are essentially guaranteeing a crowd milestone and forcing a new drawing. The more tickets moving, the more winners we crown back to back. Are you a $3.99 channel member? Then we've already got your back. As a thank you for holding down the foundation, every single $3.99 member is automatically getting one free ticket entered into the raffle. But don't just rely on that one ticket. Secure your stack, maximize your odds, and ensure your name gets called. These custom designs, from the legendary Debate or Die print to the official Titans Debate League emblems, are strictly limited edition. You don't want to be sitting in the chat watching everyone else flaunt their exclusive gear while you missed out over a $2 ticket. How to enter? Open up your Cash App. Send your entry to $Titans Debate League. Put your name/handle in the notes so we know exactly who to crown. The clock is ticking, the tickets are moving, and the next 20 ticket milestone is closing fast. Lock your entries in now and claim your crown. Winners picked this Friday. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, that's gonna be a good debate. Watch that. Ain't nobody up talking about nothing, so I might as well play this little video for you. See if this get people critically thinking and want to ask some questions.
Discussions regarding new metaphysical worldviews often begin with an assumption of conflict, as if proposing a foundational logic for existence requires a rejection of modern physics. Quantum onlyism operates through a different posture. We accept the data of the laboratory, the formulas of chemistry, and the observations of physics as verified descriptions of how systems behave. The scientific method excels at documenting the behavior of the universe. However, science begins its work after the universe is already functioning. It does not account for the logical prerequisites that allow a measurement to be taken. We are auditing the ground floor, identifying the specific conditions that must obtain before any scientist can observe a single event. To understand the division of labor here, imagine a house. Science measures the height of the walls and the angle of the roof. Philosophy examines the concrete slab beneath the house that allows those walls to remain upright. This diagram represents that slab. Existence is a functional output of ordered sequence, time, and structural constraint, nature. The lower icons demonstrate realities lacking these poles. Without sequence, nothing can happen. Without constraint, there is no boundary, meaning nothing can be recognized as distinct. Time and nature provide the logical scaffolding. They are the requirements for intelligibility that science relies on but does not itself produce. This philosophical audit finds its most striking confirmation when we look at the absolute smallest scales of physical reality. At the quantum level, the universe stops behaving like static, solid objects and starts behaving like a fluctuating field of energy and information. The primary observation at this level is wave parvultuality, the fact that every fundamental entity displays two seemingly contradictory modes of being. In its wave state, an entity is a frequency requiring sequence, expressing father time, the pole of motion. In its particle state, it has a localized boundary, expressing mother nature, the pole of structure. Their intersection creates existence, the root condition of any observable event. This explains superposition, where a system exists as a diffuse probability cloud. Onlyism views this as pure sequence, lacking a structural boundary, an unconstrained possibility flow. The moment this cloud contacts a measurement, it undergoes wave function collapse, forcing the potential into a singular, measurable coordinate. This collapse is a mechanical act of recognition. The universe requires an interaction to convert sequence into form, manifesting a definite state from indefinite potential. Entanglement confirms this further. Particles linked across vast distances suggest a foundational relationship exists between them that is more primitive than physical distance or space. The mathematical behavior of these particles reflects a universe that persists through the entanglement of its own necessary conditions, ordered update, and structural constraint. Physics often describes the quantum realm as chaotic or counterintuitive because it breaks the rules of our large-scale experience. However, these mechanics reveal a reality that is fundamentally relational. A system remains in potential until a structural interaction forces it to take form. Because a definite physical state requires this act of recognition or measurement, the observer becomes a functional component of the physical process. Our interaction with the world is a mechanism that helps sustain it. This framework maintains the integrity of neuroscience and chemistry by treating them as the systematic documentation of these recurring patterns. By identifying these mechanics, we provide the logical bridge between the data of science and the requirements of existence. The tension between a scientific view of the world and a metaphysical foundation dissolves once the mechanics are identified. Science describes the patterns of Father Time and Mother Nature in motion. Quantum onlyism identifies them as the joint conditions that allow those patterns to emerge. When these two approaches are aligned, we see a single intelligible reality functioning through the union of its own fundamental poles.
People call it contradiction, but I call it understanding. Cause I love time, cause time gave me moments. And I love nature, cause nature let me hold them. That's why I cherish every second, even.
I ain't gonna even do that for y'all. That was a little bit of info, man. Just go ahead and end this stream. I'm sure we're gonna start one in a couple of hours. Like, share, subscribe with your friends, man. Stay tuned for the Titans Debate League and the Coliseum of Argument presents We got a lot of things in store for the community. I'm talking about a lot of them. We got Who Want the Smoke. You got to add your 2 cents. We got some debates coming up, things to look at. You know what I'm saying? So, my bad, y'all. Yeah, that's what we got coming up. That happened yesterday. We got a lot of good things coming up. So y'all make sure y'all stay tuned, man, to the Titans Debate League. And we're going to go ahead and get up out of here. But remember, we will be back. Clean the Coliseum up a little bit, man. Y'all go ahead and get y'all a nice lunch. And remember, stay coherent in your recognition of your dealings today. It's O.W.L, and I'm out.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding